Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back back
And welcome to the countdown. It's Mannix and it's Xenox going to be running you through everything Valorant, but more specifically everything VOT. Xenox, it's good to see you, mate. I mean, I see you more than enough, but it's good to be back on broadcast with you.
It is, mate. It is. It's always good to spend some time with you, Rob. And obviously, in this instance, it's a different title. Neither of us have been able to do Valorant together, but I guess this is the closest we'll get to it because we're not the experts. That's the whole point of the countdown. We are just armchair experts, Rob, right? We're just here to have a bit of fun, talk about the games, maybe a bit of shit talk here or there. But honestly, we aren't the experts, and we'll preface that now.
No. That's, you know what? It'll be prefaced now. It'll be prefaced another 17 times as this show goes on. Take what we say with a grain of salt. I'm sure that there'll be a lot that we might say, and you'll look at yourself and go, guys, really? Come on. There's a bit of how you're going. That doesn't seem too right. But, of course, the countdown is to run over literally everything VOT. We're going to go over what has already happened in the playoffs and what is to come. Yep. Really, when we lead to the final play day, which is Sunday, we will be crowning a Stage 1 champion, but also 2, we will be sending a team to the APAC playoffs, which is pretty large, if I might say so myself. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time we've, in Oceania, had a pathway into an international tournament. Well, I guess it is that international tournament, so even then to go to another tournament afterwards. But regardless, we now have that pathway. We now have that bread and butter. Xenox, what are your thoughts on that? I mean,
well,
just give me an overall.
It's so much better than the whole North America pathway that we had obviously last year, isn't it? You know, there was already a lot spoken about that. A lot of it negative, not so much positive. I think APAC's the way to go. We see it so much in the Oceanic region for a lot of different titles. It is by far and away the smartest decision. So I think this is the breath of fresh air, probably, for Valorant in the Oceanic region that is needed coming into 2022. And as you said, provides that international pathway. And I think just gives this region that little restart, that rejig to have a very strong and successful 2022. Obviously, it's going to take some time, I think, for us to see the fruits of the APAC labor, because obviously we haven't actually seen it yet. We've got to let it play out, see how our teams go, see how SEA goes, etc. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. This year is all about seeing really how it plays out, and then really you look at 2023, 2024, etc. That's when it all really becomes developed, and that's where we will know the bread and butter and the full ins and out. And that's where hopefully you'll start to see orgs start to come back in, right? The orgs aren't going to jump in straight away. They're going to want to see how it plays out first. So obviously this year's that proving ground, that testing ground. For the brave orgs, they'll be able to come in early, maybe pick up the strong teams, and the orgs that want to be a bit patient, by their time they'll come in next year. So it's exciting, and as I said, it's a bit like a bit of a reboot.
And you know what? Like, I mean, it's the perfect kind of, it is the perfect topic to talk about, because this, again, talking of pathways and talking about what Australians can do, Australian and New Zealand. I know that we've got a lot of NZ people on the prod, so please don't crucify me for that one. The ANZ folk that we have here, we love you all, don't worry, even if you are on the other side of a nice big pond. We have been able to see what we can do internationally. You look at Sonics, you look at other titles as well, and you start to go, okay, so as much as we have been held back in the past, as things start to kind of come together, we start to form these pathways, we really do start to look like a threatening kind of emergence. And I guess APAC is the greatest way for us to move forward. And speaking of moving forward, Xenox, it might be time to kind of segue into our first little piece that we have. As you can see there down the left-hand side of your screen, just to my right, but it is technically to my left, you'll see all the topics that we're going to be running over today. And it is, to begin with, it's the highlights that we want to go over. It's the conversation of how we got to where we are right now. It started, I believe, just over a week ago or a week ago on the dot for the playoffs I'm talking about. So we're going to have a look at the highlights of day one. And so we can start to break down, maybe give the viewers who haven't been watching as much a bit more of an indication as to where we're going and where we've come from.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you kind of prefaced it, right? This is essentially the start of the playoffs, which did start a little while ago. What was it, like 155, 156 teams at the start of the entire thing, from the open quals, then the closed, etc. So down to, I believe it was 8 teams coming into the playoffs here. And as we sort of started for day number 1, Order, meow, meow. I mean, really, Order just, that's the only time I'm going to say that, because spoiler alert, they're already out. But this is obviously Order's tournament, right? Like they're going to be the primary focus throughout the playoffs, especially the remaining few days here. Obviously, they've already progressed pretty far into the upper final. So they started off with a nice 2-0. Then Clarity Esports and Mindfreak kicked it off, which produced, I would imagine, obviously, a bit of a surprise result here with Clarity Esports taking the win over what is a very established organization in Mindfreak.
And not only is it an established organization that's come in, they've actually picked up off of the hands of the greats the Chiefs that have decided to move away from this title for now. And I guess it's a big talking point. There's no point trying to brush past this. You know, the Chiefs leaving this title is obviously quite a big thing, a bit of a dent in the scene. But for Mindfreak to come in and pick this roster up, it kind of gels things a little bit better. It gives you some sort of a reward. However, I do need to preface right now, Clarity, although they have gone up to the top, well, they've continued up in the upper bracket. They have been taken down. We'll talk about that in a second. They are now running under Honey Badger, of course. So when we start to talk later on, the conversation shifts. You won't hear about Clarity anymore. You'll hear all about Honey Badger and co. So, yeah, look, I think overall the first play day as we were watching, Meow Meow, I can't believe that's a team name. I mean, we're coming from different places. But, yeah, we did see the dominance in Order that we were really expecting. Moving forward, though, Iconic, I'm not going to lie, I might be a little bit more surprised about the upper bracket run that Iconic's had. Again, I'll talk about that when we get into Playday 4 highlights. But nevertheless, Bonkers just felt like they weren't up to the task here. Iconic just ran over them. And look, when we do play in the double elimination bracket, I think you can come into the quarterfinals with a little bit more weight off your shoulders. But it does get a little bit more dangerous from there.
Yeah, and obviously I'm not going to hide the fact it's been a little while since I was in Valorant and coming back and now sort of watching the last couple of days and taking part. It has been interesting seeing some of the names that have gone and some of the names that are still here, and obviously a lot of new and fresh names. So I'm not really in that position. That's why we're not the experts to say who should have won or who shouldn't have won. And that's the beauty, though, of 2022. It's that clean slate, and also the beauty of the new APAC qualifier, right? It's that new slate for teams to be able to, they've probably had some roster shuffles, they've probably come into this year, and they obviously got that clean slate to move forward as teams. So obviously it's a little bit difficult, especially for myself and for yourself coming in here after a bit of time away from Valorant to sort of make those assertions as to who are the teams that maybe should have won. What we can say is, in the end, a 2-0 win for Iconic over Bonkers, 13-7, 13-9. That's a pretty one-sided affair. And then we had Fun Crew. Now, this is a name that has been around for obviously quite some time, Rob, and while it has got a couple of new faces on the roster, it is still nice to see that team name. They were, I guess, from what are we going to say, Crimas disciples, pushed a little bit, 13-10, 13-9, so pretty close affair there, but Fun Crew, they got the job done on day 2.
Yeah, and I think it's a big one. I mean, coming into this, again, we are armchair specialists, right? We're no experts. We can't stand up in front of a screen and talk about it like we know every bit of detail, but we can give nice overviews here. And I do think Fun Crew was obviously one of those teams back in the day that we were really looking to, saying, what are they going to achieve? Looks like they've gone on to do a lot, and especially here when these opportunities are so large, things really do start to come down to the wire. Now, very quickly, before we start talking about this matchup in particular, you look down the very bottom of the screen and you will see a cheeky little tweet. Now, if you want to be featured on the countdown at any point, remembering we have the countdown for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, or technically it's day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8. All you need to do on Twitter at LPL_Valorant and hit them with the hashtag VOTCountdown. I don't need to spell that out for you. It's pretty much everywhere you look. So go ahead, give us your thoughts, give us your feelings, and we'll make comment on it. I don't know, maybe we won't. But I guess we can probably make comment on this one. This is a pretty big one, obviously. Day 3 was the elimination matchups for both of, like you said, Cremas? Is that Crimus? Mate, we love it here. No, but look, it was elimination day for these teams, and the fact that we are already down to 6, it obviously goes to show that it really is the quick and the dead out here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you only get so many chances, right? I think when you look at this format between the group stage and then the playoff double elimination bracket, you get plenty of chances, right? So for the 8
100%.
teams that even get to the playoffs from there, you've got no real excuses once you do get eliminated. You can't cry wolf and say, oh, you know, we didn't really get a chance. In the end, this particular matchup, not really all that one-sided, despite the 2-0 scoreline, 13-8, 14-12 going into OT there. So obviously for Bonkers, they got the job done. That's really all you can ask from them there. But now they've obviously got to run that gauntlet down below that lower bracket. That's going to be quite difficult. And then the other one, we kind of go back up here now for day 4, and we go back to the upper semifinals, Order versus Honey Badgers, which, as I prefaced before back on day 1, really coming into this, Order is by far and away the favorites, but yet they lost the first map on Bind to Honey Badgers. And I think that probably then sets the tone for what Order, or so for where maybe some of these other teams are at to try and catch up to where Order's at. But then Order responded in style, 13-3, 13-6, one-sided as you can really have from there. But there was an interview that was had with Dick Stacey, the coach, and he basically said this is good for the region that other teams are on a similar level or getting close to that sort of level and being able to take maps off of Order. It means that they then have better competition to play against, and they have then better competition to test themselves and then therefore improve. So it's a good thing. You lose that map, teams are pushing you. That's what you want. Obviously, you don't want to be losing the game, and they didn't do that. After that, Rob, then there was Iconic and Fun Crew, and that was another one that also went the distance.
And look, I don't want to say I'm surprised by Iconic's run by any means, but I mean, I did say that before, so I'm just going to stick to it. However, I mean, you look at the names on Iconic and you look to, you know, the likes of Punda and Panic, 2 names that have really been quite large in the scene, Swirl as well. I could just go and continue to just say the rest of the names on this team and just make it sound good. But quite literally, I do think that Iconic have made this upper bracket run. Now, I believe, if I remember looking correctly, it was after a couple of shaky performances in the Open qualifiers and probably even more so into 2021. Now, that's actually something I wanted to talk about, is the fact that for some of these teams, this was the first tournament that they have played since September. Now, of course, teams are going to be screaming. Teams are going to be doing their best to recreate a competitive environment, but it's very hard when there's few and far competitions to be played throughout that period. You're talking like 4 or 5 months. I saw a comment from Texter saying this is the first time we've played in 5 months competitively, and it kind of blew my mind, as it has just you then. You know, like some of these teams really are just getting back into it. So I think 2022, clean slate, right? We're coming into it with a bit of a clean slate. We've got some big front runners, and I think that you can really, obviously, Order is the team that is just heads and shoulders above everyone, and there is no question in anyone's mind. Like you've said, you've already prefaced it, it's their competition. And it does mean that there is an element of, okay, can you consistently perform to where you did last year? Can you continue? Because you've got to remember, although I've just said that we've been on a 4-month, 5-month break, Order haven't lost a competitive game since Stage 2 Grand Finals last year. That is over 8 months ago at this point. So Order really have, as we like to say, Xenox, built a bit of a dynasty here in ANZ. And it really is about these teams starting to chip away at the heels. Doesn't mean they're going to completely crack into the armor and they're going to be able to go for all the goodies. But it's important that we're seeing teams like Honey Badger, for example, being able to take a map off them, and convincingly. It's just where things fall apart in the conversation there when they get spanked. What was it? 13-3? Or the next map was just
13-3. Yeah, and then 13-6 after that as well. So, yeah, look, I agree, and I think we are probably going to mention throughout the next few days about Order's pedigree in this tournament and their favoritism. But moving ahead, of course, to what is probably my favorite segment of any show that we've ever done. It's the match of the Monday, of course, labeled to Mr. Robert Monday. Take us through what is your match of the day.
Look, the match of the day for me is Fun Crew and Mind Freak. Now, it is hard to go past Honey Badgers and Bonkers, but I do think, you know, prefacing it coming into this competition, Fun Crew and Mind Freak for me, the fact that we'd just seen Mind Freak kind of being dropped by the Chiefs, it created that narrative, it created that storyline going, what is happening in Valorant in OS? Thank God they've been picked up by another notable org in this region. And the fact that both of these teams are in that lower bracket, I think goes to show that, you know, after Order, there is quite a bit of a dogfight between 2nd and 6th, I would say, is probably where we kind of sit both of these teams in. Fun Crew have, for me, just been a team that have consistently stuck around for some time. And you know, I'm really looking for 2022. I really do want to see Xenox, and we were just talking about that. I want to see teams like this really breaking through and starting to compete against Order, because not only is it good for Order, it's just overall good for the region. And I'll bring it back to the earlier conversation. It's good because we now have an actual pathway into an international tournament that then will give us that opportunity of continuing to build.
Yeah, of course. It makes the most sense when you sort of put it like that. And also the pathway to that APAC region as well. So many different teams that are going to be participating in that gives the Oceanic teams so many opportunities to actually practice against teams of that caliber, which is a very strong region. So that itself, you know, you think about when we had the NA pathway, it was like one game, one and done. If you lost that, you were out, you know.
Oh,
so you didn't really get that
bracket
opportunity.
Was announced?
Yeah, and you didn't really get that opportunity to test yourself multiple times. You're not going to learn much off one game. So being able to be in a position where you can hopefully play a lot of different games against a lot of different opponents in the SEA region is going to be so important, and it goes for like what 3 weeks basically. So hopefully you can get your fair chance of games in. It's great for Order, and then obviously Order then come back to the region. They play at a high level that forces everyone else to play at a high level, and that domino effect really then kicks on. But bringing it back to match of the Monday, obviously you prefaced it beautifully, Rob. Mind Freak, Fun Crew, two of the more notable names obviously in the region, but Honey Badgers and Bonkers, by no means is that going to be a slouch of a game either. I think it's going to be two amazing games today that you're not going to want to miss either of them. I think really it comes down to Mind Freak and Fun Crew. The fact that one of them will be going home already is obviously disappointing. If it's Mind Freak, that is bitterly disappointing. Of course, there's only really two organizations in this tournament. For one of them to be Mind Freak, an established organization that's been around in the Oceanic region for such a long time and such a talented team as well. And the fact that they're, you know, already here, the fact that they lost in the upper bracket quarterfinal, that in itself was surprising. And then you need to now run the entire lower bracket. It's a tough road for a tough team. Breeze is their most played map, 75% win percentage. I said in the green room at the start, it's easy breezy for Mind Freak on Breeze. And hopefully for them, if they can get that one through, that might help them out. But I would imagine that will be difficult to accomplish. In terms of the predictions for that game, though, it's hard to look past Mind Freak. It's hard to say that they're going to drop this one to Fun Crew. But I think whoever does win, I'm looking at a 2-1 scoreline, regardless of who wins it.
Okay, that's fair enough. Look, honestly, just looking at that stat there about the fact that they're playing on Breeze so much, it's only been played 11 times, and of that, 4 of those games have been Mind Freak. Of that, 3 of them have been won by Mind Freak. We'll move forward to the next conversation, of course, which is Honey Badger and Bonkers. Now, I don't really know... I don't know. I don't know where I land in this matchup. I'll be completely honest. I think that both of these teams, they have their heavyweights. You've got nice hacks on Bonkers, even RDW. I think you could definitely put up there in the mix. I look to the likes of Panic. I look to the likes of Punda. Both of these rosters, right, coming into this kind of a matchup, again, knowing the fact that it's fight or flight. Again, remembering the lower bracket is quite detrimental. It's quite a scary place for some of these teams to sit, because it really is. It's not one and done, obviously, because you get your 3 maps, but it does put you up against the grain a little bit. And I mean, what are the thoughts overall here? Like, do you have any kind of titles here? Like, are you putting pins on either of these, or is this kind of one of those ones where we sit back, we watch, and we see?
I mean, you're going to obviously take into effect Honey Badger's performance against Order, taking that map off them, right? That obviously gives them some credence coming into this matchup against Bonkers, who at the moment, you know, lost 2-0 to Iconic, a team that's obviously doing very, very well, hence why they're in the upper final. And then obviously dispatched Krimas pretty comfortably 2-0. I mean, the scorelines were relatively close. I think that the biggest thing for this matchup is going to be the map differential between the two of them. And unfortunately, as always, Rob, I don't really do my homework, and I've completely missed it this time for this matchup since we did the match of the Monday, which very quickly, by the way, Fun Crew never banned out Breeze in any of their matches, so they might feel pretty comfortable to allow Mind Freak to bring that through, but we'll see. That's an interesting one to keep on. Do they ban it? Do they allow that to get through? I'm definitely going with Honey Badgers though, but I don't have any reason why other than just armchair expert looks at the results and says, I think Honey Badger will get it done.
We love that.
At I'm Avril says LPL Valorant feature this tweet on the countdown. Of course, you've got to give it to old Kevin Walker there, who of course will be taking everyone through the games later, not too far away from that happening. We've got 10.5 minutes until the games. This is why it's called the countdown, because the countdown until the show starts. Now, moving forward a little bit, in about 20 seconds, Rob, you're going to be doing a nice little throw because we've got ourselves a little bit of content with one of the best observers in the Oceanic region for any title. It's going to be Crash. Do you want to do the throw for this one? You got 10 seconds.
I mean,
Come on.
you've almost done it very quickly.
Quick.
I did the biggest thing before. I did the biggest armchair expert. I said iconic players when I definitely meant to say Craig. By the way, we're going to go to Crash with some insight on a matchup. Let's have a look.
Hey guys, it's Crash here, and welcome to the first episode of Catch Up with Crash. This is a segment where we go over some cool strats of rounds that were shown during VOT, and we get to break them down for you guys to enjoy. Today, we're going to be looking at a really cool double fake coming out from the side of Honey Badgers up against Fun Crew to secure the last round of their attacking half on a Sun. So, towards the start of the round, we see a 2-3 split coming out from the side of Honey Badgers. We see Fulvis and Milky looking towards B main, and we see Jelly D, Cream, and Swab all posted up towards this A main position. So the whole idea of this strat is to get that lockdown, get Milky to use some of his Astro Stars to get the fake down, and now you push the players off of Fun Crew to the back of the site. And whilst this is happening, the whole idea is you want to fake this site, then you want to go towards A and make it seem like you've just exploded onto A. So this is exactly what's going to happen here. Fulvis and Milky look to just sell the fake. They're not going to get too aggressive here. And now the Honey Badgers members towards this A side are going to look to get very, very aggressive here. So as we see Trailblazer, we see Shock Darts, we see Recon Bolt, we see Cream dash onto the site, and now they're trying to sell this fake. There's only one smoke used here, so Heaven's completely exposed to them. So Lu can go for basically any pick he wants to here. Dragon and Flesh just look to go for more fights, and this is where the round gets interesting. Cream and Swath managed to go down without actually getting a single frag. So now the round's turned into a 3v5. So they managed to get the B site for free here. Milky gets the plant down, no contestation at all, and Fulvis has now crept his way into this advanced position here. And here's where Fulvis gets an insane play, manages to take out Kyoto, Dragon, and Blue as well. They all line up for him, and in the meantime, Jelly D also manages to take out Fleshes, rotating into market by himself. And I think that's what makes a really good team here. They know how to play in these very unfavorable situations. And look what happens: a 3v5 becomes a 3v-none.
Thank you very much, Crash, for that valiant effort of a breakdown. No, nowhere near it. You can't tell me a double fake where you lose 2 of your players is a good idea. It all rested on a 3K. That's all that rested on. I love the breakdown. Crash, my boy, you've done me dirty there. We really hyped you up. We threw you to this catch up with Crash, this segment that was going to be beautiful. And you've given us a double fake that ended with 2 players dying on the site. Granted, they ended up winning. But look, okay, I will definitely say this. It is a little bit cheeky, obviously. The double fakes are always going to end up baiting out utility. It ended up doing so. I mean, Jet's ulti was popped nice and early there. The biggest issue for me, and I'm going to rip into shreds, that all comes down to a 3K in spawn. Like, if he's not aggressive, I reckon that's Dunskies. I don't reckon you're going to hope in hell holding a 3 versus 5.
It's good positioning, isn't it? I mean, look,
I'm
the
just
fact
cheeky.
that it's a 3-2 split, and I feel like the 3 probably needs to be doing a little bit better to at least get 1, right? Like, you've got to be getting at least 1 there. But I think they recovered pretty well, to be completely honest, to get 1 mid and then 2 on site, and then being able to defend their, as you said, aggressively, knowing if they sit back on site and they allow the retake to happen, they're just going to lose the round. So yeah, look, it was nice idea, execution a bit poor, and then they somehow executed nicely at the very, very end with a nice 3K clutch. So that was an interesting one. Hopefully tomorrow we can have a better Crash segment. Maybe he can give us something a little bit better than that. A 2-3 split that was a little bit astray. But hey, sometimes it's not about the execution, it's about the clutch. And in that instance, it was very much about the 3K clutch, Rob. So hey, that's the beauty of tactical shooters and what you can sort of come up with. I'm sure someone sat back and was like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna send 3 over to A, and then we're gonna have the 2, they're gonna come in late, we're gonna bait out. And they're just masterminds, Rob. I would never have been able to think of that. Let's be honest.
But see, There's a saying that not everyone says it, but you're so tricky you tricked yourself, okay? So tricky you tricked yourself. That's the issue there.
Yes.
By the way, I could see that Crash was in the Twitch chat, so Crash, of course, nothing but love there, mate. I can't do a single thing better than that. So, look, in summary, Crash, nice effort. We got halfway there. I reckon tomorrow you meet us in the middle. You meet us in the middle, and we just absolutely smash that.
Awesome breakdown though, Crash. Well done. Make sure everyone go and follow him on Twitter. What is it? @CrashObs, I'm sure. If it's not, then that's my bad. But yeah, awesome job. Awesome observer. And we'll see more from him tomorrow. Now, very quickly, we've only got about 5 minutes left, Rob. It goes quickly. It's when you're having fun. We've got the talent pick'ems to discuss here very quickly. Now, for today's broadcast, it's going to be about ourselves and who we think is going to take out the entire tournament. Lo and behold, no surprise, we've both gone with Order.
There's no conversation
Shocker.
at this point, Xenox. There's no conversation whatsoever. It is literally like everyone at home was just like waiting for the Order logos to come up, because there is no one is matched to this squad right now. You know, you look at I'm going to go ahead and hit it with a bit of a flashback here. You look at the two big gunners. You're looking at Texter, you're looking at Tux, you're looking at the history that those two players not only have individually, but what they have together, bringing that into a roster that absolutely just demolishes, man, that is something for the ages. This roster is dangerous. They have proven it over 8 months, and I don't think there's anyone else you could even put close to them. Yeah,
and then they've basically won everything that there is to win over the last, I was going to say months. You could probably say the last year, realistically. So I think for Order's sake, this is the storyline that we are very much setting out here on the table, is that this is their tournament to lose. Plain and simple. If they lose it, it's a surprise. They're the Goliath. Who's going to be the David? Is it going to be iconic? Even if it's going to be someone like a Mind Freak, running that gauntlet, making it to the grand final. Maybe Honey Badgers, can they get back, have another shot at Order after taking a map against them? So that's going to be some of the storylines taking place over the next couple of days. We've got Minnie in the tweet there asking when Grimace is going to play. They'll play next tournament.
That's nothing but BM. I'm not gonna lie, you've done them so dirty there. That is
next tournament
rotten. Next tournament in another. God, I don't even know when the next tournament actually is, because they certainly are not going to be going to APAC, so that's for damn sure. But yeah, look, overall, I think that there's no brainer. There are some teams that I think will eventually get to the point where they start to compete, but I just can't see it being.
It'll happen.
Maybe
it'll happen.
Maybe it will. Look,
it has to happen.
When you look at stage 2 of last year, Order shut the bed, I'm not going to lie. You know, they went down 3-0 to what I believe was back then wild card. So, you're looking at a bit of I would say a misstep on Order's behalf, knowing what they were able to achieve last year. And I do remember seeing comments made on Twitter, the fact that they just really took it for granted. It was a best of 5 as well, so they really had every chance to get back into it. So who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe we're jumping the gun here early. Maybe one of these teams really do make that run. Maybe Iconic knocks them into the lower bracket. What do you reckon? Surely.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. There's a lot to sort of take in. There's a lot to sit back and watch. The next 4 days is definitely going to give us some answers, hopefully. This was, of course, the first episode of the countdown. It went pretty quick. We've only got 2 minutes, and then pretty much we're going to be going into the games. We'll be throwing it over to the guys who know exactly what they're talking about. And very quickly, speaking of quickly, I've got 60 seconds to do a quick TLDR for those who've maybe only just tuned in. Of course, the games are very much about to start soon. Let's go and have a look at about what we've gone over so far. 60 seconds. Where's our timer? There it is.
When you're ready.
Ready,
set, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
We started the countdown. It's our first episode for this split, and obviously we introduced myself and Robert as the hosts. We're going to be here today, tomorrow, the next day, and then of course grand final day. We went over the first week playoff highlights, discussing day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. From there, of course, we had the match of the Monday and discussed our favorite match of the day, which is going to be Fun Crew and Mind Freak. Of course, there is another match in Honey Badgers and Bonkers. They are second place on the Monday tier list there. there halfway through. And of course, then we started to discuss a couple of little ad-lib moments, a little bit of banter, bit of shit talking as well. Of course, we had catch up with Crash, and he broke down, dissected an amazing 2-3 split that was, well, in the end, quite a stray, but a nice 3K clutch ended up saving it. From there, of course, we had the talent pick'ems. We both went with order. We're both going to be correct. Then we get to the TLDR, which is finishing in 1 second. Bang!
Shoo! What an effort.
That was our 60-second wrap
not
up,
gonna
of
lie.
course. 35 seconds, and then we're going over to the host. Rob, this is where you do your thing.
This is where we do our thing. Look, absolute pleasure to take everyone through the countdown. It's been 30 minutes of nothing but absolute garbage coming out of our mouths. I said wrong players from wrong teams. Xenox said he didn't do his research coming into it. Crash has gone and done us dirty with some ridiculous play. We expect better from him tomorrow. We expect better from us tomorrow. However, one thing we can certainly expect for today is none other than a bloodbath. That's right. We're going to wrap things up here. We will see you later on, but we're going to leave you in the capable hands. See you later.
We're in the playoffs. It's going to be a damn fun time here. We've got some big games coming up. And look, they're not only playing for money, they're playing to make it to the APAC Masters.
So last week we versed Iconic, got 0-2'd, but we're looking to bounce back, keep the momentum going after beating Primus.
What is that shot?
I think after losing the order, we were a little bit heartbroken just because to kind of get to that grand final spot is a lot harder.
Reem is in such an awkward spot.
Order.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That focus. Thank you, Crash, for taking us this way. Texter, come on, mate. It was just so easy.
Mind freak.
He's still going. Gets the reload on. It's all about the timing and what comes through.
Honey badgers.
Make sure you watch how we play because we're going to claw our way to the top.
The lineup is going to be great.
Iconic.
Take a toll of your economy in the long run.
No way, Paddy! There's no way!
Fun crew.
That's going to be Dragon. An opportunity. No! Oh my God!
Bonkers.
So this week we're looking to run the gauntlet and we're going to send everyone home.
Single camera.
Oh, what is this?
That's
the biggest net I've ever seen. On the paint shells.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player you're potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play.
No, oh my God!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunder.
So they do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! He's shooting! Oh my word!
Back in playoffs here. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Jake, for that countdown. I'm here, Avril, with Pilly as we head into the final section of playoffs here in VOT Stage 1 for 2022. And I mean, dude, we're in top 6 territory now. We're in the real business end of the tournament. We've already eliminated teams, and now tonight, more teams will go home.
Yeah, I think this is arguably the spiciest part of the tournament because really the question on everybody's lips is who's going to try to contest for that grand final spot, come through the lower bracket and try to test order. And I feel like down here in this lower bracket, we've got a lot of strong contenders. And on paper, I feel like either of these matchups can go any which way.
And if you just joined us for playoffs here, you've missed some really good games, but the best is still yet to come. If you're not too sure how this all works, let's go ahead and break it down.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
And there it is, heading into playoffs and eventually APAC playoffs as well, and then maybe even Masters on board for our top team going through. So a lot to play for there, Mitch. It's a big one.
Yeah, it's what we see in so many other esports is you see Oceania go and test their mettle against the best that Asia has to offer. And I think that if you look at how Valorant's shaping up at the moment, you've seen such good performances last year from a lot of these teams in Asia, at least on the international scale. And even in some of their home regions, they're getting tested by new teams. So I think it's a really, really strong region to send one of these Oceanic teams through to and see what they've got.
Let's look at the money on the table here as well. Every team will walk away with something. 7th and 8th place have already been decided. 6th and 5th place will be decided tonight. That will leave the top 4 after this evening, Mitch. So, I mean, into the real money part, obviously number 1 is going to be the 9K, right? The top is 25K prize pool overall. And on top of the 9K as well, qualification to APAC playoffs. Like we sort of mentioned, that's probably the biggest deal. That's the main thing people want to be playing for, on top of all the money as well. So we've had already 4 great days of gameplay. We've watched over many games that was following the group stage as well. So these same 8 teams have had plenty of gameplay now across facing each other.
Yeah, for sure. They've had a lot of reps. You've had the group stage, like you mentioned. You've already had a lot of these teams be somewhat familiar with each other in different iterations, going back to some of the smaller tournaments before the official circuit kicked off for 2022, as well as the cores of these rosters going up against each other last year. So there's a lot of familiarity there. But these teams' relative form, and as well as how much effort they've been putting in, how much practice, what kind of pocket strats they've got, and how much preparation they put into the individual matchups. There's so many different factors that can weigh in to see who's going to actually come out ahead in this lower bracket games.
Yeah, I mean, as we look towards our highlights here as well, we're just, some really good skill being displayed across the board, I think, but mainly from top dogs, obviously, in order, and some surprises in some other up-and-coming teams as well that, we look over towards the previous bracket. It's like the opposite team in some cases of where you would have thought the bracket was going to go. And this, I think it really just shows the closeness, right? It shows how tight the competition is, even with order, but especially after order from 2 towards 8. The fact that Criminous Disciples and Bonkers had to, face each other in the first lower bracket game, or, in lowers round 1, that's pretty nuts that, one of the next favorite teams after order already had to get eliminated. So we have some really tight competition.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you've already seen, like you mentioned, some great teams go out already, and you're going to get to see 2 teams that really could have been competitive in towards that upper bracket portion as well. Like I said, the competition is so volatile at the moment. Teams are bringing all different levels of form at the moment, and it's hard to kind of tell who's going to come out ahead in some of these matchups. So I think these lower bracket games are really, really exciting for those reasons, and I think you've seen a lot of teams, even who maybe not have brought the best form in the group stage, coming to the playoffs really, really hot. So it's going to be interesting to watch, and I think the games are going to deliver no matter what.
I mean, you look at the 2-1s across the board in the upper bracket. Maybe even a surprising map loss for order there, but a very well-fought game overall, until we got to the 2nd and 3rd map, you could probably argue. And then you have the lower bracket games, which we'll be looking at over today, followed by tomorrow we'll be playing over, the order iconic game. So as we look forward to, the fact that I did mention we've already gotten past lower round 1, we're into lower round 2 now. We're going to be eliminating more teams today. Number 5, number 6 will be decided, and then after this evening, just the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be so important for some of these teams to stay alive in that lower bracket. You see there in the upper bracket, you had Iconic up there, who you mentioned are going to be taking on Order relatively soon. I think that even on their day, any of these 4 teams that you see in the matchup here can probably take on Iconic and can probably do a pretty good accounting of themselves. So it just shows you between 5 different teams, you can't really call the matchups, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see who's coming out ahead on these matchups. Stylistically as well, a lot of these teams playing some pretty interesting styles. You're seeing mixes of structure and, even some throwback comps to like the old school, bringing the breach back in and stuff like that. So we've got a lot of different things that we got to take a look at tonight.
The first thing we'll look at is a zoom in on our number 1 match, or the first match coming on your screen, Fun Crew versus Mindfreak. And Mindfreak, the first team on that list, a team that I would say probably had a surprising loss to Honey Badgers in round number 1, but Honey Badgers also played out of their minds. Mindfreak since then have had this kind of tear in the lower bracket. They instantly demolished Meow Meow. No competition there. Ronski got activated and took his number 1 spot on the stats page again.
Yeah, similarly, if you talk about their run in the group stage, they went down to Krimis, and Krimis are no longer in the tournament. So that kind of shows you just how tight some of these matchups can be. I think Mindfreak, they're still finding their feet. They're still trying to implement, the system that they want to be going for. They've got a player who's very recently moved across into the game over on Soju. But you mentioned it. If Ronsky's on his game, you get a couple of the other guys, a couple of the other win conditions working well for you. Like Watt was quite good in one of the other games recently. You also got Tensai, who had a really big map, you were saying. So there's definitely a lot of factors that could go the way of Mindfreak. And if the overall system is functioning well on top of that, then they're going to be a pretty tough team to beat.
And on the other side of things is going to be Fun Crew, where I think most people would have said potentially a surprising win versus Krimis Disciples, who were, most people would have picked Krimis Disciples to absolutely win that one when you consider a 0-3 team coming through from groups versus a 3-0 team coming in from groups. You said this earlier, Mitch, as well. It's like, now that we've entered the actual playoffs, we've moved away from groups, teams have stepped up big time. Teams use that experience and, are displaying, I think, their real potential now instead of what we just saw in groups.
Yeah, and that's what I think, when you've got players that are not newcomers to the VOT, all of these players have participated in VOT before. So these are guys that they may have looked at the group stage and said, look, this is our establishment phase. This is where we're going to get a couple of reps under our belt and use these for a little bit of practice. And then when we move into the playoffs, we can bring our best level of form. And so far, it's looked very impressive for Fun Crew. I think this is going to be a next level of a test because Mindfreak is quite a solid roster across the board. And of course, they're a team that has that tenure. The core three of them last year did qualify to go overseas. So I think this could be a really good matchup. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. And I think there's a couple of, players that in their roles, you're going to be looking forward to seeing how they perform against their relative counterparts.
Let's take a look at two of those players now. The two highlighted players coming into this particular matchup. It will be the two Jet players. I know we kind of meme about Jet and we kind of meme about the fact that we more than likely pick Jet players, but I think for this particular matchup, Ronsky, one of the top players, if not the top individual player in our entire region currently, and Lou on the other end as well. It says Jelly D, it's actually Lou, who's also been picking up some real heat. Apparently I think we might have lost you there, Pilsky, but for everyone at home watching, Pilly said some great stuff about Ronsky versus Lou, and the fact that Lou's really picked up some really amazing results so far, especially with Fun Crew, and I think two of the top Jet players that we do have in our current region, and this is going to be a pretty intense battle between those two to see who's going to be the superior Jet. Certainly you have the case where Lou has been really, he's catching up big time. I think Lou's been one of the, if not the best Jet player that we have in the entire region, and we do obviously in Oceania have a lot of Jet dominance coming in. So that about does it for the head-to-head. We have vetoes to look at now as we sort of determine where teams will be taking us in terms of maps. I'll be looking at, so the history here is also Breeze Fracture gone. I do believe Fracture has been Mindfreak's auto ban so far. Look at where Breeze sits in this entire thing. Yeah, Mindfreak have certainly banned away Fracture quite often, and Mindfreak do like to pick Breeze, so it could have been a targeted ban there.
Yeah, they've showed some pretty good form on Breeze. It's been one of the main maps they go to time and time again. So I'm not too surprised to see Fun Crew just taking a map that the boys on Mindfreak are very comfortable playing. It's well within their wheelhouse, especially when they're still in the establishment phase of their lineup.
Yeah.
If you're taking away the maps that a team has the most reps in officials on or something along those lines, it can really start to push them to the fringe picks. And that's where, the layers of strats that they have and how much they have in the playbook, it gets thinner and thinner. So I think for Fun Crew, they've gone for Icebox first. They've got 8 reps on it. It's a dead even 50-50 split as for their win-loss. Some of those games they've lost are against Order, Iconic, Bonkers. So these are very good performing teams. So it should be a strong pick for them. As for Mindfreak, they're no strangers to Icebox either. They played it a little bit, got a couple of reps on it. We obviously had that game the other day where they played Meow Meow on it and 13 won them, but don't know if that's really going to be something that you could go back to and say this is their relative level on the map. So we'll see how it all does break down.
Yeah.
As for Bind, we've seen Fun Crew play that a little bit, but their win rate leaves a little bit to be desired for. And the last time they actually played that, they lost at 3-13 to Clarity, who are now Honey Badgers. they lost at 6-13 to Bonkers. So their last couple of games of bind for the boys on Fun Crew have not gone too well. So I'm keen to see if Mindfreak might have found themselves a little bit of an advantage in the map veto there.
I definitely think as far as the first 2 bans goes, it's going great for Fun Crew because both teams actually do ban away fractures. So in a way, if you read into it, Fun Crew kind of get a free ban there, and they get rid of one of Mindfreak's really good maps. But overall, like you sort of said there, should still be a pretty tight game, and Mindfreak still have a lot of other maps that they'll be able to really excel on as we head into Agent Select now. Should be pretty standard stuff across the board. Dragon usually does play Arena here as well.
Yeah.
Ronsky will lock in towards the Jet in half a second. And what else do we have here? I think they go for Sicko will go towards Killjoy.
I think it's going to be Sicko on Sova, and then Soju is going to be the flex. You know, we always talk about these Icebox comps. Yeah, we always talk about these Icebox comps. It's, you know, Jet, Sova, Viper, Sage +1. And for Fun Crew, they've gone for the Rainer on Dragon. For Soju, they've gone for the Chamber. It's going to add a little bit of a different flavor to either one of their comps, and we'll see, you know, how that does boil down at the end of the day. Dragon, he was in some really excellent form in their last series, and he's really been a standout for Fun Crew. Whenever you had that secondary duelist or flex player, because he even plays stuff like Viper and the Sova, who can still deliver, it gives you a lot of depth in terms of the firepower. But at least for Fun Crew overall, I'm really looking through to the other 3, like Easy as well as Precious, to have some of the impact plays that they had in last year's VOT, because they're going to need them to put them over the top against Mindfreak.
And in Fun Crew's previous matchup as well, Dragon really popped off on this Rainer on Icebox. So again, they kind of get rid of one of Mindfreak's good maps. They get to go to one of their good maps as well on Icebox. I mean, you could argue it's even for both sides, but Dragon being unleashed early on for Icebox with this Rainer is important for Fun Crew's success today versus Mindfreak. And on the other side of things, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Soju can do in the Chamber, as you would have known from our previous match there, but a big fan of seeing Chamber being picked up in OCE and how much impact that's had on, you know, teams' impacts for these rounds, economy, everything. But here we go, Pilski. Map number 1 for playoffs in day 5, eliminating 2 more teams. Straight through, let's head over towards Orange.
Yeah, they're wasting no time at all. Ooh, you might get a little bit of a counter wall out there from Precious. Dragon's already started off the accounting, beautifully taking out Ronsky, so a little less firepower on the Mindfreak side. They're trying to force this spike down, but you're getting the defenders already completing this retake here, Kev.
It's actually a really weird plan as well. It's not really good for a default. I mean, it's obviously not in the default position for Mindfreak. 10 side low HP taken down 2 versus 5 now. Fun Crew should be able to just slowly work their way through. They've already tapped the spike, and with that, I mean, like I said, it's not particularly planted for anyone on yellow. That's a big problem for the rest of Mindfreak. Sicko will get one down via the shock dart, but that's really all they have to say about it.
Yeah, I think, you know, that very, very quick straight up mid to B. It's something that you've seen work for certain teams quite a few times. They even committed the orb and the wall just to create a little bit more coverage to get that plant down. But at the end of the day, if you're not putting the frags on the board, you're going to go up against Fun Crew, completing this retake pretty quickly with the numbers advantage. It's going to be pretty hard to convert that round. So especially losing Ronsky on top of the tube there very early on made things quite difficult for the boys on MF.
Yeah, especially when then you in your post punt you go back towards a default position on yellow and green
it's
when
you know for you.
Exactly, like I said, it's planted on the complete wrong side. I think you would have to play your post plant around orange and maybe kitchen to actually set up properly. It will now be the buy up. Let me through from Fun Crew on this anti-eco, pretty much full armors across the board. Marshall and Bulldog online as well. Dragon in position to start farming.
Yeah, so you get Easy already kicking things off with a bit of a shock dart, which is always good in the anti-ecos, just being able to use the util to get some of the kills. Some of the scans in there early on, and actually Mindfreak, they're trying to get this spike down, planted up towards top side. They're going to get away with that. Absolute robbery.
Yeah, that's going to be a free plant into extra money. I mean, that alone, I think, despite how much damage they may or may not do, is going to already be enough. Dragon, great drop down, sees the wall coming up, knows there's going to be a play inside the nest. He's going to eliminate that guy almost instantly. What and Soju, the last one's remaining. Hit Hunter. Couple shots online, but no connections. Flawless to come on through, and a defuse, of course. No one dying here is such a big deal for Fun Crew, but in a way, both teams kind of get what they want.
Well, very, very nice anti-eco there for Fun Crew. You did mention it, though. At least you're able to get the plant. You're able to get a little bit more in terms of building up the ult. But for the most part, Fun Crew going to be super, super happy with how that first round's gone.
Yeah.
They've kicked things off well with their economy, quite strong across the board. So let's see. I'm always keen to see teams' approaches to the bonus round. Lou's got knives ready to go, as well as that Marshall. So he could really have one of these takeover rounds. These are the big impact rounds where if your jet player gets a 3 or 4K in a round like this against the full guns, you are setting your team up for success.
Yeah, I mean, this is great now because you get to pull out the Blade Storm on a round where you otherwise would have had a Marshall, which can still have some decent impact. Timing of these ultimates for a third round is impeccable. Swing from Dragon, instant dismiss away. Perfect play there. Tensai, no idea what hit him. That's going to be one gun dropped on the ground. The good news for Mindfreak is it won't be recovered. Oh my goodness. Lou around the corner, straight into Sicko as well, looking for number 2. There it is on Ronsky. And this gun round has gone fully awry now for Mindfreak. They are in tatters.
Yeah, you've seen Fun Crew run this exact setup against these B defaults. Just a 3-man setup towards B long, and it's already finding them some impact. Watt's trying to dig Mindfreak out of a hole right now. He started them off nicely with a nice little one tap. And meanwhile, Soju, he's taking agency and space over towards this A site. He could be a bit of a difference maker. He's still got the rendezvous available, so has that get out of jail free card to be able to find a pick and get out of there.
Important news that Watt hasn't used Toxin Screen yet, so that's going to come down now. Poison Orb has been placed, won't be able to recover that one. And I think if you're Fun Crew, you almost are okay with allowing the plant to come on through just so you can have some time to recover weapons. Watt's going to eat a pretty sick shock down. The second one will go wide. And with that, 2 guns online with 2 Spectres. Really great recon, and that's going to just be both players on MF instantly deleted. And the last 2 weapons picked up.
What an impact play from Lou. It has to be said, Kev. Like a 3K with the knives. Very little coming into that round for Fun Crew. That's their bonus round that they've won with 4 players survived. They've upgraded a bunch of rifles. That's massive.
Starts with Dragon. Tucked away in the side as well, over onto B main on green. Tensai instantly deleted. Had no idea the Dragon was going to be there. And then Dragon dismissing away means untradeable. And in player advantage, information for FC to use Lou and put him in position with the knives as well.
I'm kind of surprised that Mindfreak has gone down to that, because we've even seen in some of these previous games for Fun Crew on Icebox, they really like to run that heavy B long setup where they're trying to deny those B defaults. And even in the first gun round, that's a setup that they've run. And Mindfreak, with the superior weaponries, they've tried to force that B long control, and they've been punished for it.
Yeah, you do have to kind of drone it out or recon or something, right? You have to use some sort of utility to at least check it, snake bite, whatever. This is going to just be a half bite coming through from MF now. Bunch of half armors, sheriffs, marshals. Ronsky already tagged out, has to back. A little bit of exploration in mid through Soju, and that could be the play now. Getting some confidence from Mindfreak to start walking up. But as I say that, I mean, Dragon taking him down, that's basically your opening on mid. Kind of done.
A little bit of damage onto Fleshes, almost loses his head. And that's really the name of the game for Mindfreak in a round like this. Economic damage, especially with how this half has started. Fun Crew are in such a great position. It's going to take quite a bit of concerted effort over time and just chip damage in from Mindfreak to start to claw their way back into this half on the attacking side. Sicko getting himself closer to the Hunter's Fury, heading into that next gun round. And Mindfreak still plenty of players alive, starting to size up this A site. It's a retake setup here for Loot.
It's one of those unlucky 145s. You hit him to Fleshes there for Lou. There we go. Easy shots. 2 down already. Lou is currently 10-0, working on towards his next Blade Storm. Onsky will recover Spike, but his life is forfeit. Just Sicko now. We weren't expecting to have MF do too much here.
Yeah.
Sicko's going to deny the flawless. That's at least going to be more damage than decent 2 pickups.
You see the confidence from Lou already. It's a worrying sign if you're a Mindfreak fan. It's a player who's kind of having his breakout performance in terms of just having massive impact on that jet. Like, don't get me wrong, he was decent last year, but in the grand scheme of things, the Direwolves roster that Kyoto and Lou came off of towards the end of the VOT last year, stage 2 and 3, they just didn't have a whole lot of deep runs. They were often going out 6 to 8, something like that. So really for Lou, someone that was on a roster that wasn't really finding the results that maybe you know, you'd want someone of his talent to be finding. This is his chance here in Fun Crew to have a bit of a breakout, and he's passing with flying colors here in this really important lower bracket game.
Definitely more impressive in 2022 than his 2021 showing. The drone as well is going to find Dragon's location. That's really decent. Coming through from Mindfreak to not get caught by Dragon, hiding again. Flesh is punished. And this is where Soju and the rest of Mindfreak look to finally be online. Loot will trade back for at least one. 2 versus 3 now. Pit comes down early. And just a hair's breadth away from it landing a shot onto Sicko from that operator.
Yeah, these pits always help out on the post plants, and Mindfreak already starting to adapt. Better utility usage, being aware of that player close. Deal with that setup a little bit more effectively. It's not all done just yet though. Easy. Spotting on the flank, looking for a pick. He's been given it, but he's lost a lot of HP on the way in, so I don't know if Uncrew is still trying to really make this happen as opposed to just keep Mindfreak's economy super low. The more guns they can take off of Mindfreak, they can trade down economy because they are so far ahead right now early on in this half.
Oh, they know that Lou is close by. They heard the operator shot come on in time is really unfortunate. Oh, that is a long peek from what? That's going to drop the pit. I don't know about that coming through from what. And now Lou, 2 players down. He just deletes the Viper, gets rid of the pit, and Sicko falls as well. What's going on? That's going to be a defuse.
Yeah, that's just these smaller kind of mistakes for Mindfreak. They are posturing in a way because of how easy he's positioning himself on the flank over there. He's lost a lot of HP. Mindfreak's well aware he's on 30 HP or something like that. Mindfreak is expecting Fun Crew to be playing for those exits right there. Even I was expecting them to play for those exits. They're not really going for the round too much, but Lou at the moment, I mean, he's 14-1. I was saying it even before. I was like, they've got to retake A setup. I'm expecting him to get the one anti-eco kill and then dash away and wait for the rest of his team. But he's just playing with full confidence, and he is saying right now, I'm winning rounds. I'm not playing for retakes. I'm not playing for exits. I'm winning rounds.
That seemed like a mistake from Mindfreak, though. I mean, speaking of winning rounds, that should have been a Mindfreak round for sure, but what kind of just putting himself in the open there. The only way they lose that round, they being Mindfreak, is for the pit to go down, and that's exactly what happens, taking some big risks against Lou. Soju will miss the shot as well in the tour de force, and now Lou and Easy are going to start punishing.
Mindfreak being presented with so many difficulties right now. They're trying to read the setup, but Fun Crew are switching it up from a 3-1-1 towards B, now a 3-1-1 towards A. Mindfreak still able to buy themselves enough space to get this plant, but Easy around the side has found a great timing. Sicko up top, able to trade one back, and now a 3-on-2 retake for Fun Crew.
Sicko hiding behind wall. He's looking for Dragon up top. Oh, saw their head, but couldn't quite take the shot. Information given to Sicko that would be important, and or rather to Soju, really important. And between the two of them, they'll be able to get those kills. It's just going to come down to Kyoto now for the 1 versus 2 clutch. I think that play from Sicko behind the wall, just brilliant stuff in terms of relaying. The ability for Soju to clean up the kill. Kyoto, can this be a clutch? It is! 1 versus 2! Fun Crew again! They're going to steal away a round that looked like it was dead to rights for Mindfreak.
I don't even... Mindfreak, they are making some pretty uncharacteristic misplays in these last couple of rounds. And, you know, we're talking about the swing from what I was trying to kind of explain it away, say, maybe they're expecting the exits. He's out wide of the pit there, trying to find his way out of the site. You can't explain away that 2-on-1. There's no way you should be losing that any day of the week. You even had the shock dart over the top. You've got the player down on 70 HP.
They just both picked him.
Double swing. They both picked, and neither one of them connected any shots. At the end of the day, that's what it came down to. And Mindfreak right now, these are the kind of rounds that already you're starting to build up this mental deficit where you're losing a lot of rounds you shouldn't be. Early on in the series, you got to see if they're going to be able to recompose themselves.
Disappointed with the accuracy on Soju there. I mean, how many missed Tor shots was that? Too many. Far too many missed Tor shots when you're in a post-plant situation. You got Spike down, time is running out. What has to go for a 1 versus 2? He should be the one under pressure. Felt like it was actually Mindfreak under pressure. They were struggling to get this one guy down, and was just, early on praising them for the fact that Sicko and Soju worked so well together at 2 versus 3 to find 2 for nothing. Yeah. Put themselves in 2v1. That's a done round. That's a finished round.
Yeah, I mean, they did everything right. Like, macro perspective, they did everything right. Even the shock dart as well. But when you can't hit 2 bullets on a player in 2-on-1 double swing, that's worrying. It's very, very worrying.
Can't click heads. Sometimes the other team click the head better. And now, you're down 6 rounds, 3 ultimates on board for Fun Crew. They have infinite money. You got really not much to work through. 1 rifle on Soju. Late storm pop from Ronski as well. Maybe it's Ronski's turn to kind of get this pop-off moment. We've been waiting. So of MF, I think.
Nice little, drone pathing. There's a drone back through mid from Easy, and nicely dodged Hunter's Fury from Soju. Able to get out of there, only taking about 80 damage in the meanwhile. Mindfreak making their egg tree over on towards this A site. They're well aware that it should be pretty much a retake setup here for Fun Crew. Kyoto and Easy just looking for anyone overextending.
Oh, this is a good position for Ronsky. He's eating some damage though, but will be able to sneak away with the kill into Easy. Dragon falls as well, so there goes all your duelist. Lou only needed one knife to connect, he does. And now it's Lou's turn. He's already landed a couple. It's going to be really good for Fun Crew. It's another spike plant situation. Oh, Lou looking for the right click, potentially. Soju connects the trigger first. Pit's available for Kyoto, but he's pretty pushed up here. With them going down now, Fwishes with the wall, looking for the defuse, already halfway. Soju, no, he doesn't make the jump. The Fwishes already comes off. Oh, Fwishes already went off the defuse. He didn't trust it. He thought he was going to die. It's just so impressed. He's completely speechless. So as Pilsky kind of collects his brain, the proverbial gray matter on his keyboard, he has to kind of slowly push it back into his brain. We do have Mind Freak on the board though. That's really good to see. Lou, massive frags in that particular one. 17 and 3 in 7 rounds for what it's worth. Operator on top of yellow. Drone will get that information that Lou is in fact going to be starting on that side. So back over towards mid. No pressure on the A side so far for Mind Freak. And again, Soju, the player that really likes to sneak through in towards orange if possible. And he's all the way now, potentially in this A length, but no, okay. Wishes will see it. Extra pings from Dragon. You can hear players on top of the tube. He's actually potentially surrounded. Has help from Kyoto.
Last player standing.
With that, Tensai the only one left. Tensai the only one getting a kill as well. He's gonna get droned out. That's unfortunate. Probably shouldn't be spending any extra util. No chance for a wall. Chance for another frag. And quickly as that, Mind Freak get one on the round. One on the board, rather. And then straight away back on the loss for the reset. Loss bonus. Their money is still not good. It's Fun Crew looking towards 7. They've technically won the half now. Arrow rifle for Ronsky. No, okay, Tensai's going to pick one up as well. The other 3 over towards pistols. Riz online with just Fury for Mind Freak as well. On the other end, Riz Pit. 4 players on this A hold and instantly Tensai. We first blooded.
Enemy kill.
Yeah, not expecting too much from Mind Freak here. 2 guns, no frags, flawless. 4 players on towards A, MF head. Obviously no clue. Walk into a Fun Crew gamble that pays off massively. Double up those winnings here as we look towards now 8 and 1. I mean, this could have been a 9-0 half, honestly. The way Fun Crew have been going. There probably would have been 2 rounds, as I said, that MF could have been able to take back, but this is a half that is likely to go maybe even 10 and 2.
I mean, legit, this game's kicking off. The weather's kicking off as well. I just went down to a lightning strike.
Yeah.
My good old net has just decided to
You got
start
shock
skipping.
darted.
I got shock darted IRL. That's what happened. Lou is just taking over this game. I honestly, my net skipped out. Lou suddenly had 10 more kills. I didn't even see him.
He's on 22 now, yeah. He's 22 and 3. So, by the way, here's a fun fact. No other person on the server has even got double digits yet. And Lou's on 22. And with that, I mean, we got 3 versus 3. Lou saw the operator. That's an easy shot onto Ronsky. Goodbye. It's almost like Ronsky's invisible this particular game. Lou makes it look that way.
You will not kill my ally.
Rez coming in, though. That could make things interesting. Instantly gets taken out of the equation in terms of the Sage. But at least the Viper's up. And that's what. He's got the pit available. But this is where the counter wall comes in. And you're probably just going to get a free defuse.
Certainly going towards it. I mean, Fwishes again, doesn't trust it. I think he got snaked. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, but that could just be the decay. Time's running out, though. They have to start going in. Fwishes going down, drops to a 2 versus 2. Low HP for Mind Freak. And Mind Freak are getting the kills. Lou's gone down. It's only Easy. Has to go for the half defuse. Where is what? He's not spamming. What was too slow. He wasn't putting damage into the pit. And with that, Easy gets the full defuse and then the kill as well. Recovers the op. No, doesn't quite. That's the only silver lining is they didn't recover the op.
I mean, had to maneuver his way around the wall. And when you're outside of the pit and the wall's up inside of the pit, it's hard to get your angles right in terms of spamming that defuser. So just too many factors going all over the place. And yeah, I mean, that round really should have gone the way of Mind Freak, I'm feeling, especially with the post plant that they had.
It's like 3 or 4 rounds we can describe that way.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It feels like Fun Crew is clutching them all out. Lou in particular is just having an absolute blinder right now. Pit goes down from Kyoto on towards this A side of the map. Lou peering over the top. See if he could just further extend their advantage towards A here early on and find an opening pick. You can see Ronsky so tentative. Doesn't want to overextend to the operator.
Oh, they put some good shots over onto Lou, and they'll push him out as well. Oh, and with that, I think Lou already expended the dash, so couldn't quite get away from Soju. It is traded for Gronsky, though, so both the Jet players will fall. Tensai puts himself into the side angle, tucked away. Kyoto down means Pit is gone, and Mind Freak now. Surely this is their round, especially with that shot from Seko. Can't quite convert onto Dragon, but Dragon, there's only 1 man versus 3.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and you're looking at the off angle here from Tensai. Should be good for it. See if he's checked on towards left side of screens. If so, Watt could probably swing off contact. Just a no-nonsense setup for Mind Freak. Claims that round, but it's only a second and a half where it could have been 4, 5, or 6. We'll see if they can scrape one more together and try to make this comeback start to happen. It'll take at least a third and a pistol. We've talked about how streaky MR12 Valorant can be. It's not outside the realms of possibility, but Mind Freak just haven't turned up to this game yet.
I think I said 10-2 was the scoreline, you know, as you sort of came back. And looking at the situation now, Lou, by the way, has 3 Blade Storms in 1 half, so that will definitely come through this particular round. No Operator being picked up. I think they just didn't quite have the money for it. Here's what it is. Water Force coming through from Soju. Push up A again. Toxin screen placed. Dragon checking extremities over towards mid. Seko now finds a tag, looking for the kill in easy.
Yeah, that easy just running up and down the stairs. He's a Sofa main. He knows exactly how to avoid that Hunter's Fury with ease. Mind Freak having a tough time getting comfortable enough to get this spike down on site, and Lou is comfortable. He's in his element. He's just diving straight through the toxic screen. No respect at all shown by this man, and it's a clean sweep for Fun Crew in another gun round.
Yep, 10-2. That's the scoreline we're looking for. Flesh just finally hits up double digits. I think he got that from the previous round, actually. 11. Lou's almost got a 30 bomb in only 12 rounds, so things are getting real out of hand. This will be a map for Mind Freak to forget about for sure. They want to scrub this one from their memories as soon as possible. Move on in this best 3, because this looks like it's about to get cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, just getting outclassed right now. There's a bit of a jet diff happening, and usually it's going the other way when Ronsky's in the server. But Lou is really showing up right now. This is super, super impressive from him. And just in general, the rest of Fun Crew playing no nonsense across the board around him. See how they go on the attacking side. Already wall invested over towards this B side of the map. Already getting the drone through. Watt's just gonna take the path of least resistance. Bit of a retake set up on towards B. Still got his toxic screen to be able to complete that retake.
It's an instant rotation as well. I mean, you can start seeing Seko moving across. What do we have on board for Watt? He's only got the 1 snake bite as well, so that's going to be... That's going to have to be very well placed. It's already gone down. This is prior to any spike tap as well, so preventative measures.
Oh, such a lineup of players over there. So you have Fun Crew still trying to fight for this site. You get the wall going down, and they're going to be able to secure that plant with the shock darts not having too much impact. So Fun Crew finally getting comfortable in this 4-on-4.
Yeah, shock dart goes really wide. I mean, the recon's going to hit everybody, but what can you do with that information? You know they're all here. Seko onto Flesh with some extra teammate help as well. Ronsky versus Lou. No, Lou gets taken by Soju, so this is a really good number situation. Dragon's caught with a knife out as well. That's a mistake. Perhaps Dragon wasn't going to get too much more done there. I mean, who knows? Soju's on 1 HP. Could see something, but an important pistol. I mean, if Mind Freak don't win this pistol, you can just write this entire map off. You might write this map off, but you're in a situation where, you know, Mind Freak would have been probably in a situation where they have to force if they don't win that pistol.
It's a necessary pistol win. And yeah, you're right. It really does enable them to not have to cut as many corners. Fun Crew They are also not cutting any corners. No crazy force buys trying to close the game out. They know that they could just chill out a little bit. Two duelists investing in sheriffs, looking for some economic damage to make that bonus a little bit less comfortable for Mind Freak. Just chip away at them because you're already so far ahead if you're Fun Crew.
What it comes down to is if you do force from the Fun Crew side of things and you lose, that actually opens a door for a comeback to Mind Freak, so you don't want to do that either. Play things safely. Dragon solo on the A site versus 3. Ronsky saw a leg. And Dragon, that might be enough. That just might be enough to back away a little bit as they explore multiple areas on the map. Lou will cop a big shot but survive.
Got a bit of B-long control here if you're Fun Crew. Space enough for a plant. Don't think there'll be any wall in from the Sage, so it's just going to be the toxic screen and the bodies. Actually, he does have a wall. So if Fleshes can actually commit in towards this, you've got the drone through. A fair bit of utility here for Fun Crew to actually facilitate this spike going down. And in the meanwhile, look at this 3-man walk towards middle.
That's a lot of value on that drone. Saw 2 players got a tag, push Ronsky off. Lou's still low, but like I said, they have gotten a lot of positioning off that. Yeah, here we go. Ronsky does know that Dragon's there, and that's a clean headshot on the Marshal as well. Beautiful stuff. That's the Ronsky that needs to come online. That probably should have come online a long time ago, maybe 10 rounds ago. Here we go on towards A. Soju, the sole defender, struggling to land some shots, but Fleshwolf will just jump down in front of him. Takes them a while to get rid of Soju for the trade. And with the time remaining, I mean, I don't know what direction Easy thinks he's going in, but he's got to commit A.
Yeah, I mean, really, just good damage coming out for Fun Crew nonetheless. 2 guns taken away from Mind Freak, although didn't see whether Soju had actually committed into the purchase. We have seen plenty of Chambers just rely on the Headhunter, and indeed he's got 4.6, so he's alright to invest, but you see him actually really cranking it in there. He's going to get the Vandal and Armor. He's going to have a whole lot less money than the rest of the team, rather than just evening things out across the board.
He sold.
Yeah, he sold it. Alright. So even being this far behind, Mind Freak, they're not going to fully toss their economy in the bin and cut so many corners that they can't come back.
He's gone for full 8 shots on the Headhunter instead, so that's going to end up being the purchase.
Yeah. Gotta be careful though. Dart's going to scan him.
That's not a good scan. Soju could have dodged that. Sees Lou and also sees the bullet coming from Lou.
Yeah, you only need to see Lou to die at this point. And that's another man advantage for Fun Crew, who have got full B long control. You can see Mind Freak is pulling so many of their rotations across towards middle and B. A site's wide open, but Fun Crew, they're not committing to anything. This is just them running their default. They took the initial duel, they took the B long control, and now the world is their oyster. And this is a team that we've seen from their structured gameplay, the way they like to play Valorant. They're quite happy to run this clock down.
And this could be a retake situation now as well, where, I mean, the way that Fleshes is just lurking on A, I wouldn't be surprised if Fun Crew eventually shift over towards there. They're going to explore mid a little bit here as well, into tunnel.
It's all just information gathering, trying to inform their decision making, trying to settle the rotations in the most favorable manner possible.
Tensai? Might have saw an arm on Tensai. Like I said, I think A probably ends up being the play here, as you've had a long lurk from Fleshes for a while now. He'll start pushing up, and I really have no idea. They heard the drone come through over on mid, and beyond that, they're getting faked out pretty hard on B with the fact that Dragon is throwing utility in there, takes a bunch of damage, but is pulling away defenders. What is the only one here? Doesn't check the off angle, has no idea. Dragon even gets a frag over towards B despite basically just lurking. Ronsky hits a 145, and that's one of those hate-to-see moments on the Sheriff.
Yeah. And this is Fun Crew at their best. This is the style they love to play. It's an initial great approach in terms of the default. It's the classic Sova util. You get the drone as well as the dart over towards B long. The updraft from the jet sets him up to win that initial engagement if it's taken by the defense. And from there in the 5v4, it's all just posturing. It's waiting for the defense to make additional mistakes. It's making sure that you aren't getting flanked. You still maintain that map control at your 50%. And then you're just informing your decision making more and more with utility with some of these mid-round pushes. And you finally go for your sight hit at the end of the round.
Standing ahead.
And the round's barely started. Already Soju gone off the map. He died over towards green, just instantly spotted. I mean, Soju's had the worst. Like, your chamber as well, by the way. Rendezvous is there, but just can't be in a position to actually rendezvous away. Always did beforehand. Dragon barely it's a spot on to 10 side, but that's all you really need. And between him and also Lou, I mean, Dragon's not had that many kills compared to Lou because Lou's basically stolen them all. This is just going to end up being a plant with nothing to stop it. Your only real sort of defense there would have been coming through from Watt, dropping down some snake bites. He's too far away. Sicko, 2 shocks, didn't end up expending any of them, couldn't stop the plant either.
Ronski's pegged one back. Watt trying to win this duel with Kyoto, and all of a sudden, you move into a 3-on-3, but there's so much time tipped off of the spike. Even in this 2-on-2, you've got the Sova alive with the Hunter's Fury. I don't think Mindfreak can complete this retake.
Player standing.
I mean, yeah, they got to win these gunfights first, but that's currently not happening. Watt has to find where the Sova is. Gonna force Easy to make the swing wide. He's got the halfway defuse, so there's a word of what can actually win this duel. He's got the halfway defuse, he'll force Easy to swing, but the HP advantage for Fun Crew rather on Easy, just too much to deal with. So 12 on the board now, we're heading towards that 13, nice and quick. One more round for Lou to just pick up a single kill, get to that 30, double the next guy down. I mean, he's already doubled the next guy down, it's freshest.
Yeah.
And send us to map number 2. Send us to Bind.
Yeah, and this has just been domination for Fun Crew. Your Jet, your primary duelist, just absolutely popping the hell off. You've won all of the critical clutch rounds, including a handful of clutches you had no business winning.
I just noticed Ronsky had 1,200 ping for a second there. I think he might have been hit by IRL shock dart as well. What do you reckon?
I'm thinking so, because my net just completely cut out. There was a lightning strike. I saw it off in the distance, and my power did one. You know, I got one of those power surges. And my net was just not having it.
You got a surge protector?
My router was like, see you later.
I was warned to get a surge protector when I came to Australia. These are the things you don't have to worry about in New Zealand, apparently.
Oh, really?
Australia's a different game.
Just
Everything's more dangerous here, I reckon. That's how it is.
It's paradise in New Zealand, isn't it?
It really is. It's like...
That's why all those billionaires just setting up bunkers over there, right?
You know. One Tasman straight away from paradise.
I'll keep that in mind.
Inhospitality, is that a word? Versus paradise. As that's probably the difference between these two teams on this particular map right now. As not looking quite hospitable for Mindfreak with only 4 rounds on board. This could be the last one. They're going to force up with whatever they can. Double Guardians, Marshall, Bulldog, and a Spectre. Viper's Pit will be really good if they can get into a retake. There's no way Watt will just drop this instantly. I think they will desperately need it for a retake. And... beyond that as well, it could be a 5v6 considering that Wishes does have a res.
Yeah, and the weaponry difference is just immense right now. Lose one off his knives as well if he wants to have one of these pop-offs. Ronsky probably going to be the man to take first contact. Pit is actually used over towards B, so can't be used for the retake there, Avril. And you're seeing Fun Crew just setting themselves up over towards this A site. They're already ahead in terms of the gas. The drone has pushed the Sage off the mine, but there is 3 players here for Mindfreak.
Ronsky versus Lou again. Both will survive. Extend their dashes for that trade. The inside's really far up. In fact, well, he's the defender. He's definitely going to be far up. He needs to try and find this plant. So far will only get Easy. Fleshes was right next to him, but inside the smoke. And with that, Fleshes can finally feel the confidence to get this plant down. Checked by Lou as well, who did get a heal up. 3 versus 4 on the retake and the res. That's what I'm talking about, Mitch. That extra res.
Putting them even further ahead. Mindfreak trying to complete this retake, but there's even more stall on the spike. You're getting these snake bites in here, and they're just contesting all of the map control, not allowing them back into the site. As soon as you see Mindfreak crossing mid-site, you just got the crossfires already established, all of the protocols ready to go. And that was really just a perfect game from Fun Crew. No other way to put it. Lou just playing in a world of his own, uncontested by anyone else on the server. And the overall structure from Fun Crew was excellent on both halves.
31 and 8 for Lou. Take a bow.
How much ACS?
Says World and we're just living in it. 452. It's actually not the highest I've ever seen. I think Ronsky did put up 500 plus.
Something, yeah.
Something over 500 in his domination game versus Meow Meow. But I mean, speaking towards that, this might as well have been Mindfreak versus Meow Meow, but the other way around. Mindfreak's the team that was losing here, so they need to do a lot of work behind the scenes in this break. Ronsky's got to check his internet pretty quickly as well to see what's going on there. And the rest of Mindfreak need to address what the hell went wrong on Icebox. It wasn't their map pick. That's the only silver lining here, but their map pick still yet to come. It will be Bind, but it comes in after this break, so don't go anywhere. More VO2 happens after this. Welcome back to VOT here for the first match of the day. Currently in the elimination series between Mind Freak and Fun Crew. And oh my goodness, if it was a best of one, we'd already be finished. That was a fast game. It was a dominant game. Fun Crew had a lot of fun there. Mind Freak were probably freaking out for sure. And they will need that mental reset now as we head into map number 2.
Absolutely, and we talk about the stakes of this game. This is your VOT life on the line, and you see Fun Crew come out with a performance like that. It kind of just puts all of the questions around the group stage to bed for me, really. I think Fun Crew is the kind of team where probably using that for a little bit of practice. They've been nothing but ace in the playoffs so far, but we still do have Bind here. That is going to be Mind Freak's pick. Hopefully they can start to turn things around because, like I said before, at least, it's early on in the year, so a little bit limited in terms of the sample size, but from the maps that Fun Crew's played on Bind, they haven't had a great time on it. Last 2 that they played, they lost 3-13, 6-13, I think it was. So this is a really good opportunity for Mind Freak to try to get themselves into this series because they were completely absent on Icebox there.
So many rounds I think we could both describe as really winnable for Mind Freak, but just very small errors. Some of it might have been unlucky as well. That cost them anywhere between 3 to 5 rounds, Mitch, where, I mean, that would have been more competitive. I don't know that it gets Mind Freak to win the map. I mean, maybe it puts them in a position where they certainly will feel more confident and feel like they have the ability to fight for it, because once we get to the second half in 10-2, you don't come back from a 10-2. If you're on the 2 side of the 10, it's over. You were going to map 2 for sure. So if they maybe made it more competitive, 4-8, I think they can do well in the second half and get that comeback going. But speaking of comebacks, if they're going to have one going, it's going to have to happen on the rest of the series between Bind and Ascent.
Absolutely. I think, we still haven't seen the best out of the Mind Freak team, what they have to bring us. You haven't even seen, I think, Bronski pick up an operator yet because that just of how that game flowed. They just never really had the space or the economy to be able to put one together. And even if they did, my memory doesn't really go so well. It probably would have been lost pretty quickly. I might have had it once, if not at all in that last game. So let's see what we're going to have here for Bind. Mind Freak have had a couple of minutes to recollect themselves, to have a chat about what went wrong. But now, one more map is the difference between them being out in VOT after the core of this team qualified to go overseas last year.
I gotta say as well, because you brought up some map statistics, you said that, some of the more recent binds have not gone well for Fun Crew here. They lost to both Honey Badgers and Bonkers in the group stage, but at the same time, I think we've both declared that maybe the group stage results just don't really have any impact anymore for the playoffs, and I kind of just write that off now. 3-13 versus my Honey Badgers, 6-13 versus Bonkers. Not good when you look at it in vacuum, but to me, currently not relevant, as we're now going to be looking at where their form is for playoffs, and it's damn high currently.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the form factor tells all or whether it is a sore spot in the map pool. Only one way to find out. To get things kicked off early here with Mind Freak looking for some bathrooms control, all grouped up over towards this A side of the map. Want to try to set themselves up with this execute, as you often do see the initiators just being utilized for the utility to take this map control, minimize the risk. But these are tells that Fun Crew have used to move some more personnel over here, and they've got a lot of info with Lou on that deep long B line.
See how far back a lot of the Fun Crew members are playing as well. I mean, Dragon in heaven, Kyoto almost towards spawn as well. They've spotted Ronsky, a couple of shots will be traded back. And now the plant to come on through 10 side. He'll actually fake it, not super confident about it just yet. Doesn't realize how far back a lot of players actually are. And he'll be the solo teleporter through. Lou's actually come on through to get some really decent frags. I mean, Lou's hands on fire from the last game, looking to transfer now. If he kills Watt here, it's all done. It's not going to happen because Sukari gets the back. The backstab. 3 versus 3 as we've reset.
getting this group up towards short here, but there's already a fair bit of utility for Fun Crew. Easy trying to go for a bit of a miscellaneous play inside of his own smoke, try to find a timing or a free peek. Dragon in the meanwhile checked by Sicko. No one ends up the loser of that duel. Footsteps heard by Easy now, and as the Nebula fades, he actually loses his life. That's a man advantage now for the boys on Mindfreak. Dragon all alone inside bathrooms, no assistance from his teammate, who's only now just rotating through market.
Yeah, it's a lot of info as well. They know they got one player trapped in that bathroom. Sicko's not going to push his luck too far with that one. Kyoto only needed one body shot. And Sicko might have had the opportunity to maybe get that insanely good kill, but not going to happen here. That's going to allow both Dragon and Kyoto to link up together for a 2v2. HP advantage is what's below half. First recon comes through, good denial. That's what you like to see. Swing from Dragon could be make or break. It has to be make or break because Kyoto now has to trade. He can't find anybody, and they're both low.
Yep, they can just play with their lives now. One player picking out at a time. He's got the half though. One more ghost bullet could actually win him this round. He knows he's got Tensai in the corner, but the right click on the classic dominates all, as we often see in these pistol rounds. And unfortunately for Oceania, many of the anti-ecos as well. Good start for Mindfreak though. Got that pistol across the line.
Right clicks when you're anti-ecos. Yeah, I think that could have been, you know, had the right click not come on through, and the half defuse was already there. Fun Crew could have actually had that round, so very close affair on our opening pistol. Mindfreak, I think, for the mentals, if nothing else, getting that first pistol underway, not getting spin cycled in, you know, the vortex of Fun Crew, just collecting round after round after round and snowballing. This could be an interesting situation though. Ronsky saw his shoulder. That was brilliant and unfortunate by Kyoto. Trailblazer now to spot the other two. Doesn't dash away. Lou punishes! Lou punishes big time. 2 frags. Flesh maybe pushes us like a little too far. Lou's got 3 still in front of him. Can't quite connect for more though, but 2 is good.
That last one would have been the knives as well, Afro. You could have seen him have one of those pop-off rounds. He's just able to connect one Sheriff bullet onto Soju. That would have been enough. Then it would have been knives pulled, and I think we're talking about a highlight clip. Even so, though, there's been so much damage to Mindfreak, both in terms of personnel and economy going forward. They're really tentative right now, taking their time. But Tensai, good fundamentals, holding down that flank. Drone goes in, looks for the last player, but Dragon, I don't think spotted by it.
No, Dragon over towards Hookah, and the drone just not going to be there at all. So here we go, talking about some right clicks. Doesn't even need one. Okay, well, he got the one, and then that'll be it. To be honest with you, I think if Fweshes doesn't push down long, between Fweshes and Lou, they could have held that Octagon for a lot longer of a time. Because Lou's by himself on a Sheriff, it's definitely more difficult. So, I mean, perhaps Fun Crew getting a little bit too eager there.
They'll take it at the end of the day. It's just an eco round. Taking 3 guns off Mindfreak is absolutely massive. This has forced them into one of these awkward bonus round situations where you're dropping a couple of pistols over. Lou's already got the knives.
Yeah, it's another round 3 timing. It's incredible.
Yeah. I mean,
back-to-back 2 maps.
It has big impact, because even if you don't win this gun round, you go into the eco where you can either invest in a hero rifle or you can go op in towards the second gun round. Aggression down long. Lou trying to be set up to just take that early pick, try to find a man advantage, but even so, it's info for Fun Crew. Mindfreak, in the meanwhile, a lot of tells over towards this A site. They throw down those smokes, going to try to get a little bit of a space to get this spike down.
The Dragon's tucked away as well. Here we go. This could be really interesting. Judge already claims 1. Slam that gavel down, maybe not. Tensai trades backwards, so we're still into action even on both ends. Lou misses knives. That's not what you want to see. He hit those on ice sparks. They'll go wide now on towards bind. Maybe it's the change in climate. Plants already come on through, and the rest of Fun Crew looking for an opportunity to move up and get something done. Lou just on the pistol now.
Yeah, the flashes could really make the difference here.
Yeah, Tensai scanned out, and with that, I mean, Dragon, Kyoto, Lou, they're all getting it done. Soldier's the only one trading backwards. He's blinded. Couldn't see Dragon. Didn't know where Dragon was. My goodness. That was pretty tough. Consider that was still Fun Crew's buy. They only sneak away with 2. It's not as comfortable. It's still slightly better economy-wise because Lou didn't end up buying anything, so that's an extra 2.9k that they can work with.
Yeah.
Possibly for a drop.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Mindfreak in a pretty decent position with the plant and the post plant, and I think Fun Crew having to really pull out some stops to be able to get that defuse off.
Yeah, Mindfreak have a pretty no-brainer of a set play here, though. You've got the Seekers to be able to facilitate one of these site exes, and then you've got the Pit for the post plant. So look, we'll see what kind of approach they want to be going for here. They're still pretty spread out around the map, trying to maintain that map control and see if they can contest things a little bit. Ronski trying to dodge any kind of flashes coming out of Hookah in the early round. And Soju in the meanwhile, you get that combination of the recon and the dog. Gives them control of Hookah, and Ronski is back on form.
Yeah, I mean, Lou's got his crosshair trained towards the Trailblaze, and that's going to give Ronski the advantage. Fletch is now on the side angle.
Yeah, those are the
Seekers
combos.
plus Pit, like you said, and that is, you'd ideally like to see the plant off that, but a little bit of lack of confidence here as they're just waiting for information. All right, they know there's going to be players all over in the normal default positions that the retakes would come on through. You got a couple players really far away, man. Look at where Sicko is alongside what they're playing super far offside. All 5 alive. And with the Pit on top, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, he's still seeing Fun Crew posturing in this kind of retake setup. They know that the pit is quite shallow in towards Hookah's side, so they're trying to find where these additional players outside of the pit are playing and see if they can isolate them.
Tensi's trying to get rid of Easy. That was a Judge as well. Judge could have been really good inside the pit. Tensi has been tagged, but he's fine. He's doing well. It's going to be a flawless coming up board. It certainly is. Seekers into pit.
Yeah.
Lou down early. Couldn't get Tensai. That's going to be enough. That's exactly the type of round you want to see in Mind Freak play. Like you mentioned, no nonsense. They knew what the game plan was, and the execution was perfect.
Especially in these critical gun rounds where you're talking about potential of resetting the opponent's economy. These are the kind of rounds you're playing these initiator-based comps, double initiator comps, where you just need to use the util to take the map control, push things, kind of accelerate the round into a post-plant scenario. You kind of skip the early to mid-round. So Mind Freak, they've earned themselves a reset on towards Fun Crew's money. Fun Crew now back down on the pistols.
Fun Crew going to get eager here. They haven't spotted Ronski, but what is that right click? You talked about the Ghost right click coming on through, and boy, does Ronski feel it. I mean, he's also given plenty of them, so, you know, win some, lose some. That looked like a pretty good setup there. I mean, Soju was going to bait for Ronski, and then Ronski was going to maybe pick up some kills, dash away. The good news for Mind Freak is it will not be a rifle recovered for Fun Crew, so they can be okay with that, at least for the time being. And I don't think Fun Crew will have the confidence to push out that far again and try and retrieve the gun.
Yeah.
But a utility being traded across the board and towards Hookah.
Mind Freak
two-man set up in Beav.
Mind Freak just need a group and hit a site here. When you're 4-on-5, especially anti-eco, you just need to keep things simple. I like that they're just grouping and heading towards B. The Trailblazer in middle, dealt with by Sicko. That's a little bit of info, but you can see Fun Crew quite happy to sit over towards this A side of the map. You've still got the toxic screen from Mind Freak over there, so that might kind of incentivize them that maybe it's going to be over towards A, but you do get this push straight out along B. They're just ignoring Hookah. Lou lets one pass.
And can't quite connect the shot onto Soju, who didn't know he was there. As the two ships pass in the night, one decides to ram the other. Tensai in a good position now to find 2 rotators. Once the smoke drops, we'll get that in what? Also converting onto easy. So with that, last 4 players should be able to get the cleanup. We talked about that one loose rifle as well. Dragon does pick it up. We'll see what Dragon wants to do with it. Maybe just go for some damage.
It was a good save for Mind Freak, no doubt about it. Dink onto Tensai makes things a little scarier. Mind Freak definitely don't want to be dropping additional guns if they can avoid it. But Dragon just a little bit too sharp right now. Tensai still swinging with the confidence from CT. So many guns going down here. Flesh is just trying to keep them in the sight. It comes down to one player. That is so much economic damage done just with little investment for Fun Crew. And now you look at their gun round coming up. 3 ults ready to go. 1 off the Cosmic. Their ult economy looking a little bit better. Mind Freak not far off. Maybe get some orbs farmed up. A couple of frags in there. They could trade out in terms of the ults, but definitely not this round.
I mean, look, Mind Freak will still have money to play with for that, but they definitely gave a lot over to Fun Crew considering, you know, I mean, if you look at the remaining money for Fun Crew, it'd be a lot less with the lack of those 4 additional kills they managed to find. We'll say the 3 additional, because the one they got over towards Ronski over on exiting showers is, you know, okay, decent, give you that. Everything else was kind of unnecessary as we look towards...
Lou's on the op now. On that DP line set up nicely by Fleshes on that Sky. And these are the kind of positions that on Bind and on a lot of maps in general, you can put your Jet on a deep line where you have a lot of info. You can do your absolute wonders. Pit's in short 8 for Fun Crew this round. So very, very difficult for Mind Freak to try to work that part of the map. They're going to start heading back towards the B side of the map. And Ronski is on that entry duty. His secondary weapon right now is a Spectre, so you can see he's really going to embrace this entry jet role.
Working off the drone there as well. I don't know if the drone's going to see too much there. Kyoto counter droning, so it's going to come down to Sicko to break this, and just not doing a good job of it. In fact, he's doing a pretty poor job of that, but they don't reveal extra information. They already knew that Sicko was there anyway, because he already placed the initial drone. Off angle coming through from Fwesh is over on long. Might get checked out by the Trailblazer. Indeed does. So Fwesh now has to get out of dodge. Vronsky looking for the kill. Oh, the snake bite is open. Just missed all the shots. Lou swings around for the operator. Gets a secondary kill as well. Fwesh is converting onto Soju, and it's falling apart for Mindfreak, who had a lot of numbers here. And they could not get... Who was this? It was Kyoto down in enough time, and Kyoto stayed alive for way too long.
Yeah, well, the pit just disrupted all of that short A control. What now? Trying to fight for his life. See what more damage he could do to Fun Crew, because their money is still a little bit shaky. Lou checks him, traded out. Spam through from Dragon is enough for what to... See those bullet traces, and even the spam through the side of the hookah wall. That's great damage on the backside, and you can see the effects of that on Fun Crew's money. But just to rewind things back to that last round, Mindfreak, I was saying it right from the beginning where Fun Crew, they set Lou up on that deep B line. They had Fleshist on towards long B as well. You can't force an exec out of hookah like that without any long control. You know, it's just too one-dimensional. You're effectively just forcing yourself into a crossfire. Yeah, very, very hard to make that work when it felt like Fun Crew had all of the positions, all of the angles, and Mindfreak were just trying to force a square through a circle hole, you know?
Square through a round hole for sure. I mean, they were looking for some long. We did see that Soju working his way up against Fleshes, but solo player up against two.
Yeah.
Timing-wise, wasn't going to work out because he had to fight somebody. But a util exchange happening over on, I think it was, when was that? Was that A? Losing my mind here a little bit as Kyoto's going to just drone through and see what he can find.
That damage from what, though, last round? It gives Mindfreak an opportunity here, Kev. They could reset Fun Crew in this round, and we're talking then about a 5-2 half up against Anti-Eco. Very, very doable to start to take over this half for Mindfreak. This will be a big swing round for them.
Yep.
Drone through hookah comes out. Flash from Fleshist in response towards long B, but you don't have the jet on the line. Dodges that drone, and that was a cute little usage of the stars from Easy out on the other side of the map. Just pulling back that star in towards hookah side to try to get Lou that pick. But as the Trailblazer comes out from elbow and doesn't see anything, I think Fun Crew know that this is probably going to be a play towards A.
Yeah, it's going to be multiple walls coming down. Both of the Toxin screens, both of the Cosmic Divides as well. Ronsky gets the initial pick onto Dragon, so it's going to be one of our walls deleted. I don't know about you, mate, but you can't really see too much in these sort of situations. It does give Mindfreak a free plant. And a further conversion onto Fleshes. Same position that Easy was on previously, and this time he'll get two with the Judge. That's a little bit criminal. As the timing's not working out for Lou. I think he saw a leg. Yeah, he did. Can't quite connect the secondary shot.
Fun Crew is still trying to make this retake work. Lou's got knives, but he's wondering whether to pull them, because if he does, he won't have access to them next round when Fun Crew might be out of money. Mindfreak just playing it by the numbers right now. They got a star on the bomb. They got the snake bites to play off. Rodsky's still got U-Haul control. Fun Crew gonna just turn to save.
I mean, if Kyoto wants to go for that's one thing, but for everyone else being just the one guy of Lou, the operator too expensive to let go here, too important on this defense. And they'll have both of their guns. They'll even take away an extra. As I think Vronsky was just kind of knife walking there, so it's a bit of a freebie. Not too sure about that.
We'll see. I mean, he got faked out by the footsteps at the end of the day. Just good play out of Kyoto there, knowing that he could fall away from U-Haul and then play that off angle. Gets an easy kill on the exit. These are the kind of plays that someone like Kyoto, he's got a lot of experience. He can make a lot of the time. As we see this half buy come in here from Fun Crew, not really fully investing into this round, but playing around the operator and giving enough firepower to actually make this round work if they are able to hit some shots.
Yeah, well, Lou is going to start over towards B long where nothing is happening. Well, the fact that they've double drone already, so Trailblazer in showers, our drone over towards A short, Easy will at least get the one down. And that's decent damage coming through from a Frenzy and a gun disadvantage. At this point, you have to expect some more rotations. Lou's come through really slowly. The one rifle, by the way, has already been taken away. Dragon's lost that. It's going to come down to Fletcher's now for a big flank on short to get it done. 2 versus 2 though with the spike on the floor. It's good for Fun Crew so far. They've managed to maintain even numbers in a situation where they didn't have the same weaponry. There's not been a plant yet either.
Oh, it's planted right in front of Lou. Easy kill for him. Sicko scored the audible, made the push through Spawn. Now into a one-on-one here. Fleshes with no armor.
Planted for Sicko as well, by the way. So we'll have vision on that spike. Jump peek. Good dodge. Excellent damage. And then there's the wallbang as well. Bronski, you want an operator? Not quite yet. It's alright, buddy. We got the round. That's important. 6-2 now. Brilliant first half so far from Mindfreak. And for Fun Crew as well. I mean, that was a tight round. 2 versus 2. Came down to a 1 versus 1, but expertly played there by Sicko.
They've all been tight, especially economically speaking, because even when you've had these teams that seem to be winning the mid to late round engagements, when it comes to the exits, so many guns have been dropped on the backside of the round. It's keeping both of these teams' money relatively low outside of maybe Ronsky and Sicko on Mindfreak's side. Lou going to pull the knives here and again playing over towards this B-long area. As for Mindfreak, running a bit more of a default this round. You can see this short A engagement could definitely play a factor because you can see Mindfreak now have information that no one's in bathrooms. It's free real estate over there.
Soldier just pushed, yeah. He's kind of just walked in. No U-turn on the floor there either. They'll discover that soon. Spike's even going to come through from bathrooms. It's going to be a bathrooms plant. Be the case. Slow rotation. Kyoto's only coming in now. Hunter's Fury being popped through from Sicko. He earned a lot of that from his previous round. Ooh. And with both players down, I mean, it's looking awful. They've teleported in. Sicko now first up on contact if Wishes pushes through.
That was a beautiful third charge on that Hunter's Fury to clear out Cubby. Just assisting that frag. Lou's probably got to go huge here, but the off angle is too much for him to deal with. Fleshes gets traded out. Sicko, as well as just the rest of Mindfreak, doing an excellent job in this round. Sicko really enabling this round to go so smoothly off the back of a beautiful ult, as well as just playing perfectly off of his teammate. I really think that Sicko made a massive difference with that ult in that round. Entry definitely would not have gone that smoothly if he wasn't able to drone correctly and to just set up for that ult.
It's definitely back-to-back rounds as well. I would have said, you know, the fact that he did win that 1v1 in the previous round and worked that 2v2, got Lou down in heaven, played the plant positioning, and then this round, like you said, all the things he did well with his utility and ultimate, and then also being able to control showers at the end there, call Soju in for help. They play off each other to make sure that Fleshes can't get an entry. So,
what a turnaround. Look at this. 7-2 for Mindfreak, a dominant attacking side, a great economy to boot. Completely different game.
And a really smartly played as well. I mean, this isn't just one player popping off. It's not the Ronsky show. I mean, we've been asking for some time now. Are we going to get a more well-rounded MF where you're going to see the fundamentals really come on in? Everyone's kind of pulling a lot of equal weight. Not to say that just watching the Ronsky show isn't entertaining. It's fun. But this is a very high strategy Mindfreak coming through that is dismantling this fun defense.
The shock darts. Pit up against the pistols here. Soju actually goes through the TP.
Yeah, okay.
Look at Fleshes. He's already got him dead to rights. Maybe not.
I think he put the shots in. Soju survives though. Now they could just tie each other up in a 1 versus 1. Definitely bad for Fun Crew considering they have to get this retake going, but I think the goal is just to get some damage in. If Fleshes wants it, they are just in this kind of flash duel. Currently, Fleshes checks the wrong angle. It's a 50-50. Drops the Sheriff over, and now the rest of Fun Crew just have to kind of run in there and die.
Yeah. Not getting any damage done. Mindfreak have done a really good job of cementing their economy. Of course, I've cast a curse to a couple kills coming back the way of Fun Crew, but not enough to fill you with confidence that they're going to complete this retake or anything. Just being pests overall, farming up some additional ult points because realistically, with only 2 rounds left to play in this half, not a lot of legs left in it. Mindfreak have good enough economy to continue trucking along no matter what. So Fun Crew, really, their objective now moves to scraping together a couple of rounds at the end of this half and hoping that their attacking side is a bit more convincing, but statistically, these last 2 games of Bind haven't looked that good. Yes, it was in the group stage, but I'm not seeing anything here on Bind right now that I'm too convinced by. I don't know about you, Kev.
Yeah, it's going to have to come down to some ults collective, which is only 1 off. You know, Cosmic Divide will be decent for the retake here. Really, it's more so that I've been impressed with Mindfreak than worrying too much about Fun Crew.
Yeah.
I think Mindfreak has just had this big turnaround, especially strategically on so many of those rounds where it could have gone either way. But their defaults Their fundamentals come through big. Vronsky looking for the chase. There goes down easy. Goodbye, Cosmic Divide. He will be missed. Other player in Hookah hiding away. Fwishes will wait for his time. They know he's here now via the Guiding Light. Lou comes through for a frag. And here comes the workaround from Lou and Fwishes at the same time. They are working Mindfreak hard. They've turned this into a 3v3 with Seekers.
Tensai goes through the TP, and the Seeker's going to read his position, so Wesh is well aware that that flank is a potential issue later on in the round. Jellyfish just running everywhere at this point as Mindfreak. 2 players over towards long side trying to hold down this retake.
Oh, what a flash into a spray down. The transfer from Soju will get it done.
Last round in the half.
Got a little bit curious there with a 3-3. I mean, Fwishes and Lou had done a great job working together between Attacker Spawn and also Hookah, but at the end of the day, Mindfreak via Soju, good positioning and plays, and flashes coming through from elbow, completely annihilates Lou with the flash. I'll give them number 9. So I think a 4-8 would have been some sort of consolidation for Fun Crew to maybe come into the second round feeling okay. Best result now coming to a 3-9. And imagine a situation, by the way, where it's 10-2 again, but this time Mindfreak have the 10.
Oh, I'm thinking it's looking likely. Initial duel goes the way of Tensai. That means no toxic screen over towards that B side of the map. And you get the heal straight up. Most of all, I've been really impressed with the ult usage for Mindfreak. The Seekers and the Pit in particular this half have been excellent. You get this mid-round push though. In a 4-on-5, Fun Crew know with a man disadvantage, they got to cut some corners to try to make inroads into this half. What is that shot? The pre-fire through the toxic screen from Lou. And all of a sudden, that was looking like a great start for Mindfreak. They're a man down here, Kev.
I'm pretty sure that Vronsky had a dash there. I don't think there would have been a reason for him to use it anywhere earlier on. I don't think he had another engagement. So the fact that Vronsky, I mean, sure, Lou got that kill as well, but the fact that Vronsky dies over towards Fountain versus 2 players, he decides to take a straight-up gunfight versus them both and then reset. I don't know. It's a tough position, losing a player like that and then losing even more. Lou might just get this kill for free. He's hunting for it. He hears it. He'll see. Whoa, okay, Tensai. Does a 90-degree swing. What? Coming through showers as well. Conversion onto Fwishes. 3 versus 1. The Cosmic Divide from Easy is there, but no guns and really not a lot of hope.
Just a massive turnaround. Really good play there from Tensai. Just utilizing the decay. Running down that clock. Good tap on the spike as well. Just forcing out more and more mistakes to get the Cosmic back. May as well use it at this point. Insult to injury in this 3-on-1. Great turnaround for Mindfreak.
I could have probably have used that a little bit more aggressively towards both Heaven and also the Spawn link, but, you know, we'll give it to them. This actually still means that Hookah, well, not Hookah, Lamps is free for Easy. He just ran out of time here. He's got a Vandal, but he's got so many angles to check. He's literally going to be a player, one in every single position as well.
Yeah.
Post plant happening in showers, short, and also Lamps. It's pretty much impossible for one person to clear all of that in like the 15 to 20 seconds that was remaining.
Well-rounded performance from Mindfreak across the board. Great ult usage. That was what I was really impressed with. All of those pits used in a very smart way. All of the Seekers used well to facilitate and just make some of those sight hits run a little bit smoother. Great Hunter's Fury out of Sicko. He had a couple of clutch rounds. There was no, outstanding player on Mindfreak. It was just solid fundamental Valorant across the board. Very, very nice stuff. Fun Crew now are being put to the sword, similar to the last map, but in a completely different fashion. Similar scoreline, but different win condition for sure.
Yeah, and now when you flip the script this hard, this actually kind of reminds me a little bit of the Honey Badger's order game. Not in the same way, because Honey Badger didn't dominate order, but rare to see, I think, Pilly, that you have back-to-back maps that are dominant from the opposite sides between 2 different teams. Still, though, Mindfreak have to finish this one. It's enough to say that 10-2 is good, but what scoreline do we end with? With the bigger question here.
Dragon started to run out of gas, has to put his orb and his wall down. You've got that bathrooms control, and you're going to use that Trailblazer to try to get some info into sight. No nonsense, 2 nebulas just across the site to create a bit of a wall, but the spike is nowhere near the site right now, so it's going to take a little while longer for Fun Crew to get this spike planted and established, I think.
Yeah, because they're just trying to bat out the gravity well, which they successfully do. It's taken a while now, and all of this is happening. And they've hurt the plant, but you still have a lot of members just kind of hanging out towards B. They haven't really rotated. They'll rotate now. And also with Tensai going for the long flank, they'll be up against Easy in a short while. The rest of the players, as you'd expect, 4 grouped up towards spawn. Full 5 versus 5 retake situation. Tensai has no idea. He probably dies here.
That's a dirty one-way in towards U-Haul. Lou's kicked things off nicely, though, just taking that initial pick from Bathroom side, and Fun Crew are just winning all of the engagements. Easy as you'd like. Sicko left wondering where the rest of his team went. That's a nice tap, but he didn't have enough time to get to the site and defuse anyway, even if he was able to win all of those engagements. And Fun Crew, a very nice pistol from them. Patient stuff. There was a filthy little one-way in towards U-Haul from Dragon there. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
He threw it up onto the tiny little ledge, and
Yep.
you could just spot the feet over through the corner of that. That was disgusting.
Yeah, well, unlucky. That'll be patched out now in two patches from now. So, you know, Riot do hate one-ways, as they've declared. So that'll be gone soon, I'm sure. Was cool though. Did like to see that from Dragon, because you have to kind of have the confidence to set that up, have no one push you into U-Haul.
Yeah.
I don't think any of his teammates were watching that angle either, so... 5 heavy armored up. 3 orb for Flesh working on those Seekers. So, not in a solo defender. It looked like it could have been solo. It is now, because what's gone through Teleporter as Mindfreak were looking for a bit of a pinch over towards B ramps. That has not gone well for them. Sicko seeing the body, and that is bad news.
Well, get that drone coming up short. Lou's already got space and agency onto the site, and the more that he can farm up with this Ghost, the closer he's getting himself towards these knives. Mindfreak looking for some more of these exits right now. That was just a straight double teak. No right click needed there for Ronsky, who's now got his hands on an SMG. But Fun Crew keeping things relatively calm, I would say. Dealing with this anti-eco nicely. Cleaning up the last couple of players. The kills quite evenly distributed across the board in terms of the anti-eco, so they're not going to have anyone with this crazy ult timing, I don't think. Although Lou picking up another one. That puts him 2 off, so not quite there. Not quite orbable to be able to rip your knives.
How many times is it going to happen? It's a little ridiculous to have it on the round 3 timing every single time, so... Lou showing that he is indeed immortal. I mean, I think he showed it across this map already, to be fair. He's not on 30 kills just yet. 16-11 still impressive. Double that of Dragon.
Yeah.
Still leading Tensai.
I mean, it's one of the interesting things I feel about Valorant in comparison to Counter-Strike is like your anti-eco theory, because sometimes it is in your best interest for someone to go and eco bash and farm themselves up a quick ult.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Timing is important. Orb control there as well. Sometimes it's important to even die on, like, those anti-ecos, or you are the anti-eco and you're Lou and you're like, well, there's one way I can get 1 extra orb, I can just go and die. So, this is why you, back in the day, before they patched out, players would just run into the spike explosion and die on purpose. But that was a long time ago now, is in the present day. Let's see how this gun round goes for MF. Soju gets tagged, and he's caught in the grab up, but he should be okay.
Util's gone pretty well for Fun Crew thus far. Fair bit of chip damage onto that player trying to contest Hookah, and you can see now Mindfreak trying to keep themselves comfortable behind this utility. Fun Crew just taking their time, not quite committing out of Garden or Hookah just yet, Kev.
Nearly there. Another tag comes through. The Flesh is not having a good day as far as info goes. Dragon, though, oh my goodness, he just receives all of that defensive aggression coming through Mindfreak. That could have been a mistake. They tried to play into Hookah. Lovely punish from it. 2 versus 3. Plenty of guns being dropped, and Lou holding a rifle in his hands now. And he knows Sicko is around the corner. This 1v1 could be really interesting. It won't even happen. Kyoto shows up, and what basically is just going to come and die.
Yeah. I think that was actually might have been one of the biggest misplays that I've seen from Mindfreak tonight, because I feel like there's almost no realm where a double push into Hookah against a bonus round is correct. And they run into a player hiding in the corner with an SMG. Like, you usually see the team that has gun advantage playing a little bit safer, playing a little bit more by the numbers, relying on the utility. They might even play retake on that B site and not try to force the issue. But a 2-man push into Hookah against Spectres, you know, there was a rifle or 2 in there given, but they know it's anti-bonus, and they just basically gave Dragon a double freebie.
And now they're going to have to play anti-gun versus Fun Crew. I'm bringing that one back.
Don't start
getting me started. Once you get me going, I'm like Fun Crew and MF. I'm 10 and 2s as Ronsky. That's the Ronsky we've been waiting for. Double shots connected. He's already taken down 2 guns. I don't think they can recover them just yet.
Scout destroyed.
Ronsky will have his own life trade away. I mean, in terms of damage, it's decent, but Mindfreak can't use that to win until they can really work this A site. Seekers actually will spot this long rotation and flank as well. Surely they know about it. Kyoto, you got to know this is happening.
Dude, he was on his drone. I was getting worried for a second. He was like, he had his cell phone in his hand and he was about to get hit by a truck. Sicko. See if he can find any more exits or even win this round. A 1-on-2 is very doable for him. We've already seen him come up clutch before, Kev, but the two-man push in combination with the dart, he's not quite able to get that pixel perfect accuracy on the Marshall to hit the dart. Yeah. Dude, not everyone's doing like the 10s DM routine where you're flicking around with the Marshall in every like opening phase and you're, you know, trying to hit all the little targets in the bots routine and all that. Definitely not if you're a Sova player. So anyway, done dirty a little bit. Now we get into this this first gun round. Fun Crew, very good economy, close to a couple of these big impact ults. And Mind Freak, much more broke, but they have the knives for Ronsky.
Scanning ahead.
And they'll be instantly played in as well, as you'd expect. Seeker's available here for Soju for the retake, or just for a little bit of info. You're talking about the fact that Sicko had a great Hunter's Fury on the attacking side. Kyoto's got that now. Sicko's actually only one off himself.
I mean, credit to him. He just cancelled drone with a shock dart. Also, his dart up the top there, I don't think it could have been broken by the attackers when they're outside of the archway. So Sicko showing us a very high level of this Sova util. At the end of the day, though,
that's
Fun
what
Crew,
they do practice.
I mean, time. Yeah, exactly. Definitely not the Marshall flicks onto a dart.
No.
Probably better use of your time, for sure. I will say, though, Fun Crew, again, they've just shown patience on this offense. They wait out all of that utility, and at the end of the day, they get the orb and they get bathrooms control yet again.
Seekers have come through from the defensive side. All down ramp as well. I'm not too sure what that will tell them. Aside from there's a player in towards market, actually gives Tensai the opportunity to peek out on ramp. At this stage, they should be pretty confident. It's going to be A. They've seen nothing on ramp. B's long has been clear as well. Big job for Sicko and what? Left. Both the double holding U-Haul. Oh boy.
Yeah, rotations coming in
both
as well.
Both could be flashed.
Dragon not feeling confident enough to take that duel, but there's enough space there with the spike going down, and Ronsky hasn't hit any of the knives. Only a 1-for-1 so far. Lou still has Bart's control here, Kev.
Ronsky got a gun though. Oh, he's missed the timing to get Lou down, and he just doesn't know where to look. I mean, everyone knows where Ronsky is, but he also knows where some of the enemies are, but he just can't land the shots. Too many knives gone wide. Sees players walking past him left, right, and center. 3 versus 4 on the retake now. And Fun Crew have ultimates. I mean, they don't even need to use them. They won't have to use them. That's been 4 in a row. It's about to be 5 in a row for Fun Crew. That's why I said 10-2 is great, but let's also see what happens on the other side as well, because MF need to close this one, and they're gonna opt for a save. They got no money, and they know it's not gonna happen. Not yet.
It's just such a joy to watch Fun Crew on their attacking side. It's just honestly no-nonsense Valorant.
Oh, boy.
Map control, last couple of exits go the way of Flesh just as well. Pushes straight into spawn, takes all the guns out of the hands of Mind Freak.
As you do.
I don't know if you're going to go op in this round. I think this is like a half-buy territory if you're Mind Freak. Let's be sensible. We're still up 10-7. Still plenty of legs in this half. Don't want to be chucking your money in the bin, but maybe Ronsky feels like it's time to make a play.
I've seen Happy win these rounds. No, he's not going to do it. Different game.
I want the reaction, though. I want the reaction from you. You need to do your best Semler impression.
I don't know what the reaction would be then. Oh, the deagle and the bullet sweats? Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's what Tensai can do here. That Trailblazer gets instantly taken down. And all the defense have arrived. They've taken no chances here with this rotation. Dash into smoke. That recon's going to reveal a player as well. And it's a cleanup. It's a complete cleanup. Ronsky will only get the one here.
Yeah. Easy as you like. Util just to minimize the risk. And you can see the difference in pacing that they're taking on their anti-eco. I mean, you can kind of play that slower style when you're anti-eco and try to use the weaponry ranges. But if you are going to take a bit quicker of an approach, it's not terrible to see what Fun Crew just did in their anti-eco, which is, you know, especially with these multiple initiators, you're using the utility to minimize the risk, taking methodically through that hookah control, clearing things out. You go in hard on the side entry together, and when you have gun advantage and you're the ones that are being assertive, you're the ones that know exactly what kind of a play you're making in towards that site, it can still work out well for you as long as the execute's clean.
What's got to go in here and die, otherwise he's saving a sheriff, so unlucky. We'll just end up dying to a spike, which will not help his ultimate at all. Is what it is. Rest of the 4 of Fun Crew get out, no issues. Straight into the teleporter. 4 ultimates out of 5. Timeout coming through from Fun Crew.
Was that 6 or 7 in a row? 6 in a row.
6.
Fun Crew timeout, by the way, after 6 in a row.
Well, we're 2 off now. So the thing is, I mean, that 10-2 lead is expired. Once you've given away 6 in a row, this is the vortex I'm talking about of snowballing in a game like Valorant, ultimates coming online, and Mind Freak giving away too many rounds, money's in the bin. Confidence was certainly there at the 10-2 half, and usually that would result in you kind of coming through in the second half and winning, which might still happen with the lead that we have, but the lead has been closed so far that we're not feeling good about it. And the fact that this is a Fun Crew timeout is really interesting as well, because I would have imagined the Mind Freak could have taken a timeout here.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. This is like this aggressive timeout where you're like trying to stay one step ahead, or you're trying to just keep everybody on the same page. It's great when you're winning a streak of rounds, when you're completing this comeback train, but you know, you can very quickly start to get complacent and allow the other team back into the game. So sometimes it really is good when you win a big round or you win a string of rounds to just take an aggressive timeout, keep the boys on the same page, and maybe start to adjust the play style a little bit, because Mind Freak's going to be thinking about these last couple of rounds and how they can start to adapt to them.
We wanted to see the Ronski operator. Had a lack of that over on our first map. We've had a lack of it on this map as well, because, again, when Ronski's on the defense, the money is not there. They just haven't won anything, so there's no opportunity to get an operator online. And first and foremost, Ronski's not going to see anybody over towards Shao. It's going to be big information, but Soju just dies. Dragon was flashed. He got that kill.
No, anti-flash. Just good protocols. Head into the wall. Nets in that opening kill. The Trailblazer sees Tensai inside a hookah. You get the pit out on the side as well. Counter pit from Tensai. This is one of these messy rounds where things are going to get real weird. Lou trying to take the height advantage up on top of the site.
My god, this is so gross to look at. There's a literal Venn diagram thing happening in the middle there as well, where that's the UFC pit, I reckon. You bring your knives out and you start going at it. Teleport coming on through. It's a solo. I mean, look at that. You have Easy pushed up. My goodness, he's on a bit of an angle. Spike's about to be planted A. And both teams, I mean, primarily it's going to be Fun Crew not really wanting to play towards the pit. Suko winning that 1v1 is super important, because now he has Heaven control. Spike's been planted. Ronski gets forces down. And a 2 versus 3.
I think it's
that
just going to be
otherwise would have been rough for Mind Freak.
It's just going to be a save, man. On towards the operator. For Ronski, no HP. You got the Hunter's Fury from Kyoto to convert as well, and Fun Crew looking on for their 9th.
By the way, what a sad round for Ronski when you start on. Unfortunately, you start on the wrong side of the map. You go over towards B, and it's a double pit mess. So what do you see with an operator?
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
It's probably the worst possible round that you can have.
That was great from Easy though. Like, this is what running these 1-4 setups is all about. Your lurker is your contingency plan. Is he able to call the mid round? It was a messy situation. Risky on B. I felt like Fun Crew, even though they had the better positioning, like they probably could have just committed to B and still come away with that round. They found the entry, but this is what Fun Crew is all about. You see it in their play style when they're just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're not trying to take that, 60-40 or 70-30, whatever you want to call it on B. They're trying to 100% the round over towards A. And you had Easy all the way deep up in towards that CT angle, controlling the rotations, even though he loses the duel.
Tell you
just
what,
shows you how much easier it could have gone for Fun Crew as well.
I think of mine, because I think Sicko did a great job of potentially getting something done over towards A, but had Ronski been on a rifle instead, maybe they go for that one, but, with the operator, they just certainly don't. Here we go. Ronski will go for the peek here. Doesn't use a dash, doesn't need to. It's going to be okay. Hunter's Fury now coming through from the defensive side. I think Sicko might have got an attack on a Kyoto, but that's about it.
A little bit of damage. Dragon again winning the opener. I think I would love to see his first kills on the Viper this game. He's had a couple in these last couple of rounds. Cosmic Divide straight across the A site for Fun Crew. In addition to that Viper wall, they're going to try to get up short here. Sicko trying to see how many players are making their way in there again. Dragon picks up his orb from short and he's going to set up that one way yet again. Lou up on top of the truck there and straight through the Cosmic Divide finds another one.
Yeah, so that's going to be 5 versus 3. This could be 8 in a row, and by that time, we'll have a 10-10 equalized series, equalized map. Easy on low HP, but this is difficult for Mind Freak. I don't think they can just save this round again. They have to kind of make the play for it. They're in too deep. You've saved too many times. Soju just sees far too many. He sees the one, but it's enough. He doesn't know the Lu's around the corner there as well. Looks to push on through. He's been blinded. Lu collects the kill, no issues. Dragon was blinded, rather. And now, I mean, Ronski's already gone. He's dipped.
He's just been playing safe simulator, honestly, with this operator. Struggled to get in towards the impact that he usually has. Now he's just playing exits right now. And the exits don't have any impact outside of getting him close to the knives because Fun Crew have got excellent money.
3 plays maxed out on 9k.
Yeah.
10-10 now. That's 8 in a row.
Oh, what a bloody resurgence on this attacking side for Fun Crew.
Oh, man.
And there's just been nothing gimmicky about it. It's just been impressive gameplay, good team play, working the map control, making great mid to late round calls.
It's just the jarringness of the flipping things 180 this quickly. You know, I'm not used to seeing this kind of thing. Gotta be honest with you. I'm used to seeing if you get a 10 and 2, it's a done map. There shouldn't ever be a case where you swap sides and you drop 8 in a row. It's even now. Well, Watt's got himself a judge.
Nice.
Ronski will finally get the opening. Here we go. That's a little bit more normal Ronski. Dragon, he's just gonna dry pick. Just short and get deleted. Alright, dude.
I mean, 4 on 5. Got to cut some corners. Try to find the timing. Can't blame the man too much. Ronski, another tag straight through the wall onto easy. This is what you need to do against Fun Crew, though. This slow, defaulty style, you have to disrupt things a little bit. Fun Crew really trying to cut corners. They're trying to commit into this B side straight through the garden smoke.
Yeah, they got 8 in a row. They're feeling confident about it. Okay. Ronski's playing this food a little bit here. Sicko's shown up. Easy's on 3 HP and a flawless. That's the... Not only is it the first round 1 for Mind Freak, but like, man, that was a pretty damn good round. Also, I don't know, like you said, Fun Crew cutting corners. It's just weird. Like, I don't see any good reasons.
But when you're 4 on 5, you're 4 on 5, you got to start making plays somewhere to turn things back around. There's a lot of different approaches, but particularly, you know, I think Dragon is obviously, even though he's playing this Viper role, is this player that he definitely has that playmaking potential. And I think it's better that those kind of players go for those lurk plays. They go and try to take those duels, even if they are a little bit dry. When you're, you know, down in material, you're down in numbers, that's fine. Doesn't end up working out for them.
I mean, maybe I question whether they could have gone for a format execute or not, but discussion for another day. Bygones be bygones here. Tensai dodges out the Trailblazer, so might not dodge out the drone. Drone could have spotted. No one spots him. Tensai cleans up Dragon. You're talking about Dragon getting all these first kills. Now he's the one getting first pick. Instead, it's still a 1-for-1 trade. It gets a little bit converted further because Easy's just rocking up so far. Sicko will bring one back. Both Jet players are taken out of the picture. Kyoto goes for a plant. Has a Hunter's Fury for the rest of the post plant. So might just want to leave the site and leave his other 2 team members deal with the festivities as we move on.
Yeah. 2-man setup in New Hall. Does Easy have another judge? Yes, he does. That is a disgusting angle. You've got the dart ready for Kyoto, as well as the Hunter's Fury to close this round out, and that is not what you're expecting if you're Soju. You're shoulder peeking in there, you try to cut down the angles, ready to take a duel with a rifler, and you just get a face full of judge. Now Sicko, there's no way he completes this 1-on-3. Probably looking for an exit strategy through the TP.
Yeah, it's gonna get... He won't even be able to force the Hunter's Fury, by the way, because there's just too many other post planners alive. I think if that was more like a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 1 for sure, then you get the ultimate gone.
Yeah.
11-11. Map point for Mind Freak if they find it. Match point for Fun Crew if they get this one. And if you only look at this half in a vacuum, it's 9-1. You know? And had we started on this half instead of the previous one, and we include Icebox, this would just be a continual Fun Crew domination back to back. But because there's that kind of middle area of Mind Freak getting a 10 and 2, that's where it just kind of raises a lot of questions.
It's all about these critical last couple of rounds, the disruption in terms of the utility. You get the leg out from Ronski. He was just thrown off kilter a little bit from that grab well. Fun Crew just trying to keep things simple. Kick off this A-side execute, follow the drones and the Trailblazers in, and Ronski again looking to try to contest, trying to spot out those feet of the players crossing back towards market side. And Fun Crew know, after failing to get map control as smoothly as they wanted to and scale onto the site, they're going to reset and try to see if anyone's flanked them and retake this map control so that they can try to keep Mind Freak honest in terms of the info game.
Yeah, they being Fun Crew here, definitely respecting the operator. Respect the fact that they couldn't break on A. I believe with Dragon kind of dropping his orb there, he's not going to have a smoke to play through for this post-plant should they get there. And the Toxin screens over towards A as well. Actually, this is a nice Seeker's come through on the defense. It's a good read. Excellent timing, so that will confirm a lot of information. Double Cosmic Divides coming on through.
But look at this short A control, still with Lu. Spikes there with Kyoto as well. Ronsky as well as what I believe have got a task on their hands. Tensai rather holding down this short A position. The Snakebite's going to stall things for a little longer though.
Ronsky gets... Oh my god, Ronsky doing it! Not quite just the 3, but that might be enough still for Mindfreak to get a comeback here in terms of being able to get the retake. 10 seconds remaining. Decent on the flash as well. Oh, that will do it. Ronsky puts the game in his own hands. Denies the match point for Fun Crew.
That's a massive impact play. No doubt about it. Also, the Snakebite, super well timed. It just broke things up enough. And that's the thing. When you're running this clock down as Fun Crew, you're playing this really slow style. Sometimes that one key piece of util, you know, in CS, we're always used to the good old Molotov, but a Snakebite in that choke point cuts up the trade potential. Lu has to go over the top, dashes deep into U-Haul, and that allows enough space for Ronsky to just start to take those engagements a little bit more comfortably. Less trade potential. He's able to get 3, and that's enough impact for Mindfreak to get themselves map point.
Tensai also staying alive for a long time as well, gives Ronsky the space to work with to get those knives out and get the damage done. Otherwise, I think Ronsky maybe just dies quickly.
Fun Crew again, just going to keep things simple. Trying to contest Hookah and Long. Ronsky to take first contact, and he's been good for it.
Well, he'll stay alive now. Smokes are good as well. Ronsky for secondary. That's really decent.
Oh
my goodness. Ronsky is online. Michael Ronsky, the Ronskinator. What do we got for the rest of this? Is it going to be the 13? No, baby. Ace on board. Dragon will make a show of it. Tag through, finish it off, mate. Is there one more shot coming through the Hunter's Fury? There won't be, but Ronsky's got the drop. Looking for number 5. Sees the barrel. Sicko steals it away. And Mindfreak are going to take us to a map 3.
Absolute heart stopper, mate. Like, you could see Fun Crew putting all the pieces together. 8 in a row. I think they were up 9-1 in just talking about that half. But Ronsky, a 3K to put them on map point finally. And then a 4K to close it out. Yeah. All of the impact plays. Good structure around that, though. The supportive utility as well from Mindfreak. There was a lot of really good reads there. The Seekers to see that it was going to be that A site push informing the rotate in that critical round that gave the map point. Really impressive stuff from Mindfreak just to be able to close it out at the end there and come through with the clutch plays. But man, that was a hell of a fight out of Fun Crew, you have to say. That was a great attacking half of Bind, for sure.
Yeah, that definitely will put the fear into Mindfreak's eyes as they have to prep now for map number 3. Both teams have to really pull out all the stops for that. A close showing here. What was initially a dominant display ends up being a 13-11 affair. What's going to happen on Ascent? No one knows just yet. We're going to take a bit of a break. When we come back, the decider map will be on your screens. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Alrighty, welcome back to the Decider now, map number 3, and this series is certainly fired up. We thought it was going to be a pretty one-sided affair for Mindfreak on that second map, 10-2 start, that ended up only being a 13-11 finish. Fun Crew with the humongous comeback on that second half, and actually nearly got it done. I mean, they could have been the team sending us to, I guess, our next series already. It would have been a 2-0 wrap-up and a heartbreak for Mindfreak to, I think, lose from a 10-2 position. I mean, even if Mindfreak lose today, losing from that map, from that position, would have been more heartbreaking than just losing in general. Now they put themselves in a position where they can still win here, and they could be the team going through further in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, when you see those kind of attacking halves out of Fun Crew, as well as what you saw from the first map, you get a little worried for the boys over there on Mindfreak. I think Fun Crew have looked a little bit more consistent across the majority of the halves. Now we're moving on to Ascent. This is a map where Fun Crew's got a couple more reps in the officials than Mindfreak do. They played 4 officials on this. They got again, straight down the middle, 50-50 win rate. But we talked about how some of that's offset with group stage performances, and they're in a bit different form now that they come into the playoffs. But Ascent feels like a map that they're comfortable with. We've already seen them play it, Kev, where they played that nice comp with the Breach and the Chain Bar, which was, you said, a bit hit or miss. There was one game where I was super impressed by it, and there was one game where you said maybe you weren't feeling as much.
Versus Criminal Society was 13-9, it looked good, but then versus Iconic 8-13, I didn't personally feel the impact of the Breach really showing its value to me when, I argued that there could have been better picks. Either Sky or Kara would have done it for me. So if they are going to go towards the Breach again, I need to be able to see that, I think the Secure Lu combo there really being able to take advantage of the Breach utility to get stuff done. Because otherwise, I just think there are better picks in the current meta.
Yeah, a week ago, Mindfreak also played this map. That's their only rep this year in officials. They lost it to Clarity, aka Honey Badgers. And these guys, it seems like they want to play a little bit more of a standard comp, and you see it come through there. You've got the double initiator there of the Sobar as well as the KO, the stability of that Killjoy. You can obviously, I feel like we haven't seen as much Killjoy in general in this stage of VOT. Yeah. Last year it was an absolute staple of almost every team, and you saw a lot of great Sentinel players as well, really defining things for each team. But yeah, we'll see if that is going to be what the boys over there on Mindfreak need, because we've already seen Killjoy on this map for other teams up against the Fun Crew comp, and I've already seen a couple of lockdowns getting broken by the Breach.
I mean, that's got to be one particular matchup and one extra reason for the Breach to be justified on a map like this for sure. As we're heading towards map now, I mean, I look at towards the Mindfreak composition as being more standard. However you'd like to read into what that means.
For sure.
Whereas, Fun Crew, as I do like the chain, but here's the problem is I think Killjoy gets so much value, even if you get the lockdown destroyed. I mean, the rest of her kit is still so important, regardless of how the ultimates look.
Well, a 1-4 to kick things off here, Mindfreak. Utilizing that utility, you get the KO knife in combination with the Gravwell to take A main control. Killjoy working that B link area. Got the alarm bot for safety in B main. The turret's taking contact on short, and after a little bit of a shove towards A main, Mindfreak look to diversify things a little bit, starting to contact their way up catwalk. It seems like a bit of an A-split is on the cards.
Concealment.
They'll have it as well because very far back, a Fun Crew currently. Glass has been broken. Easy reveals himself, takes some shots from through the wall. And Kyoto just stuck in hell. No opportunities there. Lu getting suppressed. He has a real unfortunate thing. There's no opportunity to get out. No dash, no smokes, nothing. Here comes the rest of the retake, plus a long flank as well. Soju for sure. Looking to pick up something here. I can't see Soju whiffing this one. Surely not, mate. This will be decent.
Easy as you like. 2 tap to the back of Easy's head. He's the big ultimate contingency plan in this round. It's all on Fleshes with the Headhunter. He's out of bullets. He's picked up a Sheriff in the meanwhile, but the turret, as well as the 2-man swing, is enough to secure it for Mindfreak. Things got a little spicy there for a second, but they're still able to convert that pistol, and that's going to be a bit of a nerve settler heading into Ascent here for Mindfreak.
Yep. Mindfreak getting their way on towards A and just, settling things down with Kyoto first in hell. And then getting rid of Lu with the suppression. The knife coming back online at just the right time. They obviously use that early on to scout and then wait for a timing to have it back available for the actual execute.
I mean, it was a decent setup for Fun Crew. Like, they had like a 3-man setup in towards that A site, but they just weren't able to convert any kills, really, for the most part. Lou, as well as Kyoto under Balk, not trading out player for player. And I think you saw how impactful some of the kills on the retake were. If those players were able to find some frags, could have been a different story. Mindfreak, anti-eco-wise. Again, utility in towards A main. You get the drone back through from Sicko. Fueshus didn't see him really fire up on the chamber, but last year, this man's first bullet accuracy was something to behold with that dot crosshair. So he's able to find some of that form.
There it is.
Yeah, I think that he could be very dangerous on an agent like that, especially because he's a player that was already quite keen on leaning towards that Sentinel playstyle. It's almost like that was an agent that's been built for him.
You get yourself a dot crosshair, that's the difference maker there.
That's it. Absolutely.
Easy walking through straight into the firing line of Soju. And I think that's, yeah, it is Lou caught by the suppression again. He understands that Soju is behind the other side. Eats a flash and they'll chase him down. Trade is available. Good job by Fueshus to keep that one up. 2 more shots on the Headhunter available and then it's just a classic.
Or
and
you
over
can
towards
hear...
A we go now.
You can hear all these footsteps if you're Kyoto, and that's going to inform the rotate. So the shift through from Dragon is going to dive straight through that smoke. But Ronski covering it nicely. Dragon, he sneaks through the Nebula actually in front of the door. You can see Mindfreak, they took it for granted that he wasn't being able to sneak into that position. And Flesh is now on the flank with the Spectre. 2 in the Headhunter and 7 in the Spectre clip.
Yeah, had time to reload. I think the reload is going to cost him a little bit here. He's basically run out already. Well, I guess we'll just be able to reset that situation, no issues. Trust in the Headhunter here, potentially. Ronski on the left side angle. Wings, and my god! They just... Fueshus just isolates the angles. Gets a bit of a golf clap there from Pilski as well. And the Fueshus, from start to finish on this round, the initial Headhunter pick. The trade in mid as well after losing Lou. And then this retake in a 1 versus 2 where he isolates both players on separate angles. And I think Watt was in a situation where he's like, maybe I can swing off the fact that Ronski got contacted, but because Watt swings, he's isolated.
Yeah, I mean that's just experience coming out there for Fueshus. Once you start to play, you know, you get enough competitive experience in you, and especially if you're the kind of player that comes up clutch, like we've seen, you know, some of this Blitz core from last year do. Easy and Fueshus, I was saying it. These guys have the capability to be making those clutch rounds happen.
Oh, look at this!
But
now.
he just read the peak perfectly. Gets the initial dink. There's the tour de force.
Probably doesn't need it this round, to be fair, but you know.
Almost got caught by the KO knife there. But that's A main control in the favor of Fun Crew. Now you're getting the reroute in through from Mindfreak, who are just on the pistols. Nothing to get super carried away about. Dragon ready to spam through on some kind of contact. Maybe off the orb tap. Yeah, that's what it is.
And Ronski will go for it. Oh, it's just some foot shots though, and Ronski will get away as well. Confirming the blaze. Oh, he's been stunned up. Ah, no shot. Can't quite connect it. Dragon now on the line, looking for a few more. Lou's got the frags already. It's a good flash coming through from Kyoto. And a great defense on the B side of things. 3 defenders versus, I think it was 1 rifle, all pistols, and eventually Ronski on the blades, but on not a lot of HP plus a stun.
Yeah, a fair bit of investment there for Mindfreak. It wasn't a full buy or anything like that, but they were looking for damage. They wanted to give themselves a chance at that round, and they got absolutely slammed. So no economic damage.
The economic damage, I argue, is the Tor. So they traded Blazer for Tor. You can, you know, and Tor would have been great this round. This is the round that I think Tor does need to come out, but Flesh has already had that expended. So we'll reset back to neutral here. Same knife defaulting as we usually see. Kyoto's going to try and counter that with a fault line.
Yeah, able to actually hit both the Astra and the Jet. So hard to continue to fight for that A main control. Or maybe Easy actually didn't get hit by it because you can see he's... Nah, maybe he just threw up that Nebula right off the bat. So I think he did catch 2 of those players in that A main control. And Mindfreak, after seeing those players in A main, they know that Short might be a little weaker. They're going to start working the middle of the map.
MF actually do an interesting thing there that I think is a minor mistake. They dart over towards the archway of mid, and then they do a shallow smoke as well, where you probably should do deep smoke there. But in any case, that does mean that information-wise, I mean, I don't know if Fun Crew know it yet, because you have to kind of break this trademark, which will happen now. It's the same trademark position that's pretty much always used. That will then give mid control. Whether they actually use it or not doesn't matter. Forces the drone out.
Oh, Bad timing for Easy, wasn't it? Mindfreak, I'm really loving the approach this round, but they still haven't cleared Lou out of A main, and Kyoto's ready to contact him from that balcony position. Maybe some support if we breach utility on the cards there.
30 seconds left.
Kyoto got, I think, tagged out through some sort of recon, Sicko onto Lou, so they knew where Lou's positioning was. Kyoto at least gets the one back.
Oh, the
nice.
shocks.
And Dragon's lineups on the shock. Soldier's fully blind. He might still get one. He does. Wants to go up towards tree, but isn't going to find the opportunity to. So, good flash, good shot kill. Kyoto as well staying alive that entire time in heaven. Brilliant stuff for the retake.
Yeah. Really, really nice. I would say actually a great round from both teams for the most part. Mindfreak, they worked that mid control beautifully. It was great to see the early to mid round adjustment. You know, for all we're still working out Valorant, working out all the protocols and 100%ing how to work the map perfectly, but kind of reminds me of Dust 2 and CS, where you hear the initial utility over towards long and you work the middle of the map and go up short. That's basically what Mindfreak did. They knew that A main was being contested. They worked up short instead. They cleared mid control, and this kind of spread Fun Crew apart a little bit and limited their info. But when you come down to brass tacks, they weren't able to convert the round.
If you think a Scent's good, wait for a Scent 2.
I mean, this is basically D Dust 3. It's literally a copy paste, but we won't get into that.
That is what we call a can of worms, Mitch. Alrighty. So orb taken as expected by Mindfreak. They've had a orb control dead to rights like the entire 4 rounds that we've had so far.
Yeah.
So now Tensai posted up next to what, seeing if anybody from Fun Crew wants to get aggressive, looking for info here. Finding some traps, a little bit of drone control over towards B. This will get taken down by Dragon perhaps, or maybe even not. Actually forces out an extra star into the Nebula, so that's, again, extra util just being slowed down and committed.
Precious just playing up on top of the boxes. Rendezvous out, easy as you'd like. Flash in through off the back of Kyoto, allows the swing from multiple different angles. Easy even swings in through short side, and that's a complete shutdown.
30 seconds left.
This is old school vibes, Avril, for sure, on this breach. Just flashing out of heaven and enabling the players to flood back into the site before you can even get comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely has that value for sure.
I love it.
Coming through Dragon there. Double swing through, gives Sicko one, so not quite the flawless. But money is reasonable enough from Fun Crew that probably doesn't matter here. And in fact, I don't mind Fletcher's dying there because he gets the extra ult point. So that's a little bit closer to the next tour. So that's actually, if we got a min-max there, I think that was, dying there for Fletcher's is probably the right thing.
Is that the level we're going to get to? I'm wondering.
It's the level I get to. You know, I get to that level for sure. Trust me, when I was coaching D-Dub back in the days, you know, we were talking some really specific things in terms of ultimates, which I felt was quite ahead at the time because all the CS people coming in had no idea what to do with ultimates, and I was like, I got this, guys. Don't worry about it. I know what to do.
Go big brain Avril, flash and dash, talk about old school, but maybe the flash not being as good as it needed to be. Precious knows he's got to play a trap in the corner, so at least able to trade one back. Sicko keeps the man advantage for Mindfreak, and things settle a little bit. Mindfreak looking to keep things simple and just go back towards B main and kick this side exit off.
Yeah, this null command is brilliant as well because now Kyoto can't do anything. Dragon as well, no util. Kyoto just has to simply wait for this ult to fade. It's 2 members alive anyway. We're not expecting too much. And this is going to be the plant into, you'd have to imagine, a very successful post-plant. No orb available, no opportunity for Kyoto to be able to get this Rolling Thunder. I mean, he'd have to get... Actually, if he gets a kill, Rolling Thunders, and they push together on that, maybe there's a shot. But they still have to clear B through B main, which is about to happen now.
Oh, no. What?
Neither player spotted each other. I think Sicko should know, though. Sicko seems like... Yeah, he's feeling it. Good read. And now it's definitely impossible for Kyoto. Surely he doesn't use the Rolling Thunder.
No, he's just going for exits. I mean, this is the ultimate site where you play for exits, if there ever was one in this game. B side of Ascent. You can always catch players coming off the site, which is why you see a lot of teams not even playing those site post plants as much anymore and trying to rely on that close market control. Great.
Gets an extra one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Watt actually revealed his own positioning. I think he caught a shoulder onto Kyoto. But I was going to say, it was a cute little play that you saw Sicko taking contact a little bit, spraying through in towards market, and that actually gives an opening for Watt to escape through into defender's spawn Obviously, we know that didn't really end up mattering too much because he dies anyway, so
Look at the
call
money.
that a successful exit coming through from Kyoto.
For sure. Look at how many exits he's been able to get. Look at the economy for Mindfreak. Ronski's got to rely on knives here. They know he's 6 out of 7. You already saw Dragon playing around that with the B main wall spam. Lou's going to contest A main here, if he can. No KO knife there.
Timing is off. I mean, the knife comes through eventually, but the timing is so weird because Mindfreak usually do it off the rip. Because they started over towards tiles, which is a little bit different. They'll smoke it. They desperately want... They're expending plenty of extra util just to make sure they can get the knives. But that's actually... Is that all of it? That's all the KO util gone?
Yeah. They've got the knives. They've got A main control. Where to from here if you're Mindfreak? Cosmic available, Hunter's Fury, as well as that lockdown. Drone goes through middle. Sicko clearing out Catwalk. They've worked Catwalk so much so far this game that Fun Crew have to kind of respect that. And you're seeing already the shift in rotations. A main control taken. Drone up Cat. This is reading like a push towards A for Mindfreak. Fresh has had that full B main control. But he's fluffed the shot onto with the force. And now Mindfreak able to get that B main control. Could just throw down the lockdown. Breach on the other side of the map. And just kick off this B side exit.
I think Flesh just missed Soju, but he hit me. That's why I screamed out in pain.
Yeah.
There we go. Now he has to kind of run away now. Misses again. Brilliant pickup from Dragon on the 10 side. Like 4 ultimates, 5 ultimates in play across both teams currently. Cosmic Divide will be decent for the attacking side, though. And no lockdown just yet. And you could actually maybe play this lockdown... Oh, okay, he's just going to do it right on site. So this is going to be very difficult for Kyoto to deal with. This probably should just be Rolling Thunder for the retake now.
He's going to try anyway. You do get Ronski still contesting the line in front of the lockdown. Able to be traded out by Lou there. But here comes this Rolling Thunder now, Avril.
Sicko in a brilliant position, though. Sicko can definitely stop all of this. Lou, rare miss, punished by Sicko. And Sicko's doing all the most right now. He's forcing members to turn around for him. He's the last one there, but doesn't know what easy is. And Kyoto off the back of that Rolling Thunder with the rest of the teammates walking up. They'll be able to enter site, get the defuse. They just had to wait for the lockdown, and they were patient enough to do so.
So Mindfreak still not converting that round after everything. Investing in getting that knives for Ronski. Investing multiple ults in that round. In fact, literally just draining the ult economy as well as the actual economy after all of those exits for Kyoto. So Fun Crew, not only have they picked themselves up another gun round, but they reset both the ult economy and the money for Mindfreak. They couldn't have put themselves in a better position. Their money's rock solid. Now they go into dealing with the half bite.
This time, not really committing over towards the orb as well. I think if you're Fun Crew, you're kind of tired of giving that one away for free. I don't know if I saw that correctly, but it looked like Dragon's recon went way off the map into the ether. Sending that one all the way back to Icebox, maybe. Lou, good shot onto 10 site. Excellent opening pick. And now, if you're Ronski, what? You're still trying to find something on these marshals. Kind of hoping for the best, to be honest.
Gravwell attempted to try to set him up a pick. Soju's got that B main control in the meanwhile. 2 shots fluffed from either jet. It's less in the interest of Lou to take that fight, though. They've got numbers, they've got better money. Sicko targeting up short. It's clean from Fun Crew. And what I will say, like what we've seen from Fun Crew time and time again is pressure on these extremities, right? So I'm wondering, when are these teams going to start to adapt and start utilizing that mid control a little bit better? Start working these mid to Bs.
Definitely on a gun round. I mean, they were... this is the round from Mindfreak where they're probably relying on these double marshals to pick up something. So, slow, patient plays, but they also get just picked up by the fact that there's an op on the back end from Lou. Flawless as you'd expect. I mean, money was not an issue before. It won't be now, maybe for the rest of the entire half. 6 and 2. So it's not out of the question for Mindfreak just yet to make a decent half out of it. We're not on 7 yet. Fun Crew haven't won the half. Good timeout coming through. They'll need it. They'll need to discuss what they want to do here. No ultimates, though, is pretty rough for Mindfreak, so it's going to have to be a just straight-up gun round. And good news is most of the ultimates are not available for Fun Crew either, minus the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, I would really like to see Mindfreak just attempting something with a little bit more mid control, whether they're just using that mid control to keep the rotations honest and maybe pressure Fun Crew a little bit, or whether they're actually utilizing it for a bit more of a mid to B. Really like to see them. I don't know if anyone like watches Vision Strikers play Ascent when they've been overseas, but they really love their defaults, taking that mid arch control and then splitting mid to B with the Astra utility, just cycling on the timing of the nebulas. I think that could be something super, super strong for Mindfreak up against this style that Fun Crew is giving us.
You definitely do have to do more mid. I don't think you even need mid to B, but just having mid in general, taking down the trademark. And here's actually a really fun thing to watch. The fact that Fweshus is no longer even putting trademarks in mid means they're not feeling pressured in mid at all. Otherwise, they'd commit more there. Maybe it's the case because Lou's actually starting there with the operator, but
again, they're trying to stay one step ahead here, Fun Crew. You know, they've just completely changed their setup. You've got Fweshus on the A side of the map now with his rendezvous. Easy's aggressive up cat. You've got Lou taking contact onto B Link.
Oh, he's thrown out. Yeah. Oh, I don't think he got spotted. He did not get spotted. Easy. They know that he's there. They'll still get the kill anyway. They had the read. So maybe just off the edge of the drone, it wasn't quite denied in time. Kyoto falls as well over towards tree. So now it will be catwalk all day. Assume they continue with this one. There is a world where they reset because Soju's over towards B and it's clean, but they don't know about it. Spike now dropped on the floor. Fweshus is denying this. Yeah. They've just walked into Fweshus and died.
This is way too split up from Mindfreak. It feels like they're in completely different realms right now. Soju gonna walk through B, take that pick. Lucky he's been able to dig Mindfreak out of a bad situation because that looked like a pretty big fundamental misplay. A bunch of players committing into A. The rest of the team either working mid or working the B side of the map, but Soju on that lurk has enough impact to pick up all of those players on the rotation over towards the A side of the map, and Mindfreak, it got spicy for a second, but it's another round on the board, and they've had a bit of a dry spell. You can see it right there, 6-1 for the last 7, but good to see them pick up another. So let's see if they can keep that momentum up.
Ends up having to be a recovery round rather than just cleaning up your leads. Didn't expect that Fweshus was going to be able to completely clean up a couple members walking in, but like you said, it was just too split. Good read from Soju to at least walk up. Wow.
That's huge.
Righto, buddy. Yeah, just going to eat those aftershocks. He was in drone, so I understand that he didn't see the aftershock coming on through.
I mean, that's down to team communication, you know? Someone needs to be calling that he's getting aftershock there.
Oh, Soju pushes up. What is going on?
He's just taking matters into his own hands, mate. He's sick of Fun Crew having all this B main control.
No way. If he wins this. I mean, he's done enough. The problem here is they haven't moved the Spike up, so while this is all happening, Flesh just walks up. He doesn't spot anything just yet. Spike is still nowhere to be seen. Soju's doing plenty of work over towards B, but there's been no progression coming through from the rest of Mindfreak to take advantage of it. So now you've basically reset. The only other advantage out of this is 10 size unknown, but you're so split up. What is, you know, basically in the middle of nowhere?
Nah, Fweshus has seen that. So Dragon repositioning already on that CT line, and the off-angle, the raw adjustment is good enough for Tensai though. Now the B site getting a little bit more worrisome. No stars available for Watt, and he just cannot cross market. There's not enough coverage in terms of the utility. And Fun Crew, you can see off the start of the round, they tried to go for that same approach. They tried to go for that easy walking up cat with the Astra util and Lou contesting mid arch. But what they did a lot better that round was the adjustment in the mid round. I mean, obviously the aftershock freebie getting a kill is pretty nice, but even just the big picture around that, the way that they were so fluid, just moving around what Mindfreak were doing that round.
Mindfreak were, okay, they lose too early on, but Soju does enough that I think it buys Mindfreak back into the round, and then, you know, Mindfreak don't really get to execute off Soju's efforts there, so it seems a little bit wasted, even though they likely weren't going to win. All right, do we get a kill off that recon? Doesn't seem so. That's quite unlucky.
Soju taking contact, and there's flash off the back of that. Just great util usage once again from Kyoto to set up his players for success. Easy kill. On the other side of the map, a different look for Lou, who's playing retake. Fluffs 2 easy shots, but, you know, these are the kind of things you don't need going away as Fun Crew if you're already up 5-2 players, or 5-3 rather.
It's only going further in your way when you consider Easy just picks up 3.
Yeah.
2 of them were vulnerable. Just a spray down. Last round now. We're going to try and buy up as much as we can if you're looking at the MF side of things. 2 light armies. Close to some ultimates is not bad, but this is going to be, what, a null command entry. Potentially a lockdown, but we've discussed that lockdown is limited use here if Kyoto's in the right position.
You already got some value out of it previously from Soju, so we'll see. Group up towards the B side of the map from the majority of these Mind Freak players. It's probably going to be this KO ult into the lockdown, some combination of that.
Look at this
retake set up here for Dragon. Yeah, you're right. A lot of info in middle there for Fun Crew. They've got a pretty good read on what's happening right now, and you can already start to see the shifts in the rotation. There's the lockdown. Not going to be cancelled.
Actually, this null command with the lockdown is impressive because what it does, despite now Suga going down, is it prevents Kyoto from doing too much about it. So the lockdown will be fully engaged and we'll get side off that. It's a full retake, but with the Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder, you can entirely cut off the back of the site with the Cosmic Divide, so both those entries are gone, and then work the Rolling Thunder off the back of it. So let's see if that ends up being what happens. Cosmic Divide taken away now. Ronsky doing the most to try and keep his team in it. Oh, he's gonna cop a shot from the aftershock, but it's actually Lou that finishes him off. Now one last remaining player. 9-3 should be the half here. Soju stunned up, no shot, no chance. And Fun Crew on their way to winning this series.
So creative from Dragon as well. He's literally just, with how strong Fun Crew's economy has been, got his pick of the litter. In spawn there, you can see the guns on the ground. There's an operator as well as an Odin, and he had a Phantom. And he's just switching to the gun depending on what he wants to do, spamming through the B main more with the Odin. You could see he found the opening pick with that operator from that retake angle.
Guy's playing an arena shooter with about 10 different guns set up.
Yeah, he's playing Quake right now. Not sure he's even old enough to have played that, to be fair. But anyway, Fun Crew right now, up 9-3. Another dominant half from them. They have just been far and away the better team tonight, even though this has gone through to a third map. Half to half, Fun Crew has been much better than Mind Freak.
Yeah, they've certainly had better halves outside of that initial buying half, but like I said, if it wasn't for that initial buying half, we probably wouldn't have gone to this map 3 freshest, and the rest of Fun Crew would have cleaned up on blind as well. I mean, they nearly did. That was a map that would skip a few heartbeats.
Well,
definitely for MJ, shoutouts. I know it's been, he's been in the chat today. This has been a pretty rough series for Mind Freak.
Well, the great thing is that at the end of the day, if you play well on this half, it's not going to matter. Got a task ahead of them, though, for sure. Fun Crew setting up for this mid to be, going to contest that alarm bot.
You wanted this, but, you know, it's coming from Fun Crew.
Soju's in a world of hurt right now, spotted out by the drone.
He's just going to push up. Sikro's at least going to trade out. It's really late, sort of, really late swing coming on through. Lou eats an entire flash, but doesn't get pushed in, which means they're going to be able to plant. Silver 3 versus 3. That's going to be a kill as well. Not through the smoke, I don't think, because smoke would have faded by then. In terms of retaking power now, it's really just down to Ronsky, depending on what kind of utility still has remaining. Crossfire between Easy and Lou is not going to make it easy.
No, definitely not. These are the crossfires that, especially up a man advantage, even with some great shooting from Ronsky. It's that classic triangle setup. One player taking contact, 2 players ready to swing off different angles. Fun Crew.
Triangle strat.
They take the double digits. The triangle strat, Illuminati confirmed. It's the classic.
I like doing the pentagram strats with 5 players, you know.
Yeah, I mean, no one's quite hit that level yet, but we're still early on in Valorant's life cycle. We might
Maybe
get there.
a few more years down the line in Valorant, we'll get the pentagram strat.
Yeah.
All 5 players. So lose 3 out of 7. I don't usually talk about Blaystorm timings, but he's had so many of them. Maybe it could work out. Fault line's going to get Fwishes on the line. Delete the recon, nice. That actually revealed 2 players. That's information now for Mind Freak. They know 2 are working in B main together.
I mean, it's just their eco. They got a couple of shorties on these choke points, both Soju and Watt, seeing if they can get a freebie for minimal investment.
Let's shift backwards. I mean, good information to the mid for Ronski. Again, this will just be the classic, though. Ronski right clicks will be important, but not at that range. This fragment could cause some issues, but certainly not for Lou, who just jumps on over. Sets up what, though? But he has to eat a couple of those shots from the fragment. It takes a bit of damage. Then through the smoke, Lou already being on site, clicks a couple more. With that, we can expect a Floors to come on through in short order.
Yeah. Even chucking the spike over to the player that they want to prioritize the ult on. And Lou, all he needs to go and die or get a kill right now. Really, it should be Lou who's pushing into short right now, and he's even able to find the peek onto Sicko, so he pushes actually up and towards heaven, and that's going to give him knives into the next round. It's another third round timing from Lou, and not only that, he only had the Ghost, picks up the Spectre, so effectively Fun Crew loses 0 guns there, and now into their bonus they have jet knives.
Plus the backup of the extra Spectre there as well. Does he have it in his hand, or I'm not too sure what happened there?
No, he threw it to the teammate who died, so they didn't lose any guns, because he's still got the Ghost. Correct.
Absolutely. So, 3 Vandals, 2 Phantoms, no ultimates. Well, they wouldn't have any because you had to kind of get some real damage done in that first 2 rounds. Yep. That hurts a lot because if you are Mind Freak, not only did you drop your own anti-eco in the first half, you've now not picked up the pistol, and then obviously not the anti-eco in the second half, which just means more rounds going the way of Fun Crew. If Fun Crew somehow pick up this round off the knives, I mean, it might just be over from here.
Yeah, Soju gets scanned on the side. The flash through from Kyoto. Ronski trying to commit straight through the spawn smoke, and he's gotten a couple in the meanwhile. Soju holding down the side as well is good for 2. So a very nice defense in there for Mind Freak. They clean everything up. Got very spicy there for a second. But that's another classic Ronski play, just misking it through the defense spawn smoke, right? And getting a 2K.
One jet will do the work, and the other one, unfortunately, won't hit any of those knives. And, we talked about the round 3 timer, but Lou doesn't really convert off any of it. It was just the bonus, though, which means they'll get to play over towards the 5 rifles now. And here's the extra added bonus. Because you played knives, you still got the extra money in the bank. So, Lou's kind of cracked in cash more than anyone on either squad currently.
Yep.
Lockdown available now. So, again, depending on how this goes, Lockdown could be really important for a retake, and if Tensai has a knife available and it lands onto Kyoto, there's no way they can destroy it.
Both teams posturing on this initial map control. Dragon just keeping an eye on A main. Fresh is contesting B main. Got this setup ready for the mid to B. The alarm bot as well as the nano there from Soju, putting all his eggs into holding that mid arch area in combination with Ronski, who just gets a freebie easy up in the astral form. Brought back down to earth. Now a man advantage for Mind Freak in a critical gun round.
Will Lou get a warning shot on his way back? Dragon's one off that Hunter's Fury. Oh my goodness. Tensai connects a brilliant shot onto Lou. As the door closes, that's going to really cause some problems for Fun Crew now, especially that they're just getting swung big time. They'll get one back via Dragon onto Tensai, but 2 versus 4. Not a feels good. Flesh has no idea that Soldier's over towards Log, so that's a freebie. And the round is over from there.
It's in Mind Freak's best interest to not drop any more guns on the way out here. Their money is super fragile.
30 seconds left.
They're going to need very strong, stable cash to start to make this comeback happen. That's what it's all about. In these TAC FPS halves, you keep your money super strong when you're beginning the comeback, because if you start to get down to these XVXs, these clutch rounds, where there's only one player surviving, that's where you have to sometimes forego the utility, forego the light armor. Maybe you don't have that double nano swarm set up on the site if you're the Sentinel player, and that can sometimes be the difference maker till you drop in the game when you've got this little room of error. So a good 4-man surviving there for Mind Freak. They passed the first test. A lot more steps to go before they get to the top of the mountain, though.
Should be 2 guns here for Fun Crew now, as Dragon did save that one through. So you're talking about maintaining economy. Well, the same game plan applies to Fun Crew here in some degree, where they want to be able to lean into the fact that Lose Bladestorm timing means they have the extra money. Dragon saving the extra rifle mean they can play for something here. 2 hero rifles to work with.
Dangerous round for sure. Can't take it for granted if you're Mind Freak.
It's definitely one of those trap rounds where you are Mind Freak and you feel like you should be able to get a lot done here, but you have to take into consideration 2 rifles on the other side can certainly do some damage.
It's classic posturing in towards A main. Gravwell utilized to just deal with the drone. Hunter's Fury to try to take one out of the equation, and during that, you're having Soju taking duels. Trade it out though. Lou almost dies to his own teammate's Hunter's Fury, and in the meanwhile, Mind Freak have gone all the way through B. They've got the rest of the map.
Blurring vision.
Gotta be careful with this one. Timing is gonna be everything. Could be dropping more weapons, but I think if you are what currently you understand that A is what's under pressure, you're now hearing all the util being spent, site is clear, they're gonna play full retake.
Yeah, Fun Crew trying to put themselves in the most favorable post plant possible, but they've lost the whole map in the meanwhile.
Check out what's happening over towards A main as well. That trademark is not active because Fletchers is dead, so this will be Ronsky getting through. Will he check wine though? He sees two players and Dragon swinging gets the kill, and that was one of the saved rifles as well. Disaster for Mindfreak. 3 players lose on 1 HP, but they can't find him. Time will start running out here. What gets one back on towards Dragon? Still 2 more members to get through. Sicko, you gotta check hell, buddy. What are you doing? Where are you looking? Watching in the wrong way as well. Tensai brings it back at least for a couple. Easy. Easy money.
It's
that's
so
the kill.
smart. That's so smart from Easy. I don't know if we saw it, but he actually took contact in A main earlier. He was spotted on that initial flank, and he actually took an extra 10-15 seconds while Lou was under back 5 HP to flank all the way through middle around towards short. So you see Tensai throw that flash into A main. That's where the Astra was last spotted. That's where he initially took contact, but he knew. Easy knew that like that internal clock, that he had enough time to go on that rotation around. And on those half-buy rounds, you're happy to take those kind of plays.
I'll tell you what as well. I mean, I think Tensai ran out of time. He needed a half defuse to at least attempt to fight. Yeah. Otherwise, if he comes off it and Easy just shifts away, whether he's A main or in towards short, at that point, it doesn't matter. The time will run out. Tensai can't get the defuse, so no teammates, no time. And now you're out of rounds as well. You got to go 7 in a row if you're MF to be able to get this one done. Blues walk into a frag. Not too sure about that one. That's a little aggressive.
Yeah. And you've seen that a couple of times, both the snake bites and the fragments sometimes split up the push where you have your jet on that hard entry. And the utility breaks up the trade potential. Tensai doesn't want to let this one go lightly. Still got another flash available to him, but Freshes has been able to sneak past, at least for the time being.
Yeah, that shot would definitely connect. Wouldn't expect that one to miss. We are onto site though, well, barely. Yeah, Ronsky and Watt together will be combined for a couple more. Spike has already been downed. Easy just needs to try and do some damage, but none will be found.
It's a good round for Mindfreak and Flawless. Not going to even repeat myself, but just keeping the money nice and stable. Fun Crew now back down on the half buy, but it's a dangerous half buy. 2 of the force available. Jet Knives. These are one of these anti-half buy situations, Kev, where it's a little scarier than your classic eco.
Mm-hmm.
You can see even Dragon, he's like, this is a scary round. How much can I really spend here to make this even scarier without screwing up the next round?
And I was going to say, I mean, ultimate-wise, they can pull through 2 guns. And they certainly will do so. Mid being taken now. That's got to be Ronsky getting the hell out of dodge. In fact, nearly lost a tour de force there. And the extra damage coming on through. Ronsky feels like he's got a player nearby, and he would be reading that situation absolutely correctly. So, Tor gone. Just a knives now available from Loot.
That was actually beautiful between Sicko and Watt. The grab well and the spam through got him so low, and the shock dart secures the kill. Just to be able to take the tour de force out of the equation. That's great util usage from Mindfreak.
Dragon checking through. Tensai will take a bit of damage. That might actually force out the fragment. Ronsky's checking short though, so they're working off that information first and foremost.
Yeah, I'm liking Mindfreak's positioning. These are the exact kind of spots that you want to be playing against these half buys. Very safe positions.
It's also safe to a couple more things as well, as the fact that if Kyoto would Rolling Thunder, they'd be safe to, not that you should.
Oh no!
A round like this.
That was the worst case scenario.
And a round like this can fall apart instantly if that happens, where Lou gets to sneak up on towards B, and Soju's the lone warrior there. Gets taken out, drops the gun over, and suddenly B is open. All of this Killjoy utility meant for nothing, and it's a 4-man retake over towards B, and suddenly with Lou having a gun in his hands, I mean, actually drops it over towards Kyoto because he's got the blades available. Things get wild.
Oh, and there you get the KO knife in there, as well as Ronsky just diving into the site. Underarm flash all the way through spawn. It's getting a little messy. A couple of picks come through for Dragon there, but Mindfreak have got it under control. You saw Kyoto there with the rifle as well as the rolling thunder, and I don't know if he's about to rip that, but it didn't matter because the knife was from Tensai was perfectly timed.
Not only that, but it's also then the entry from Ronsky, who ended up committing blades. I think he would have preferred to save blades that round, but because of the situation, he's going to blade over the top, double updraft, slide down the roof. Very difficult for a team to stop because your crosshair has to be trained for that particular position, while then anybody can then walk through speed lane or the stairway.
Yeah.
So it ends up being a triple entry onto site, which is difficult to deal with for Fun Crew, especially when you can't use any utility because of the knife.
Fun Crew. Back into another gun round now. They've got the Rolling Thunder as well as the Cosmic. Cosmic for Mind Freak and Lockdown will really help some of these retakes coming out. Fun Crew just keeping things pretty simple. All grouped up into B-Link. Drone straight up the top of middle. Gonna take contact onto that alarm bot as Lou takes that out. Counter drone through from Sicko. Spots out 2 players. Really, really nice collateral tag there. And he's gonna get the shock darts to back it.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff coming on through. And Lou's gonna eat some extra shots off the back of it. Not feeling too healthy about it. We're looking like a B split currently, but the defenders are in a reasonable position. We got 2 players in mid, trying to lock down as much market control as they can. Rosky doesn't see a lot, but they want to make sure they can use the Killjoy utility to slow things down. I can see the smoke's been dropped down over towards B main. Here comes that execute finally. Easy's walked on in. Lose through as well. Site looks to be taken for the most part.
Yeah.
And now 5-on-5 retake. Lockdown should be used here.
Yeah, Lockdown as well as that Cosmic. What will the timing be of it? There's the Cosmic and Mind Freak goes straight through it. Soju, when is he going to dump the Lockdown? No commitment through that Cosmic. There is the immediate break on towards the Killjoy ult. That is massive from Kyoto. He's got the Rolling Thunder as well, Kev. How did Mind Freak win this?
Gonna have to counter Cosmic. That's what I'm looking for. You need to be able to cut off the back with the Rolling Thunder coming on through now. Sicko onto Fweshes. That's at least gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Lou, no, for 3. How's he done that? And that could be the round. That could be the entire series and tournament life. Ronsky takes it into his own hands, so he wants to be able to rescue this one. 2 versus 1. Ronsky and Watt will not allow the series to end just yet.
What a retake. It's gonna come right down to the .0. What is that? .098. Could not have been closer. Out from Mind Freak. Everything was going against them. A complete lineup. Lou just lines 3 up beautifully with the time peak from lane. The lockdown got broken, but somehow Mind Freak still win that retake.
If there's a will and a way, there's a Ronsky. Michael Ronsky will not let it go. I can't stop saying it because I know his full name. It's just like, dude, I didn't know his last name was Ronsky. That's pretty pog. And that's actually going to force a money situation for Fun Crew to be in a really poor state. So you're going to see 9 on the board now for Mind Freak. Again, the journey is 7 rounds in a row. They got 3 out of that 7 so far. Ronsky with the early mess, but still okay for now.
These half buys were a problem for Mind Freak earlier, though. Need to be careful of the Sheriff's fragment to come in. Disrupt that catwalk control. And Tensai not going to hide behind the tree smoke. Playing in front of it, playing the close angle. Sicko clears that middle. Gathering that mid-round info, sees a couple of players rotating back towards Cat's side, and he's going to take a duel with Lou. Able to win it. Definitely could have been a bad thing to lose that Sova top middle, but Mind Freak have avoided that landmine, and they've got a pretty good read on what's going on here.
I think also Sicko takes a long enough range that the most he does receive is a 145 headshot. Now Tensai hiding inside the smoke. Really decent. Knows there's one more player. I mean, that's going to be info. If he's smart, he won't swing it. He'll just be patient, wait. 5 versus 2 now. They even know that there's a player currently in glass who will be taken down shortly, you'd imagine, just hiding in smoke.
Look, a couple scary moments on this anti-eco. Sova dual top mid and the player hiding inside of the smoke of Tensai. Could have been some opportunities for Fun Crew to get some guns, but all things considered, Mind Freak's locked that one down. Now 3, the distance to push this series into OT.
But within this 3 will be minimum 2 gun rounds. Maybe the last round could be a little bit shaky depending on what the money situation looks like.
Yeah, there's a half buy in there.
And within those 3, so at minimum 1 gun round, 1 half buy, or then, you know, 2 gun rounds, because there could be another eco after this if FC lose. However, there will also be more ultimates in there as well, because we're coming up to 1 away from Hunter's Fury. Lose nearly got knives again, so I would imagine even on that last round, talk about being a half buy. It could be 4 rifles plus knives, which might as well be a full gun round.
I mean,
Get us 3 away from Rolling Thunder. I think that'll come back online in the next 3 as well.
We talk about the ult theory, right? And I think, you know, when you're developing your playing book as a team, you know, it's only early days here, but especially overseas, the combo of ultimates to be able to secure these gun rounds can be really powerful if used correctly. And I think Fun Crew, this is where you want to think about whether you want to try to trickle these ults in incrementally to give yourself a better chance of winning some of these individual rounds, or you want to try to go for a combination of ultimates. Because all you need is that 1 gun round. You got 3 to play with. There's a half buy in there. We've already said that, but 2 gun rounds. What combination of ultimates is going to give them the best chance? As they're only just building up to a couple of them, still quite far away on some of them. Cosmic in particular, a big impact one. I don't know if they'll have access to it.
I mean, ideally they won't need it all. I think the biggest one will be Rolling Thunder on the attacking side for Fun Crew. So, again, knives will help out brilliantly for when you are gonna... If you do get to that last round, right, and you don't quite have the money there. So that's going to be a lot of info from the defensive side. Hunter Sphere connects. Easy might die here. Certainly does. It's going to be a smoke down. That is an awful first death if you are Fun Crew, because now your execution does not include the Astra smokes.
Yeah, absolutely. Lose that smoke character. Fun Crew just going to simplify things a little bit. Lou to take contact up catwalk. How's the movement? Not good enough to avoid the operator
now
shot.
You have no smokes. 0 smokes whatsoever now. Your next best entry, which would have been smoke into a dash, is also gone. So at this point, you have very little options with your Fun Crew. You need to try and finesse your way onto B and have this kind of like solo moment versus Soju again, which won't happen because Tensai's nearby.
Yeah.
And I can even see a situation where if you're Mind Freak, you would even be happy with a 5 versus 3 retake here potentially if that ends up happening.
You just give B. You just give B here. You don't have to hold it. You know, when you're up in numbers, you can definitely rely on that retake theory. And this is just looking like a save for Fun Crew. A really simple setup that's effective for Mind Freak. Bronski with contact in towards A main. As soon as he makes contact, you get the dart on the back wall in combination with the Hunter's Fury. A great use of that ult just to be able to win yourself an easier gun round for Mind Freak. Credit where credit's due. That's going to get them to double digits.
It will, yeah. I mean, it's still... I mean, this would be heartbreaking for Mind Freak if in the next 2 rounds they still end up losing anyway, and that can certainly happen. You're now 5 out of 7 on this comeback journey. You've seen Fun Crew do it on their side, on Blind. They got 8 in a row, was it? 4? Something like that.
Oh, man. This is just an epic series, Kev. Especially this last map. Some of these comebacks have been excellent. We've still got a whole nother great series ahead of us. Really putting us through our paces here. How's your voice holding up, mate?
Yeah, so fun fact, I had a booster jab a couple days ago. So my body thinks I'm sick, is my answer to that question. We got a technical pause coming on through, as we had a DC from Fleshes, I believe. Bit of time to compose themselves as Fun Crew know they're ahead. I mean, this is the exact same position in a way that Mind Freak were on Bind. Winning position, should be able to clean it up. Some doubt starts to creep in, like, there's no way. How can we lose from the position that we were in? But we did see Mind Freak get that composure, still take the 13-11. And Fun Crew, they can be a team that does that as well. Or Mind Freak are really just on enough of a tear on this defense to really bring it through, because it started about as poor as you could imagine. You lose pistol plus anti-eco. And how many is that? That's 11-3. Since then, there's only been 1 round for FC, but 11-3, I mean, most series, if I see that, I would have already have written it off, but 11-3 is an instant write-off for me in most cases.
It's going to be a bit of a mixed bag as well for Fun Crew. I think they're down to a Spectre on at least one of their players. So maybe not the ideal buy that you'd want to be closing this series out. This is where we were talking about 2 gun rounds and 1 half buy being in there, but things change when you get a 3-man save. That kind of changes up this theory of how the rounds will play out and break things up a little bit. You kind of got to put yourself in a position now as Fun Crew where you've got the 3 rifles. Are you going to go down to 2 less impactful weapons? And then if you lose this round, you're back down into a half buy again. So really, instead of 2 gun rounds and the 1 half buy, you're now into 1 gun round and then 1 like half gun round and then a half buy.
I think you do. I don't know. It's tough because there's a theory where you do want to be Fun Crew and have the best possible chance to win a round. So you don't necessarily want to have like 3 rifles and then not much else. So I'm looking at Lou. Does he knife here or not? Because I think the best place to knife is probably on the final round. However, if you knife here, then you get to have money for the final round. It is that trade-off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, do have some net issues. I was getting some cute lightning strikes earlier on, which was taking my net out of the equation. So I think one of the players having a similar issue. So we're going to take a short break in the meantime, and we'll be back with the rest of the game after this.
Back into action here. All right. Everyone's reconnected. We're all back in. Getting ready to finish this one off.
I'm finishing my burger off.
Hashtag Australian internet moments tonight.
Yep.
Personally, I blame Mac for my own Australian internet. He's in charge.
I blame Mac for most things, honestly.
Of internet in my house. So here we go. Timer ticks down. This is where we see Lou buy up, so it will be knife saved for the final round.
Yeah.
Easy
down
with
to
the
that one Spectre.
Yeah. Not comfortable, but this is about the best buy you can hope for this particular round. And then if we do go to that 12th and final for this half, money will be shot for sure for Fun Crew, outside the fact that Lou will have knives. How are we going to approach this round? Looking like a B split first and foremost. Looking for some info over towards mid. Lou will be there first.
Yeah, Soju has got a lane set up here. Bronski on the B main line. How's the movement? It's all about the shoulder peeks, the circle jumps. Bronski moves to the off angle this time. But Lou is already deep in market, and you're getting the rotation from Sicko up towards top middle. Fun Crew are in great positions.
Bronski, yeah, he nails the shot. That's a brilliant opening. There's a rifle on down towards the button as well. If Bronski wanted to swap on over Lou, making his way all the way inside towards market. Tensite wanted to check that info. Check it with his life. And an exit out from B, now over towards A. If you are, what though? You did just see a star come down. You're looking for A main control, which it's going to be a bit of a 1 versus 1. Now the retake will have to come on through as we expect the plant. What? To try and stay alive and slow things down as much as possible. He's about to get flanked, but I don't know if he knows it.
Yeah, you can see Easy trying to take contact from A main. What? Unsure if there's a player behind him. Dragon maybe not going to check why, and then all the footsteps are being made. So what's going to find the opener there, Kev? And Ronski's got another one.
This round's falling apart for Fun Crew. Ronski going down to Kyoto is not brilliant, but it does give them some entry. What can't see anything behind the smoke. This corner for Easy is all very important. Timing on the reload. Oh no. It was looking good for Mindfreak, but with that kill, things change all of a sudden. Sicko says you gotta get a kill. He's looking for it. They know that Easy's there. You gotta land these shots, buddy. You have to get this. Rolling Thunder. He's gonna get caught. And with that, Kyoto for 13 rounds on board. And Rolling Thunder in a 1 versus 1. No chance for Mindfreak. And that is gonna be them sent packing in playoffs. Fun Crew, with the dominant first half, are finally going to be able to finish things off many rounds later on the second. Oh my goodness, what an intense series out of these two.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a fall from grace. I mean, look, it's an establishment period for Mindfreak. There is the 2 new players coming into this roster, but that was the core 3 of the second representatives going through overseas last year, getting knocked out in the lower bracket. So Fun Crew, what a resurgence from the group stage, has to be said. They went 0-3 in their group. Yep. And now coming in through here in playoffs, they've been competitive in every series, and they're staying alive in the lower bracket.
I think there's two things you can read into this as well, where one would be that I think Mind Freak, that's when the two teams combine later on. Mind Freak were probably a little bit surprised and, you know, disappointed that they even entered lower bracket this early. And then from there, you know, they end up having to face Fun Crew, where this is such a resurgent Fun Crew. They already eliminated Crimus Disciples, which, you know, pre-playoffs would have been a favorite of anybody thinking about who was going to be good going into playoffs. And now, looking at Fun Crew's capability, I mean, I could see Fun Crew going to lower finals easily off this kind of performance. So, what a brilliant display so far for Fun Crew and for Mind Freak as well. Probably a disappointing M. They would have expected themselves to beat Honey Badgers early, then go up against Order, and then they would be the team going up against Bonkers. Who knows what would happen there? But Mind Freak, unfortunately, their stage ends here.
Yeah, I think you saw a lot of shakiness from them in terms of just the overall approach at times, but also just the individual players' forms. I don't think that they've had enough time with this roster to get through the depth of the map pool that they need and to get everyone comfortable with their roles. So it's a work in progress for Mind Freak. We'll keep tabs on them and see how they're coming in towards their next stage, and they've got a lot of time to just hit the prac and try to turn things around.
Yeah, they'll certainly have that. A lot of thinking time there for sure. But we'll think ahead as well, because now your Fun Crew in the lower round 3, they play the winner of Honey Badgers versus Bonkers.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, these are all good games. Honey Badgers versus Bonkers will be a great game that comes up next. And then as well, Fun Crew versus the winners, that pretty nuts. I mean, hard to tell who's going to be winning that one. So the journey to get into lowers and then into finals will be quite that journey. And beyond it, you have Iconic in that upper final, who they will be in the lower. Well, they will be. Well, we're assuming Order probably win, but who knows? If you get Order in the lower final, I think that's a GG. But if you get Iconic in the lower final, we'll see what happens. We'll be super competitive there. So this entire lower bracket journey for everyone, especially if you started out early like Bonkers and Mind Freak, you know you had to run through the gauntlet, and you know it's going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's just going to be whatever team comes out of this lower bracket gauntlet is going to be of a reasonable quality. You know, you're going to see them tested by a lot of different opponents, and I'm hoping that that's going to be for the best when they try to go up, take the upset against Order coming through that lower bracket. Perhaps they are definitely going to have to be put through their paces. That's for sure.
Yeah. So we'll have an interview lined up. It'll be coming up shortly with a member of Fun Crew. We'll get to check in on how they're feeling about that, because it was long enough. It was intense enough. I think for both sides, you know, you would assume, okay, things would have been probably quite easy on that opening map of Icebox. Nothing really for Fun Crew to be concerned about, but things got dire on both the next two, on both Bind and Ascent. So, I mean, you can only imagine what a player will be going through in those two next maps, especially after you just dominate Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to get a word from the players, though, Kev.
Let's head into it. Let's get this interview started with Old Man Fletchers. How you doing, dude? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, boys.
You sweating? Are you tired?
Yeah, like sweating like a pig over here, man. It's bad. It's bad.
All right, so talk me through that series, because you guys dominated map number 1 on Icebox, but then you had this really slow start on Bind, and they kind of dominated you back 10-2. You almost made a comeback happen.
Yeah, I know. Gutting, we couldn't get the at least OT on Bind after we strung so many rounds together. Our CT just sucked, plain and simple. So it was good that, you know, it was good for our confidence going into the third map that at least we kept the series close, I guess.
Yeah.
And then on,
go on,
Pilly. I was going to say, and then on that third map as well, it nearly got to a stage where they were going to make a comeback against you because you were in a winning position. They had a lot of rounds in a row, and they were looking to force the OT. So where was your mind at there?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had it on the 5v5 B post plant. I died market, we ulted them.
Yeah.
It was just a couple of trades that didn't go our way, and Ronsky done well to get Dragon at the end, and they defused, I think, with 1 second left. So that was kind of a bit of a burner of a round for us to take, but we knew we were still going to close that game out no matter what.
I only had one question, which was, I just wanted to get a little bit of insight into the roles in your teams and your approach. Like, we see you guys play this very sort of slow style. You run down the clock a lot on attack. Who's responsible for calling for your team? And is there any people putting in like the secondary calling and whatnot? And what's your general approach to Valorant? Like, what kind of style do you want your team to have?
Well, so Kyoto's the main caller. He's our IGL. Sometimes Easy will put his 2 cents in, you know, being an IGL himself. So I guess he's the secondary caller. And Yeah, we just try to play structured Valorant. For the most part, we try to get the fundamentals down. You know, we're not the best. We're still learning and still growing as a team together. But I'd say, yeah, we're trying to play like a fundamentally sound, structured style, I guess.
Yeah, definitely shows. Been super impressed with a lot of those T sides, and you're almost able to bring back the comeback. So I'm keen to watch you guys play some of those other guys in the lower bracket as well. Who would you prefer to play in towards that next match? We've got Bonkers and who are they playing up against?
Honey Badgers.
Honey Badgers, yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. Either of the teams, we don't mind playing any of these teams. It's all really competitive and really even at the top right now. So any of the teams, and I honestly don't even know how that series would go as well. So I'll be keen to watch it.
Well, man, we'll let you go. And again, congratulations for the win. Enjoy the break until you have to come back in to face the winner of Honey Badgers and Bonkers, which is our game coming up next. Another team is going to have to be eliminated so that one more can go through for that lower round 3. Mitch, I can't wait to see what happens. That's going to be banger as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, VOT action continues. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to VOT Stage 1 playoffs here as we're heading towards our second elimination game of the day. Just saw Fun Crew take down Mind Freak. So it ends up being Fun Crew moving on to the lower round 3. Now we get to take a look at Honey Badgers versus Bonkers. It's going to be, I think, another really, really close game.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have performed very, very well, both in the group stage as well as having some reasonable results in the playoffs. Honey Badgers obviously taking a map off of Order. The boys over there on Bonkers, very, very close on 2 maps. And even against the rest of the field, both of these teams have been winning a reasonable amount of series and pushing a lot of teams close. So 2 teams that show promise, and I'll be sad to say goodbye to either one of them in this lower bracket.
Let's take a look at Bonkers first and foremost, a team that went down to Iconic on the first matchup and dispatched a Crimus Disciples in a pretty convincing way as well. So Bonkers probably one of our more the teams we talk highly about come into this playoffs. They did super well in our group stage as well, came close to Order in a series where, you know, obviously Order are still playing to win there because they wanted that first seed. Bonkers really came up to them real big time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the group stage. I don't think I've seen that level of form yet from Bonkers in towards the playoffs. It was great to see them dispatch a Crimus, but I'll have to say it, Crimus didn't play particularly well, nowhere near the level of their group stage, so they might have been a little bit easier to put away. Still have high hopes for Bonkers, though, but they do have a little bit of a rivalry with Honey Badgers. Bonkers were another one of those teams that was playing a lot of these off-season tournaments as well, and these 2 squads have actually played against each other quite a bit recently.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what Minimize had to say coming into this match.
Yeah, so first game we went up against Iconic. They played pretty well. They surprised us a bit. They individually played really well. As a team, they had some decent ideas, even though they didn't really practice that much. Like, you can tell that they had some stuff from back when they used to play as Legacy. Obviously, they beat us 2-0. After that, we went down to lower bracket versus Crimus. You know, we didn't want to go out in 8th place, so we're pretty motivated to get the win. You know, we came out and managed to just close that one out to get the 2-0.
Tex for 2 so far. Excellent position for RDW.
Look, we've always been pretty confident. I don't think that's changed yet. We're still confident that if we play how we're supposed to play, that we can really beat anyone.
Spike will go down. Scroll's just looking at Bonkers right now, and Bonkers are just looking at so many free kills. What is going on? Scroll takes Milky.
Yeah, we might have some new things in store for the boys over there. In terms of the players over there, obviously Jelly D, when that guy's on, he just, you know, tears it up. That guy's really sharp when he's on. But I think if we just play as a team, hopefully we should be able to deal with any of those threats. And we've played them enough times now to kind of know their play style and how they play. So I think the matchup should be pretty good.
Six, maintaining their position, might even find another kill. There it is, more coming through.
Yeah, so to run the bracket, it's going to be kind of a gauntlet, you know. You have to face all the good teams like the Face, Crimus, Honey Badgers, Mind Freak, Fun Crew. Like, that's what it's looking like it's going to turn out to be. Iconic as well. So if we do make this lower bracket run, it'll be quite insane. So
certainly would be insane to make the lower bracket run, you know, as another team that kind of lose in their initial matchup. They have a lot of games to play through. I think they were probably one of the more tested teams as well, the fact that they had to get past Crimus Disciples. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how Bonkers get through. Mitch, let's talk about Honey Badgers for a little second here as well, because they're the other team that are in this competition where Honey Badgers themselves have been really coming up. They had that first initial win versus Mind Freak. Beyond that as well, a map win on Bind versus Order. So one of the few teams, one of the few times that anyone could even make Order bleed.
Yeah, a very, very decent team in their own regard. And as you did say, taking a map off Order is no small feat. The multi-frag potential of some of these players is pretty insane. You saw some of it from Fulvus, but in particular, I feel like the most players I've been impressed with Suave and Jelly D on this roster. But across the board, they've been very solid. There still is a firepower ceiling to be hit if you see Kareem start to hit another level as well. And in terms of being tested, both of these teams have been really tested recently. Most of their recent games are against Order, Iconic. These are very, very solid teams in this competition.
Well, we had a chat with Minimize, but let's have a look at what Milky has to say about it as well.
So I think the game against Mind Freak was obviously really close. It was 2-1, and we kind of just edged it out over them. I think a lot of the feeling in the team was like that it wasn't even close. Like, I think we felt so comfortable and so confident that we were going to win, even when the score was kind of going a little bit their way. It didn't bother us, so we just kind of stayed really focused. When it comes to Order, I think when we won that first map, there was a lot of energy, and then I think we struggled to like transfer it over to the second and third map. Their like kind of experience and practice kind of showed. like they didn't crumble at all or have any kind of fatigue after losing a map, and then that kind of showed on Icebox and on Ascent that their mental's really hard to break.
He did not freak out, did not panic, just looked at them both as individual targets.
I think after losing the order, we were a little bit heartbroken just because of the process to kind of get to that grand final spot is a lot harder. Like it went from just beating Order and then versing Fun Crew, Iconic, and then being in the grand finals, now having to verse Bonkers, another team, and then another team. I think we're very confident against Bonkers. In our previous matchup, we showed that we're able to beat them. I think it was more just an on-the-day thing that they kind of took that win from us. I think the only thing we worry about when it comes to Bonk is probably Nice Hacks having a crazy day. It's just that typical that Jet duelist main can kind of take over really easily. But in terms of strats and stuff like that, or overall team composition, we don't feel outclassed at all. When I look at their team, I like to do side-by-side comparisons. So RDW is kind of like our Jelly D, where they both can put up really crazy numbers, both play a lot of different roles, have a lot of different impact over the map.
Bonsky instantly delete. This is huge!
Oh my lord, Jelly D.
The 6 remaining teams that are left right now, I think a lot of them are fighting for that top 4. It's really important for us to try to put ourselves in at least number 2, but ultimately fight for number 1.
Looking for number 1 there, as Milky says. So, Honey Badger to get through similar journey, have to play through quite a lot. I mean, they didn't have to start in their lower round 1, but Honey Badger's looking, at least feeling confident about moving through the lowers.
Yeah, and like I said before, these two teams, bit of a history against each other. They played 2 series against each other since mid-January this year, and it's gone either way, 1-1. So this is the decider series and also the elimination series for both of these teams in VOT.
Yeah, couldn't be a more, high stakes sort of matchup here for a team that maybe these two teams could even consider them rivals. I mean, they got plenty of history between them as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at 2 of our highlighted players for this particular matchup. Nice Hacks versus Jelly D, who Milky specifically even said, as long as Nice Hacks doesn't go off and have a huge day, they can handle them.
I think the great thing about Nice Hacks is, he does have a reasonable amount of pop-off potential. Maybe hasn't shown as much of it. Part of that is because of how Bonkers plays in their system. But the great thing about Nice Hacks is he does play that entry role. He's happy to play a Neon or a Jet or a Raze and just take first contact for his team and make space. And those are the kind of players that, when they're very comfortable embracing that role, they don't even necessarily need to put kills on the board. They just create space and allow the rest of the round to kind of unfold and the rest of their team to have some impact. As for Jelly D, I think he's a bit more of that flashy kind of fragger. He definitely has quite a flexible agent pool, which has been great to see. But we've seen a crazy amount of highlight plays from him. And we've also seen his ability to take initiative and take rounds into his own hands by pushing on some of the agents like Reyna and just having those pop-off multi-frag rounds and just putting the team on his back.
All right, let's take a look at the vetoes now as we head closer to our series and also sort of get into whether there's anything in particular that's interesting here. So anything that stands out for you so far? I know that Honey Badgers do like to get rid of Breeze as their initial priority map ban, so that's gone.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a different pool, which is the cool thing. We've seen 2 head-to-head games of these teams playing against each other over the last couple of months. The first 2 maps almost every time have been Fracture Icebox. Fracture gets banned out in the second phase. Neither one of these teams want to go towards that. Honey Badgers obviously feeling great about how Bind went for them, taking a map off of Order. But this is also a map that Bonkers don't mind playing too much. Bonkers, Haven has just been their go-to. It's been the most consistent map for them. They also really pushed Order on that, so it's a map that is super comfortable for them. And then to see Icebox be the remainder is no real big surprise. Neither of these teams mind playing it, and it's been in the pool both times they played each other.
And we got a cool thing here as well. We're going to look at the fan vote in terms of who they think is going to win, the fan pick'em, I believe, as we look through the veto. And the only other thing there was I think both the bans were their respective teams' normal priority bans. I got a question for you though. I minimizes on Honey Badgers, right? That's why I got Honey Badgers on here.
No, minimizes on Bonkers.
Oh, I told him yesterday in the podcast I'd back him too.
No, you've gone against him. You've dogged him.
Speaking of you guys, the 3 of you guys dogged him pretty hard last night. I back minimize, so that's why I got Honey Badgers. Yeah, I back him a lot. It will be a good game though. So it's close. I mean, 52% Bonkers, 48% the other way for Honey Badgers. Let's be real. You chose this for me. I didn't even choose. You chose Honey Badgers for me. So that's all right, Mitch. We'll get past it.
I mean, Digital was saying last night on the podcast that Minimize thrives off people preying on his downfall. So maybe you're trying to help him out at the end of the day.
That's what you guys are doing. I wasn't. Okay, so that's fun. That's cool. We got vetoes, and at this point, I mean, all that's left to do is get into the game itself. So hopefully we're pretty much ready. This is going to be a tough one to really predict. We'll think over the actual initial agent selects as well as what was that first map again? Let me just remind myself. It was Bind. So taking a look over towards Bind, bit of history of Bind between how these guys have gone. Obviously we see across the board.
Hey,
we
Kev,
see
you said Neon's a throw. You said it. You know that Bonkers plays this comp.
We see across the board like Sky as well, and Jelly D is going to go towards the KO instead. But the other picks are pretty standard. Cream going on the Raze here is a bit of a callback. I actually think Raze probably and generally does bring more to the table utility-wise than a Jet, and still has the actual opening entry power that Jet has as well, minus the actual smoke. So you'd have to just dive into one of Milky Smokes if you are Cream. On the other end, Minimizer is going to end up playing that Sky.
He is, yeah. This is kind of his token agent. Even going back to last year in the VOT, he was definitely very comfortable on that agent. Scrolls on his comfort pick as well of Sova. And I think those are the two players that statistically for Bonkers across this competition have been a little bit weaker. And overall, if those guys are going to get on those comfort picks, they might be able to have a little bit more fragging impact rather than having to play as much for the team. There'll still be obviously a lot more on the supporting side. But overall, the same agent lineups from both of these teams. And it's always interesting, Kev, whenever you have these repeated matchups, when two teams play each other all the time. You saw it with Wildcard, you saw it with Order last year. This is obviously a bit of a lower level matchup in terms of the hierarchy of teams. How does the veto break down? How does the thing start to adjust in terms of the maps that are being picked?
Right.
And I was saying it before, Fracture was in there last time, almost every series. Now we end up on a different order of maps, and that might change things a lot.
The other thing that's not being run by Bonkers is the Viper, which is very standard now on Binds, so they're going quite off-meta in a way. I like Chamber, but I don't like him enough to forgo the Viper, which I think is more important for just all the different setups that you can do on this map. So, I mean, the global ability from both Milky and Fulvus playing the standard Viper plus Astra here is really big. But just by the way, this was the map that Honey Badgers won versus Order, and Fulvus and Suave were huge factors in being able to take down Order. So this is a little bit scary for Bonkers. For me, at least, I'm pretty convinced I'd be amazed. I would love to be wrong because it'd be funny, but at the same time, to me, Bonkers are playing the wrong comp, and Fulvus and Honey Badgers beat Order here, and they look good on it.
Well, Bonkers got 11 rounds off Order on this map as well with this comp. So
I refuse to listen to that.
Not going to take anything for granted. You're just going to look at... I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying them's the statistics, okay? Bathroom control here for Bonkers. They make the contact play through. That's some great information early on. We'll see if Milky's able to hold that flank down or if he's going to go down early. The contact in Hookah is super important as well. A lot of timings could unravel this round for either side.
Yeah, I mean, the movements here as well. Milky's about to get contacted by Nice Hacks, and this could go either way. Milky will get it done. Couple of hits. Doesn't spot the other player, though, so that should be a pickup now. Back to the side of RDW and Bonk. 1 for 1. Oh, this one's going to be really tight. Does Cream check or no?
Nah.
He's already got one. He's going to go at least one for. He's exited.
Okay, Minimize has just let that one go by the wayside a little bit in terms of the timings. He's come back through on the backside. He's hit a lot of leg there. Maybe 6 or 7 shots in the leg. RDW, with all this main control, Spike only now just gets picked up though, Kevin. Honey Badgers are going to call the audible off the back of the control on long from Jelly D. Minimize might have just threaded the needle in terms of the timing, though.
He's got a barrel. Yeah, but so does Jelly D. No. Jelly D saw the barrel there as well. You can see the instant adjustment. Jelly D was looking over towards side, then instantly knew he saw that. Cream's on low HP, but Tix would have to land some nutty shots here. You don't have a lot of time, so if RDW can prevent the plant, they can still win this round. He's doing it right now. That's 4-5! Ace on the pistol, and RDW, he might have failed to get a kill a little bit earlier on, but he's just walked around the entire map, done a full lap, coast to coast, and gets all 5.
It's 2 off the tour de force, and RDW has been a standout on this map for Bonkers on the chamber multiple times, even on Order against Order. he was able to find these great timings, walking up on both defense and attack, and just being able to thread the needle, read the rotations very, very nicely, and already starting things off with an ace. I'd be a little worried if I'm Honey Badgers. They're going to take an eco, have a little bit of a think about what was just inflicted upon them.
It would be hard to not get a tour by round 3 here, which means you have an operator on round 3 when Honey Badgers are going to go for the gun round. That timing is, I think, even more impactful than Blades round 3, so... Especially on a defensive side. I mean, you'd like Blades round 3 if you're attacking, but if you're defending, you want that tour for sure.
Yeah.
And RDW now with Tix for first contact. There you go, number 6 out of 7.
Even if he
oh
dies.
My goodness, just finish him off. Clean him up, send him out. Relay to come on through, another 4. To be fair, it's a 9-0 is fun to look at. But I will say, like, maybe 2 out of those 4 kills are a little bit unnecessary in terms of allowing the rest of the team to catch up. But yeah, Tor's online now, so, you know, whatever.
Yeah. There is also the other side of that theory, though, which is if you have star players, sometimes you do want them to just get that confidence eco bash in early and just get some of those confidence kills. And that's going to allow them to start getting into their element, start feeling like I am dominating the server, I'm owning everybody. Tour de Force comes straight out. RDW looking to take contact. 2 Astra stars from the offense here. Looking to try to take him out of the equation, and great in combination with the snake bite. Just pushes him off the angle. Great util usage out of Honey Badgers. The fragment to follow as well. That's Bathrooms control for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of util spam, but you also saw the relay coming through from Niceaxe as well to help RDW get off the line. So both teams will end up trading successfully, and Honey Badgers not losing anyone early to the tour as well via the fact that we do see many members of Honey Badgers over towards Showers. And now another trade coming through as well. Both Astra utilities being dropped over towards Hookah.
Oh, that's great. Great map control protocols out from Honey Badgers. They take that Hookah control, they pressure long. This incentivizes that bathroom push because Bonkers are only on a bonus right now.
Break the knife. And Miles gets out with his life. All right, take those. It's got to be a split B approach now. You have one in Hookah as well for the entry. I mean, that Trailblazer sees everything at this point. You're going to start rotating over. The Taurus here looking for an opening. You're down 1 already, so you need to bring one back somehow. Wow, Cream. What a shot. That's the tour gone. That's exactly the opening that Honey Badgers need.
They TP'd back towards A side, but they're actually calling the audible to be 20 seconds on the clock. Honey Badgers are really running down the clock, and this could actually come out in the favor of Bonkers if they find the right timing. Scroll gets the pick over towards A.
They have to enter now.
Oh, the dinks.
Time is running out. They instantly have to plant. I mean, at this point, if you're Text, you just run in. He's too far away.
Oh,
he went for the flank over towards Elbow, so he's not going to be able to stop the plant at all. And at this point, even though that Scroll took away the gun from Fulvis, knife, not going to quite land. 3-man post plant versus just the 1 rifle. It's Tix on the elbow, watched by Milky. Range difference means that Milky takes that pretty much every day of the week. Tix can't do it on a Spectre. Scroll makes his positioning known, but at this point in time, as long as Milky and Suave don't do anything stupid, they'll have this, and they'll have that headshot.
It's good damage, though. Lots of guns taken out of the hands of Honey Badgers, and I have to say, you know, it's something that you see from the less experienced teams sometimes, is that they made that round more complicated than it needed to be, I think. They were in such great positions. They found the opening kill. They're even able to take the tour de force out of the equation early on. And they're just hitting the TP with 20 seconds to go, and they've dropped a handful of extra guns that they maybe didn't necessarily need to. Wouldn't have minded them just keeping things simple and just grouping up and hitting the site when they've got man advantages like that, rather than relying on last-second rotations against the bonus round. End of the day, they still take it away. But their economy's taken a bit of a hit. And now, as we get into a tech pause, I mean, we've seen the op come out for RDW. Had a tough time finding an opportunity last round with the tour, but maybe it's a different story this time.
A lot of that came down to the fact that he was pushed out of Showers so early, and that was where a lot of the Honey Badgers offensive was initially coming from, and rotating off towards B, just didn't see anybody on the entry. Cream takes his head off clean, and now you look at this round where, because he's got the 9-1 scoreline, he's built up so much extra cash that, yeah, it's not a surprise that he'll be able to afford an operator early. And they like to be able to find a bit more. Starts on Showers again. And Jelly's by himself. That's a missed shot into the rendezvous.
Ooh, the leg. Leg or a bit of a wall bank. And you get the rendezvous out, reposition from RDW. He's going to take another angle from short once this gas runs out from Fulvis, who he's already had it up for an hour. You can see he's only got 40 gas left. They cannot continue pushing up here, Honey Badgers. They don't have the gas available.
If you want anybody to be on a spectre, Cream entering with that straight into towards Lamps is probably okay. And that is also a great sign as well if you are Honey Badgers. You just heard the drone go in towards the teleporter, which means it doesn't check out short. It's not going to spot all those players. Also didn't see anything over towards B, so actually it's a bit confusing for Bonkers because you're thinking, where are they right now? Not seeing anything.
Honey Badger's really running down the clock. Milky doesn't know if Hook is dirty or not. Two-man setup on towards long B. Bonkers looking to rely on that to contest things. Scroll on the rotation back around is trying to beat this exit as both of these players get spotted by the KO knife.
Yep, now they have to back out. They can't do anything. And this is really important because the Astra player simply cannot drop any utility. Cream looking to spam through over towards elbow, and it will be site taken now. This should be the plant, no issues.
Oh, could have almost sworn that line was great. There is the ult off the back of the plant here for Jelly D. He's only 20 HP as well, so he could be res if he gets taken out.
Jelly didn't default plant, so the shot wasn't going to hit him. I think he was concerned about the shot potentially hitting, so it doesn't go for the default, which is smart. And like you said, he can go for the... He can be resed here. Although I do believe it's gone now. Null Command has been basically nullified. And with that, the rest of Honey Badgers in their post-plant positions aren't going to have too much effort to be expended to clean up everybody else. It's operator on the floor now. It doesn't get picked up. They don't even want it.
I mean, really hard to complete that retake. You get all of your util taken away by that plant with the KO ult. That's just a massive impact ult straight out there from Jelly D. Cannot complete that retake without just the Neon being able to wall up and dash in. You get the Astra util, you get the Sky Flash out. None of that. You can't just drive retake back into the B site in a 5-on-5. That is never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, the null command eventually goes away, but even then, I think time was becoming a bit of an issue. Really, the impact for me was the opening KO knife, landing across into B Octagon, and that stops both of minimizing ticks from really having any impact. So,
yeah,
that's what gets them on towards the site.
Yeah, he had another KO knife as well once his null command ran out that landed on like 2 more players CT. So the coverage across that round from Jelly D.
It's fun to not have any util, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Honey Badgers fighting back in this half, back at 2 apiece. Now up against this half buy. In the iconic Bonkers game, there were so many half buys, one back and forth. It was an absolute mess. So we'll see if that trend's going to continue.
Oh, we do have info gained here. You had Scrawl on the line with the drone as well. Gets the spot over onto who was it, Fulvis. And that guiding light as well is going to at least get some info on Fountain. Man, if Jelly D was to knife Octagon again, he'd find some real money, but he sends his knife a little bit further deep.
No, that's on the top of Octagon.
Okay, well, he did get one then, I think.
Yeah, caught the sky. That means no counter flashes as this contact comes up long. Still a nice couple of shots out of Minimize. This is getting interesting. RDW from the side as well. You get the Seekers popped.
And that extra flash as well. I mean, that could actually be the Eco 1. You talked about how strong the Sheriff, so you talked about the Ecos coming up through. Oh my goodness, Full was trying to back on out. And it gets nailed by the Marshal. Holy. Scroll now gets the free gun. And between Minimize and RDW on the Headhunter and Sheriff, they take away the guns.
It's another one of these rounds that Bonkers had absolutely no business winning. And especially when it's early on in these halves where the money isn't really built up yet. That's where you can really have massive amounts of economic impact. So you just don't have that loss bonus built up for either side. Honey Badgers, they put themselves in such an excellent position, but now it's back neck and neck. Either team will be broke after this round elapses. 3 ults available for Honey Badgers. They've got the Pit, they've got the Showstopper and the Cosmic. So great tools to be able to complete the entry into the site and the post plan. Another knife landing on towards bathrooms. Jelly D just does not miss, mate.
Yeah, he's got all the knife lineups. Especially in a situation where you can't just straight throw it in. You have to be putting it in a position where it can't be shot at. So you do have to learn these lineups very accurately. And it's a big deal for a map like Bind. And, you know, the reason now you can really see why he's bringing a KO onto Bind, because he knows how to get max value out of the knives. Nice axe on the other hand through Showers. Now, looking for info walking through. Feels it pretty clean and could just be the long flank now.
I mean, these are the great mid-round timings where at a minute, teams often shift in their default. Now Tix getting disabled, getting blinded again. Jelly D finding that player in towards Hookah's side. Raise nade to follow up. You get a star as well. He's suppressed, he's vulnerable, and he's taken out of the equation. Minimize trying to make this worth something. Able to flash himself out, but still being pressured from long here, Kev.
And Minimize trying to best to just stay alive currently. He's at least had some hookah control, but he can't quite get anything done. And plays are dropping out of long as well. Scroll gets one kill, another tag as well. We're not going to get the plant into the pit, so makes things difficult here. Suave! No shot, alright. Jelly D gets it in, no, RDW, my bad. We'll get that instead.
Yeah, great crosshair placement. Jelly D now playing on the cheeky part of the ult. Waiting for one of these players on CT side to make a mistake. In the meanwhile, nice hacks and RDW prodding the other side of the ult. Great timing out of Jelly D to be able to find that pick.
First tap coming on through Fulvis now. Does he believe that it's sticking? Yeah, okay. Here we go. That's half, though. 1 versus 1 now. Good shots coming through from RDW, but time is an issue. Can't quite land the right click. Not going to find the shot at all. Fulvis, when that 1 versus 1 is quite precarious, so considering the 10 HP left. And I think if maybe RDW gets the kill straight away, and because there was a half defuse, he could still be able to get the round, but timings get very tight.
None of the ults invested in that round either, just the pit to be able to secure that one and break the money of Bonkers. They've still got the Showstopper and the Cosmic in the back pocket there, Kev. So, again, Honey Badgers putting themselves in a good position, keeping the scores even. Now they must beat a half bite. It's bloody Groundhog Day.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the half buy is successful this time around, or rather, we'll see if Honey Badgers can be the ones to actually anti-eco. And already it's a 1-for-1, so they get one, but they lose one, which doesn't feel great.
Yeah. I mean, RDW gets a tour off of dying there, so he'll have yet another op to try to have some impact. It's been tough for him off the back of this YouTube usage from Honey Badgers. We'll see how that goes next gun round, because Honey Badgers are putting the foot to the accelerator. They've taken that hookah control. Milky's making contact up towards long. Taking his time. Still 2 players looking to contest, and nice hacks on his horse on the rotation over through B in towards CT spawn, rather. Honey Badger with 50 seconds on the clock and no control of this A side of the map. Scroll's got a rifle. This could get a bit spicy.
Oh, 6. Yeah, things are already getting out of hand here. 1 HP as well, but they'll clean up a member over towards long. Here comes the Showstopper. Take the risk. They know the player is there. Nice hacks. Nothing to be done. Just a couple left now. Scroll does have a rifle, but he is only just coming to assist teammates now. Oh, but the timing is brilliant. Cream had no idea.
Oh,
Jelly hears the info. Jelly, by the way, is waiting for the next knife. He doesn't otherwise have anything to work through.
Yeah, 5 seconds on that. That'll give him at least a little bit of info about Scrawl's positioning. Scrawl is trying to stay 1 step ahead of the curve, assuming that it's an A plant. But Jelly D is waiting a little bit longer. Puts that spike down backside.
Full util for Scroll. No util now for Jelly. Knife spent.
Trying to make contact on the drone. You've got the dart right under Jelly, but he's good enough to be able to swing out in the open. Just takes the duel against Scroll.
Didn't even want the
no util needed. But still, again, against a half buy, it comes back to 1 player surviving there, Kev. They are just not getting through against these half buys cleanly enough for Honey Badgers. They are really kind of scraping these together. The gun rounds look easy almost, but then against the half buys,
yeah, it's almost like they are being caught by, I don't want to say random stuff, but being caught by, you know, these different kind of plays coming through from the fact that Bonkers will play differently on those half buys, and ecos are going to move differently and go different places.
For sure.
Scroll was playing that showers line, that very deep aggressive showers line that actually looks over towards, you know, almost cave. That's the first opening kill. Eventually we'll pick up that rifle, convert onto another player, be along with the timing. That's on top of then plays like Tex getting a headshot versus Sheriff. So, you know, just every now and then, here or there, different members of Bonkers will pick up something, just the one, but they only need the one. And then it comes down to a literal 1 versus 1 in a round where, you're right, Honey Badgers should probably just have it easily, but they don't. They don't have them easy at all.
Yeah. And
Sometimes not at all.
There's attack timeout from Bonkers. They're well aware of how much damage they've just done in their round like that. They are now aware of the potential to reset Honey Badgers, and that could make this a much more competitive half. Tour de Force is ready for RDW's had a tough time getting involved in the action. The util usage has been excellent from Honey Badgers so far. So how do Bonkers approach this one? Tua comes out straight away. Flash on long does spot a player, so Minimize well aware they're going to be moving towards B long here.
At least the one. Should be Rendezvous down as well. I'm actually not entirely sure of it, but that's what you would expect. No, he's got his Rendezvous down over towards B to swap between both U-Haul and other. That's the first shot coming in through. Second shot misses. Would have been pretty big. Could have even got through the teleporter. In either case, it's just going to be the one and done there. Honey Badger respond in a much better way. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury there, especially from Suave. So, trademark also deactivated.
This is where Tix needs to activate himself. Able to get two, so pretty nice. The drone goes through, and Scrawl knows that's the closest player on the site, so he has space to be able to flood through spawn. Sees that player tagged up, able to take the duel with him. Heads up play from him. Puts Bonkers into a 2-on-1. They hear the TP, trying to stay one step ahead of Suave here. This man has had plenty of impact plays so far in both the groups and the playoffs. Able to deal with the dart and put the spike down. Maybe not. She's just getting absolutely bombarded by the util, having a tough time. Might even just hit the TP again, but yeah, Scroll stops him.
Yeah, can't even make it through, unfortunately. And, you know, shame on you, Scroll, for stealing away what would have been Nicehack's first pickup there as well. That's unfortunate. Waiting for the opportunity to get this overdrive in action, which is, in a way, like a pseudo Blades. It's another, quote-unquote, like, free weapon, even though I think it's probably the weakest of the three between Blades, Overdrive, and Tor, just because it doesn't last forever, whereas you can just pull out the other ones, you can just play with them for however long you want. 4 more rounds to play through. So far, 4-4. And Honey Badgers, I mean, you mentioned it, their money just hasn't been up to date.
No.
Even rounds they win, they lose too many, and it just means they caught one round loss and they're instantly out of it.
Yeah, this is the bane of not being able to close those rounds up cleanly enough. It's a very, very important skill set to be able to just maintain your consistency of stringing these rounds and halves together. Relay Bolt trying to contest Jelly D. You can see just how effective that Neon utility is at zoning people from taking certain tools. Milky found his way into bloody elbow somehow. Tix is asleep at the wheel, apparently in the back of the sire.
Yeah, they kind of just walked up, so that'll be a bit of a question mark moment. Minimize Cops and L from the early nade. But that's so far all that Honey Badgers are gonna get. Back over towards Hookah now. Spike in Jelly D's hands. Pretty sure Jelly D did hear something. There was a bit of jumping around that was on the other side of that, and so trying to figure out exact locations. And now Tix can just play off Nicehacks to finish this one off.
They're both super low. Sheriff is always a dangerous prospect. Both of them hiding. Don't want to take that duel if they don't have to. Tix just going to swing off the contact of that player shouldering CT. Kind of by accident, if anything. Bonkers. A very well-timed pause. They understood the impact of winning that round, and they've reaped the reward of it. They reset the economy. They win against the Sheriff round with 4 players surviving. Now they have a strong economy, and they're ahead in the half. Really good swing from them.
Yeah, operator still for RDW, plus plenty in the bank afterwards. Really important round for Honey Badger to rebuild economy, because we're just looking at more and more losses here. They're at least going to be at max loss bonus as a silver lining. And other than that, not where you really want to be. Overdrive instantly popped, and Nicehacks is just going to run down into Fountain. But yeah, that Overdrive will be shelved pretty quickly now.
Honey Badgers working this A side of the map. So many ults on offer from both teams. Neon ult isn't finding any contact, so I think that's just going to time out without really having any impact. Didn't really zone anyone from B either.
Actually, I figured out. It's halfway between like a standard gun ultimate, like a Blades and Tor, and halfway between a Showstopper. Where we see similar things. You get aggressive Showstopper, run down, see what's there, throw the rocket out and hope for the best. Null command now means that it's going to come through. Extra knife as well, just for the extra suppression.
Retake posture here from the boys on Bonkers. Don't want to deal with any of those ults. They allow all of the util to be expended. Trailblazer goes through the TP doors, spotting out Milky. Minimize knows he doesn't want to take this duel too early. He's going to take his time while the rest of Bonkers get his retake going again. Another huge Hunter's Fury from Scroll. 3 kills on a gun round.
3 kills from a Hunter's Fury from 3 shots. I don't even think I've really seen that before. Usually, you might get 2 at best with a double tag on a single shot. Jelly D now, fast lane to play up against. Scroll will find it number 4. And now the ace to come through as well. Potentially, Scroll looking for it. Should easily have it. Milky denies, but they get the round, and that's the important part.
Absolutely. Massive, massive impact. And Scroll just flexing his guns as a Sova main there. If you go look at his stats on VLR or one of those kind of websites, it's something like a couple of games of Killjoy, 200 games of Sova, a couple of games of Sky, something along those lines. And you see why there. It is his ultimate comfort pick. His stats go way up every time he's playing it as opposed to something else. Just knows how to get great value out of that util. And of course, it's super valuable to a team like Bonkers. Sova is one of the most picked agents in every competition.
Yeah, right up there for high pick rates. Icehawks will hold positioning here. I suppose being suppressed as a Neon is really just about losing your relay bolt first and foremost. Alright, some really shaky shots, but it'll be enough. Some extra shots through the smoke as well, connecting onto Cream, who's kind of feeling the heat. Speaking of feeling the heat, Icehawks barely surviving against the paint shells.
Yeah, those are the kind of aggressive positions that are a little unnecessary. Like taking these duels up short against the Sheriffs makes me super nervous, especially when you're tanking like 100 plus decay damage. Minimize goes down to a nice shot, and you can still see Nice Hacks tucked into Cubby here. Very, very low. 1 Sheriff bullet's going to be the end of him. But it feels like Bonkers, at least for the time being, still in control. Milky with the Phantom, actually, has snuck through bathrooms.
"30 seconds, I mean, time is not really looking great.
30 seconds left.
And Fulvus is just finding a way. He's going to pin over towards A. I mean, the spike is on the other
20
side. Now
seconds?
they come run back for it.
They're going to go bathrooms? What?
I almost expect them to just commit towards B. They don't know there's only one person there, but they're getting confident off the back of the
They're
Viper.
going short!
The issue is they go short, but they still get a kill. Scroll can still do something here. Double shot and relay. Recon, rather, I should say. Here it comes. Should be a default. Double shot it through. He won't stop the plant, though. He just pulls it out too slowly.
Oh, Fulvus times it out of the pit. It's all on Tix to pick up the pieces. There's spaghetti everywhere, and honey badgers are eating all of it. Tix is hungry too, though, Kev.
Oh, this is one. You might as well divide. Swab's already beat the timing, though.
Oh.
Yep, unfortunate. Wow, that was getting tricky as well. Consider that honey badgers were almost out of time.
Yeah.
Indecisive where they wanted to go. Fulvus is like, no, please come back to A. I'm pitted already. No, this has got to be the play. I thought they were faking A with the pit to then go B, which would make more sense to me, but...
No, but they already TP'd. That wouldn't even be a good fake at all. Like, it ends up working out, again, running it down to the last second for Honey Badgers hitting those TPs, but... These aggressive positions for Bonkers, like, they honestly just keep playing super, super forward against the pistols, and it's getting them into some trouble.
Spike down B.
That's going to be some early frags. Nice shot from RDW to follow through as well. And there it is. Drone plus some extra move from Milky on towards B means a free plant. He's going to be jump peeking around or just like jiggling off that elbow angle. Now that they've dodged the shock darts, should be the plant. There it is. Took a while, but we got there. Reload connects, that's really huge. And you need Milky to win that duel because now Suave could be in a ton of hurt. 16 HP, too many angles to cover. And a round going back the way of Honey Badgers. Sorry, no, to Bonkers now as they confirm the 7 and 5.
Yeah, neck and neck half. And again, I think, like, what was that? 3 half buys, 1 in that half? Between the two teams?
I don't know, I lost count.
I think it was 3, which is just, I don't know, man. A little bit too much for me. Some crazy stuff. Not even that. Not even any like jet knives at all. You know, which is usually like the ultimate thing. That's like, yeah, okay. Half buy was 1 with the jet going ballistic. Not the case here. Definitely something to look at. Either way, though, Bonkers now moving things over onto the attacking side. And RDW, he's kind of cooled off. He was up 9-1. Since then, he's gone, what, 7 for 6. So since the initial pop-off of the pistol and half-bite,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that
really
the chamber is not really that kind of pop-off kind of character, though. So on the defense, you still have a bit of sentinel gameplay going on.
Yeah, I feel like his impact was super limited with the great util from Honey Badgers as well. He was just never able to get in there with the operator.
Well, pistol was where RDW found most of his value, so we're back over towards a pistol, and that's exactly what you want to see in terms of RDW finding that ability to go off again. And now we're going to go straight over towards the site itself. So, play off the speedway. Fast lane. Got to play in showers as well. I mean, this is a brilliant take so far. You've cleared out so many different angles. Nice Hex is just going to slide on through past a player. Not quite connect the shots. Still 5 versus 5, bit of damage. Mostly onto the Bonkers side of things. Scroll on very limited HP. Fulva's surely traded 100%. Now Tech's potentially in trouble because he's stuck in a gravity well.
Yeah, he's going to get chased down as well. Honey Badger's doing great work with the util usage to be able to come back into the site. A 4-on-2. Both players just zoned all the way back into short A as well as bathrooms. That's an easy little retake there for Honey Badgers to pick up their pistol. So 1 apiece in terms of the pistols between both of these teams. A neck-and-neck game. I think we're in for another really close 3-mapper. I'm keen to go to bed at like 1 a.m. tonight.
Sure, yeah, I'm keen to have my dinner at 1 a.m. really. I think that's really what we're getting towards now. That's fine though. 5.
Are you really an esports caster if you don't eat cold food on the rig?
Oh yeah, it's been waiting there for 5 hours. That's why I always appreciated there was that warmer in the green room of a particular studio. So
yeah,
that was always nice. But now we have, looking over towards the side of things, it should be a 7-7 situation now, where it is, assuming, we don't have another classic OCE eco round win. But it's full 5 classics, probably no util there as well. See if Nice Hex can, we'll see if Nice Hex can really get too much done here. Nope, first one dead, sadly.
Standing ahead.
Get the dart as well from Suave. Really well-timed shock dart into the choke point. Gets a lot of damage done. RDW, this is something you'll see from him all half long. He had a lot of impact lurking through on the attacking side with the chamber. We'll keep an eye on that later on. You were talking about the Viper being absent for Bonkers, and usually the Viper is that player in your lineup that's kind of making those plays up short A late into the round, or lurking as the 1-4. That's probably going to be RDW on the chamber, making those more lurk kind of plays without the aid of that Viper walled in towards A.
Well, the other thing about Vipers lurking as well is they still have impact on the other side of the map or wherever they put their util down. So that's the, added benefit of having global utility, that and the Viper.
Yeah.
Sorry, that and the Astra. You are the Viper in that particular example.
That was a great anti-eco though. 5 alive. They're going to have a clean bonus. 5 Spectres. What's the approach here for Honey Badgers? Look at this. They're going to go straight down long B with the aid of the dart. It's just going to be Fulvus alone on this ace side against 5.
Double stars as well. And we'll see what Fulvus does about this one. He has a Toxin screen, which he plays quite aggressively over towards Showers. It's not going to be too fast from Bonkers. They'll play off the fact that the Trailblazer can drone through and Nice Hex will use it, sliding on in. Play down their own fast lane to try and find some cover in towards the plant now. As long as Fulvus just stays alive for a little bit longer. No, he's instantly dead. I was going to say, if he stays alive for a little bit longer, causes some issues, at least their team will know that they have some control in the U-Haul, but they don't anymore.
I like the approach on the bonus, though, from Honey Badgers. I like to see those more aggressive plays. You're going to see if they can get some damage done or try to complete this retake by setting the pace up short. Suave is trying to make his way in towards U-Haul, but denied at every turn. The gun difference is apparent from Bonkers. A flawless round without having any issues at all.
Back-to-back flawlesses between 2 different teams here, and especially when you are Bonkers, that's a very important round to get a flawless. That's the money builder round. Super big. Now everyone gets to buy a full util, full armor, no drops. On the other side of things, Honey Badgers will have their pickups as well, minus Milky's full armor. Expensive Astra util, buying multiple stars every single round does hurt. No ultimates, though, is really interesting. We're into the 4th round. Suave's 2 off. So you could potentially get Hunter's Fury. They are going to look for that opening all by thinking see over towards Showers.
Yep, working that Showers control. Lots of players up short A, same kind of approach. Really nice shock darting, and it looks like Honey Badger's trying to fight this time around, trying to contest with both the Sova utility and the Raze util. But this is what I was talking about. That lurk up short, just all of the space being taken by RDW. A great intuitive sense from when the players are taking contact on bathrooms, and he gets an easy 3K.
I mean, he just walks on up. Usually you'd have a player over towards U-Haul, but it's just a 2-man setup on A, not a 3, and this is going to be a really tricky situation for Milky to deal with now. Stars, because he knows players are definitely close on by. A late tour. I don't know about this. Is that why would you tour at this point?
Well, it's been done. Can't go back now. Bonker's going to call the audible straight through defense spawn over towards the B site. Jelly D. He's going to be late on the flank up through long B. That could be a potential timing that works well. Bonker's really scared about Hookah being dirty. You're going to get that star placement from Tix to throw up a smoke later on.
Jelly D got spotted by the trademark, so they know where one player is going to come on through, so they understand that it should be entry on both ends. I will say one thing, though. The Tor does put a little bit of fear into Milky walking up from his particular angle. He doesn't know that RDW's already shifted off, and with that, RDW is going to convert over towards Jelly D. One more remaining. Pull this one through. You might as well get max value off it. You pulled it through. You get as much as you can.
Might as well have been an ace for RDW. Fantastic timing up short, and that's the issue. You were saying it, a 2-man setup on the A site. If you're running that bathrooms control rather than that backside setup, you have to kind of choose what you're doing. You know, you can't just fall back. You either have to take bathrooms or call the audible to fall out of there, and they're a little bit too indecisive, kind of going back and forth, trying to contest on that mid-round timing with the Sova util and the Raze nade, probably in combination with the stars, but that's where you get caught by that short A push.
It's also in a composition where, you know, teams aren't running Cypher here anymore, and you're not running anything where you have a sentinel piece that you can just drop in short, like a trap wire, where it gets broken, then you know you're compromised. They had just no idea that RDW walked up, so I think if you're going to make that play, you're either taking that risk or you have to have that third person posted for sure. But now it's going to be Bonkers 2 up. They lost 3 in the last round, but because, well, I was going to say because they ulted. No, they actually still, that didn't save them any money. That, to me, was still potentially a mistake. Milky with this Bucky finds value.
Oh, that is beautiful. The consumption on the start just to avoid the Trailblazer timing and then gets value out of the shotgun, that was perfection.
And now Milky can't even do it. 6 for 2 instantly. One player left here. It's up to Cream. Decent flick, or at least pick up the opening onto RDW for a single trade. And that should be it now. Maybe Suave can find a gun. Yeah, he finds a gun, not the one that he wanted. And this is a farm-up round for, I think, most of Bonkers to get more ultimate. Scroll 7 out of 8 now. Tex already had the divide. Isaac's working on his next Palpatine fingers, and...
Never heard it called that before.
Oh, you just haven't been creative enough.
I want to say, by the way, the 2 players who are topping the stats, I think, for both of these teams and were our head-to-head highlight are not really having a lot of impact for either side. So we're seeing, in terms of win conditions on the individual side of things, a completely different story than usual.
You were just trying to compare bottom frags is what you were doing.
I guess so. You know, by accident.
Happens.
I probably would have put myself in the head-to-head if I could.
I joked that we should have done minimize Milky. They're both support players. They were both interviewed, so I was like, oh, it'd be funny, but well, they have done at least slightly better. That being that aside, though, RDW on this offense has started to come alive again. 22 and 10, operator in hand. We'll see what he wants to do with this op. Yeah. I think a lot of teams forego opping on the offense, especially for bind.
There's the Cosmic across the site. 4 stars in reserve for Tix if he wants to close out that mid to late round with more investment there. Bonkers just waiting for the right timing here. Going to start to kick off this entry into the site. Hunter's Fury back from Suave is finding some impact. Already connects on at least one player and some tags on a few more. But Nice Hacks has found the entry in the meanwhile. And U-Haul's been cleared out as well.
Yeah, Fulvus just couldn't land the opening shot and gets tagged down really quickly. Shoulder spotted. Nice Hacks converts. Milky now trying to deal with the last play in Showers. And they back away. That's a spike though, so... It's still area control found by Bonkers. They'll be able to work off the fact that they have U-Haul They pretty much have sight as well. This is where the operator has some massive value. You can just check everything the entire time, play patiently, get the plant down, and they're fine.
Spike planted.
Trying to turn this round back into favor of Honey Badgers. Takes contact onto U-Haul. Entry denied by NiceHax, who's finally finding some impact. And this is what I was saying when we're talking about the head-to-head. This is a player where on the offense for Bonkers, he's a player who creates a lot of space. He's on those hard entry duties on both the Jet, but also on Neon and Raze. On other maps, his Raze on Fracture is a similar story. He's setting the pace on a lot of these site executes. And when he's finding the frags on top of that, as well as creating the space, that's when the exec just goes so smoothly and you see Bonkers just smash the other team.
Well, that's in for Cream. Trying his best to hold on to this gun. And everyone's showing up. You know, there might not be enough time. It's like 2 seconds here, but he's about to fly into NiceHax, so goodbye gun.
Nice knowing you. There's a
hoping
timeout
that-
for Honey Badgers. Things are getting a little bit too spicy for them, I think.
It's 4 in a row now. I mean, they had that initial, you know, pistol into anti-eco, and now it's been a whole lot of nothing over the past 4, including gun rounds. Yeah, I mean, hard to be in their position right now.
I mean, what I will say about Bonkers' comp is that, you know, we fall into these meta comps, right? Or like 1 or 2 meta comps on a map. And when one team is getting really comfortable and playing the same kind of comp that's a little bit unique and a little bit novel, sometimes it can be hard to find an answer, especially if you haven't had as much practice against it. You know, you're used to playing the same comps over and over again, then someone comes up with a lurking chamber and a neon entry.
Straight. I mean, what is a lurking chamber? Is that to me doesn't really have any extra threat compared to a lurking Viper. I don't know that a lurking chamber does more unless you want to really nitpick the fact that Headhunter is available, but I mean, they'd be doing it with a rifle anyway, with a gun standard, you know, to stand around. Neon has the fast lane, which is kind of like a budget Viper toxin screen. Use it for the same thing on entry.
In theory, you're right, but in practice, the matchups and what unfolds in the server is a different story, you know?
I'm going to chalk that one down to, you know, player and team mis-execution rather than anything else. So, okay, well, that's the ultimate god. Unfortunate time. I mean, good positioning by Neon. He's like,
Neon is just shit. Terrible agent.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
Like, what does it do better than? What does it do better than either Jet or Raze here as well? You lack the clear ability of the Raze between the nade. Actually, all the utility that Raze does. You lack the entry power of Jet. The better ult of Jet and just the general everything of Jet. Here comes Cream though. And there we go. See, that's what a good agent does.
Just a 1 bullet kill button, like a shock dart perhaps. That's pretty good.
That requires more than 1 shock usually.
Well,
that,
he's
okay,
got 2 kills with 2 shocks, so checkmate Avril.
HP. Cream was already low HP though, so.
I don't know. I just saw 2 kills with 2 shock darts, so it's just numbers, you know.
And then I guess she slides around, which is just a bit of a gimmick. So I mean, that's whereas to that. RDW now getting a bit of farm on, working on that next tour. And again, they're finding value on this offensive operator because I mean, I feel like you have to get into a post plant for the most part if you're RDW here, because otherwise you're trying to I suppose you'd be contesting B long, you'd be contesting some of the other sniper lines.
Yeah, well,
see if
actually,
you work up them.
He can also go aggressive on short A and look for openers because Honey Badgers, they don't run a jet. So you're not really worried about the opposing op lines. So actually a lot of the op lines that you'd be contesting that would usually just be suicidal up against a Raze comp, you can actually just walk onto these lines, which should usually be negative, like expected value, and find free kills on players jump spotting or players not quite being positioned correctly.
Right, yeah, if they're not challenging him in that sort of way, then I think RDW can be confident in that, which is probably why he has been picking up some of the operators on the attacks. When I think
it's
more...
a unique approach. It's a unique approach, and they're winning. So
definitely more... Oh, I mean, if they're winning, then that means you can't argue against a team that's winning.
No.
So...
I mean, NiceHax on attack has really been picking things up, Kev.
Starting to get there. Starting to get there. I think the value of Neon increases on the attack rather than on the defense for sure. Maybe on the defense if you are going to go for more retakes. Or if you're forced to more retakes. To be fair, I think Relay Bolt is a great ability. I think that's probably the best util piece she has in her kit.
That is just broken. Straight up, you shoot that in the choke point, you can't win. Let's have a look at Fulvers though. He has to be the man to kind of unravel this round for Bonkers if uncleared.
Seen Fulvers do this to Order not that long ago. 3 kills out of nowhere. What happened? We just got the one this time. It's fine.
No trademark. RDW died.
Yep. So here comes Milky. He's gonna have a. Oh no, he's been jebaited by the fact that I think the Hunter's Fury shot, like, it basically covered the head.
He could have aimed.
The VFX of the ability just kind of ruined the opportunity for the kill to come through for Milky. He's like, I can't see anybody anymore.
That is just how far ahead Scrawl is on the Sova main. Like, that was just calculated by him clearly. He knew the flank was a possibility.
He used the Hunter's Fury like a smoke, and he smoked his own team's entry with the Hunter's Fury. That's like 9D chess, man. I can't believe that personally.
If anyone's gonna do it, it's 200 games of Sova Scrawl.
Got him. Cream to do it all. 1 versus 3. Man, time is just not good. There's so much to clear here as well, and you have Scrawl playing super far. He's got to tap at some point. At this point, he's got to kill everybody. Yeah, he hasn't even got the recon out. This round, unfortunately, is going to be done and dusted. Expect the 13 to come through any moment now, pending on how the rest of the players will be able to peek on through. Fully blinded. No opportunity. Tex and Bonkers will get it done. RDW starts things out, and the rest of Bonkers will finish things off. I just flashbanged everybody at home. Hello. How you doing? That's what it feels like. But look, thankfully, you guys are all playing anti-flash, so you only flash for maybe 1 second there. I do gotta say, Mitch, this game does not prove to me that Neon's good or that she's a viable pick, but congratulations to Bonkers anyway.
Yeah, they just beat Honey Badgers on their own map pick, so that is some great prospects for them going forward in the series. But like I said, a lot of these map picks could go either way. We still have a whole bunch of maps that both teams are reasonably comfortable on, so we won't call anything too fast, but that's a good... it fills you with a little bit more confidence for Bonkers to close the series out.
Yeah, especially whenever you win somebody else's map, that always feels good. But, you know, speaking of maps on the pool, number 1 is going to be done and dusted. We're going to be taking a bit of a break when we do come back. We're coming back to Haven, and we'll see how things go when that happens. Don't go anywhere. More VOT after this break.
what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up.
Welcome back to VOT here, into second map of our second match of the day so far. And Bind. Looking good for Bonkers there, but not so much for Honey Badgers as we now move on to Haven. And man, don't know what to expect here. Honey Badgers were probably, I mean, in the order matchup, they did super well on Bind. Didn't see a lot of that coming through versus Bonkers today. And now on Haven, a Bonkers just going to clean up.
It's looking that way. Like, if you wanted to say 100% we're relying on statistics here, Haven is a map where Bonkers pushed order. They've looked pretty good on it. They've got a 50% win rate, but one of those losses of the 4 was 11-13 to order. And then they also dropped one to Iconic, who was in some super good form. I think we remember that series. We watched that. But they've already beaten Honey Badgers 13-6 on this map, one of the last series where they played. And also, you saw Honey Badgers go down to Crimus in the Open qualifiers, and they got 13-1 on Haven in the grand final of the Open qualifier to this competition. So Haven's stats not looking good at all for these boys on Honey Badgers. I'm a little bit worried that this is a sore spot in their map pool, and unless they've come through with something crazy that I haven't seen, and maybe they just got unlucky for the 2 games of sample size that we have, I could see them really going out of this series, and that's going to be the end of the run for them in VOT if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, 1-13 versus Crimus is already enough of a result that makes you a bit worried.
Okay, already we're seeing a massive shift in agent composition from Honey Badgers from the last time that they played this map, which was about a little over 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
They used to have a Killjoy, didn't they? Yeah.
And there's a Viper. There's a Viper, which on Haven is very unorthodox. Actually, this is something that Minimize used to play a little bit in some of his old comps last year.
How would you even set up Viper on this map? Because I mean, I'm kind of at a loss because I don't think I've ever seen a Viper professionally on Haven. I used to see when people used to force Vipers when she was really considered bad and did not have the buffs and couldn't really do anything. You still only saw her on like Split at most, you know?
Yeah. So like on this map on defense, there's actually quite a lot of good walls you could do as Viper. You could do like these A lobby walls or like C long control walls. You could also do walls just horizontally across the choke points of the map. Across like at least 3 of the choke points. On attack, there's a great wall you can do on C, just cutting the wall in half, kind of like a Cosmic, or cutting the site in half, kind of like a Cosmic. Outside of that, on B and A, I'm not sure that the walls fill me with a whole lot of confidence. I've seen some combos of walls where you do like an orb into heaven and then you do a wall across the site diagonally. So look, we're going to get to see what Honey Badgers has to show us. They are going to start out on the defense, which I kind of feel like is a little bit better for a Viper. And we'll see what kind of a wall Fulvus wants to be employing.
So
but
here's
Bonkers,
a short...
Yeah, he's done the wall horizontally across the map, which is one of the ones you can do. And he's going to play over on C.
So he's going to do the one that covers short and also B, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
Minimize onto Jelly D straight away as well. Traded, not even traded back, it's just more kills the way of Bonkers. Better pop up that smoke already, smoke being the wall.
There's been a comp change as well from Bonkers. So Scroll's back on the Sova. No Sky. That's the only change. But Scroll, this is a comfort pick from him. And you already saw him have a lot of impact last game. And he's, rather than playing the double flash agent, just gone back to what works. and I don't mind it, to
Mate,
be honest.
Scroll heard people calling him a Sova one trick. He's like, yeah, I am actually. So he's gonna go towards that, and it's gonna work.
Oh no, I'm playing the only agent I can play, and I'm winning. Someone please stop me.
Well, I really do hope at some stage, maybe on the attacking side, we're going to see Fulvis with some Poison Orb lineups, with some Cloud lineups, because otherwise, you know, we're having that Neon conversation again, like, what are you doing with this pick? And I'd rather actually see a Neon here, funny enough. This could be a Flawless coming on through. That's when you know it's bad, mate. When I'm saying I'd rather see Neon.
I'd rather see Neon, that's how you know Avril hates you as a person. It's not even about agents at that point. It's an open plant here. No way Fulvis is able to pull this one back. He's getting a couple of picks. Gonna tap the spike. Orb goes up on the choke point, but he hasn't checked back sight. Nice hacks. Not on the Neon this time. On the Jet. Gonna close that one down for Bonkers, and it's gonna make them up 1-0. A good start on Haven attack already, which is a half that it's already been great for them this tournament. I feel like Haven has been their Haven. No pun intended.
Right. Also think it's a decent, you know, in that round itself, just in the vacuum of it. Minor comeback from Honey Badger with the Cream and Fulvis picking up a couple when they were basically down to nothing. So I am slightly more intrigued just because this one Viper wall and the fact that it covers both B and A entrances is pretty interesting. So we'll see if that develops into anything further on. This read from Nice Hacks is brilliant. So instant pickup. Second on the no scope. Doesn't quite land 3, but Tix is close by, and that will be pretty much everybody gone at this stage. Do they know that Jelly D is tucked in, though? Surely you check. Yeah, you check that for sure.
I mean, that's a good farm up for Tix. Quite a few old orbs, making him a little bit closer to the Cosmic, and it's looking like no nonsense here from Bonkers. Having not too many issues, really. He's going to get that spike planted, and they've got the start that they were looking for into this game. You talk about this wall across the middle of the map. I want to see some more wall variation. Back when Phoenix used to be a good pick on this map and Ascend were doing super well. I mean, obviously they won at the end of the year the World Championship, but even just in Europe, when they were doing super well and they were playing like that Omen Phoenix lineup, that's where I was seeing like some Viper and stuff, and you're getting like the Phoenix taking contact in towards A lobby and getting up short A behind the Viper wall, and then you flash on the contact. I want to see some walls like that as well. A little bit more aggressive and kind of facilitate Honey Badgers to take map control rather than just doing the same wall over and over again and giving the same look to the other team.
Yeah, you sort of see, you know, the kind of wall where you do B and A and then you go default towards C, that kind of stuff, and he's got to do it again for now. Eventually they'll think twice about it. At this point, C, I mean, to be fair, that was an anti-eco. We're getting to the gun round now, and this is where we'll see the real effectiveness. I don't think the Honey Badgers have really expended the lifespan of that one wall just yet. Maybe, you know, once we get deeper into the rounds, we go towards the guns, and C is still a compromised position on the map. That's when you're thinking, all right, let's change something up.
Get out of my way.
There's knives picked up. No contest at all, no span through, even though they knew that Nice Hacks was 6 out of 7. And getting Poison Bonkers getting ready to kick off this execute dart to back sight. Nice Hacks goes deep into the sight, and the updraft straight into Fulvis. A freebie for him, Kev.
And now Snakebite to slow down everybody else as well, so you have the rest of the other 4 players from Bonkers struggling to make their way through. IDW on towards the garage angle, knows that Fulvis is in back plant, and do something about that though. Not really. Ooh. Okay, I lie, you can. Apparently 16 HP gets away.
Oh, flash onto mid side as well. Going to push Milky back, but 2 players ready to help from CT. They're trying to flood into the site before Bonkers can really scale, and so far so good. These crossfire angles being a little bit too much for Bonkers to deal with. The shock darts are absolutely beautiful, getting so much damage done, and RDW checked on the flank by Suave. Honey Badgers maybe took a few too many casualties up against the bonus, but they took the round at least.
Solid stuff over towards you. I mean, again, the fact that first of all, you get a freebie versus Nice Hacks, and beyond that, you then are in a situation where you snakebite over towards C long and you split the entire attack. You lose one player to RDW come from Garage, so the only thing that Honey Badger maybe lacked on is Garage control. Rest was fine. This is now an interesting position where Fulvis is going to go for a different wall, but the one time he's done that, that's when Bonkers decide to go either B or A. I mean, they're gathering around A. Maybe just looking to take some mid control first and foremost and decide what they want to do from there. With Cream down, they might just start going mid. There's going to be some util exchanged. Milky's arrived, and in fact, all the A defenders even abandoned their position to come over towards B.
I mean, we've seen this just as a set play from so many teams, Iconic, Order, as well as Bonkers going for that B control. But after winning that initial fight, Bonkers are actually going to go explore their options. Drone into sewer, retake this A control, going to go back over to this side of the map. You've still got the trip set up there from Jelly D, so if you can catch any of these players from Heaven and potentially make this a 4-on-4, then the retake's a little more winnable.
Camera set up with drone as well. So looking for the information. That's going to be the entry now from Nice Hacks. They got this one.
Oh, trip
Trap's
broken.
gone. Yep. That's going to hurt things. That could have been a kill coming through from the defensive. Now on this post plant, I mean, the fact that you have a killjoy, you're starting to set up those nades, you're starting to set up the nano swarms. Heaven control being found by Nice Hacks. Knows that there's likely a player behind the other side, but Milky will win the 1v1.
Without a star, I cannot.
Revealing
The
area.
dart back into the site. Scroll. Able to spam that player earlier in towards Heaven, still playing over towards Long as a bit of a contingency in the late round. Minimize to take contact on these players coming back into the site. Pick swinging off of him as well. RDW off of the site. I was talking about triangles. It's my favorite shape, and there's a reason why. Fulvis can't do anything at the end of the day, like I was saying, Scroll. Even if things go horribly wrong, still able to play clutch from Long. And Bonkers, a pretty no-nonsense defense of that retake. Really, really nice. Just relying on those strong crossfires between Sight and Under Heaven and Graffiti. Or Short.
Quite enjoy circles myself. There's something about the...
What do you think of this straight line across the middle of the map?
Nice.
Fan of that one, or...?
No, Pili, I think that's a bit one-dimensional.
Okay, yeah, true. You're a man of culture and...
So I said... did I say circle? I mean, sphere. You know, I got to
Sphere.
play up as many Ds as I can here. What do we got here? 3-man walk down over towards C. Actually spotted here by Tix, who knows something is up. So we're back over towards that, you know, the default Fulvis toxin screen setup. Covering B, covering A as well. That would have been super useful in that last round. Drone as well. You can see just you have to do extra to check on through because someone could be hiding behind sewers. Rolling Thunder. This will probably go completely amiss. They won't know it, but there's no one actually on A. 2 plays returning now.
IDW just picking the rotations. Bonkers, that's info that they know that players are shifting over towards this A site. Aggression punished by Scroll. RDW's up into top of B. He does get traded out, but all things considered, Bonkers are going to be quite happy to close this round out with 4 players alive unless Milky can pick a few more with this Phantom picked up.
Spike planted.
Looking like just working the exits here. I mean, that was a save round for them. This is an eco for them anyway, so you probably just run it and die.
Yeah.
Do some damage. The other team doesn't have safe economy yet. Would you call this a triangle setup, or is this it's not quite the same shape?
Not quite triangle. This is like
Okay.
2 sides of the triangle, but it doesn't
Right.
matter because Milky's got 40 HP, so you don't need the full triangle.
I'm only ever impressed by the pentagram setup, so again, I'm looking for that. 3 years down the line, mate. Somebody will do it.
Yeah.
Timeout coming through from Honey Badgers. 3 ult, 4 ults actually nearly available. Good time to make a timeout when you're into a gun round, plus a bunch of ultimates. Operators coming through as well. I mean, there's a lot to talk through. There's a lot to figure out, considering how much you have in the bag. However, when you look on the other side, it's 4 ults and big impact ones as well on the side of Bonkers.
Yeah, where are you going to put this pit is what I'm wondering. I almost wouldn't mind like a pit on the B site or something like that. I'm kind of wondering where the best spot to put it. Although, like, by the same token, you could just do that same wall and then you Alt C. And then you have so much coverage on most of the choke points across the map. We'll see how anybody
B
just
doesn't
does
feel
that.
good to me. You're talking about doing a pit off the bat, right? B doesn't sound good to me because I feel like most teams don't make a play for B in the first place. And this isn't like mid in other maps, like Split, for example, where just throw down a pit in mid and you cut off so many angles. Here, like, cutting off B feels like it's not impactful enough on a map like Haven.
Well, we'll see where he puts it. Seems like it's going to shift over towards 8. Seen a lot of teams go for that drone up into B and contact setup so far this tournament. So, and I know Bonkers does like to do that. But at the same token, you have a lot of tools to push the Viper out of the pit. You've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got
You
that
know,
Lockdown, you've got the Hunter's Fury.
What I like about this setup is if you pit over towards A like this and have traps down as well, players being caught in the trap wire, I mean, that's some freebie kills as well.
Here.
Got a deep camera set up. Fulvis has a little pocket to play in, but to be fair, it's also quite an obvious pocket. I think that will get checked if players come on through.
I think they're going to try and push him out with the Rolling Thunder, perhaps. They've droned in, they've broken the trip, so that's good. Oh, the flank up from Milky, as well as Suave. A two-man contact in towards window here, unchecked by Tix.
Tix on his own backstab. I mean, those two players, if they decide to go through into A lobby, Tix can backstab easily.
So lockdown.
Here's the other thing as well. Lockdown here just instantly destroys the pit. Because now you literally leave if you're Fulvis. Like, I mean, what do you do against this?
Can he even get out of short? He's got to go through the nano. He can't even get out. He's just dead.
He's dead. Yeah, goodbye, Jelly. Two players detained. One of them, I believe, would have been Fulvis as well. I don't like the extra Rolling Thunder there because you've already forced everybody out. That Rolling Thunder isn't going to catch anything and certainly not going to do anything to assist you because there wouldn't have been anyone really left on site. I mean, I don't know about that one, but they will get a super open plant. It's about as open as you could hope for on 8.
Ooh. Nice hacks. Cleaned out a graffiti. That was an important player to take contact. And there's the Cosmic across the site. This is creating space for the half to come in there.
Cream, he's getting blocked out by the added smoke of that Hunter's Fury. We saw that from the... See, it worked. I told you, Billy. It works. The Hunter's Fury acts as the extra smoke. And again, it ruins the operator. It ruins the other player on the line.
I told you. It's Scroll again.
Wow.
Have you ever seen anyone else do that? You ever seen anyone else do that? Look at Scroll. Sofa main. Big brain.
He's like, are we out of smokes? Don't worry, fam. I got you. Hunter's Fury for budget smokes.
I just want to see him like Hunter's Fury to help his team cross into a site, like on attack. Just run in a straight line, boys. It's all right.
Scanning ahead.
There's a half-buy for Honey Badgers.
It's the fact that it's worked twice.
They're not giving me the sense that they're going to be able to win this game. And I'm getting worried. This is tournament life on the line. This is a map that they haven't shown good results on.
I can't believe you made me pick Honey Badgers earlier. When I say made me, I actually had no part to play in it. Anyway, Cream. Probably dead to the shot. Goodbye. 2 players, crossfire. Drone or spot him out. This is going to be a brilliant drone. It will not check Jelly D though, so Jelly D can still get work done here. Part of the other thing about this comp for a team like Honey Badgers, you put one of your best players on a Sentinel, like a Cypher, that usually can't really carry. So I think that is potentially a bad move as well. It's like when you see Autumn from Order on a Cypher. Not a good move. I mean, this round, we already knew nothing was going to really happen. It's 5 pistols, so... Go on, lad.
I would actually kind of agree with that. And I think in general, the Honey Badgers comp on this map, this is Haven is a map that's synonymous with being flexible and fluid. Moving around the map, being able to take and give space and make aggressive plays both on attack and defense. And Honey Badger's comp just doesn't read that. It reads very rigid. You got the Cypher Astra Viper in there. You got the Sofa. The Jet's your hard entry, but is most of the time opping. It just doesn't feel like it almost feels like Honey Badgers are taking the approach of like, okay, Haven has 5 choke points. If we just pick all the agents that block the choke points, then we win. But that's not how it works.
You know what Jelly D should play here? A chamber. I'd like that a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
On a map like this, I think that would be huge value. Opening Hunter's Fury from Suave, not going to really connect.
Ooh,
not going to be a flash either. Yeah, okay, Cream. Onto RDW. To be fair, RDW is maybe not super... Oh, I guess he would be. No, he would be on the post one because you want those nano swarms. So that's one player gone. Extra picked up by Nice Hacks. Brilliant shot. On the defuse here. Surely they pinged that. It's a half defuse from Jelly D. You're happy with that if you're Honey Badgers.
Absolutely. Fulvis is going to stick it again. There's the Cosmic. The grab well, rather, in combination with the Dart, the Aftershock. I was looking at that Viper Wall, Kev, and I was thinking, oh, that's pretty nice. This is the first time I've looked at this Viper Wall and gone, that for the retake looks pretty sick. And then they got absolutely domed.
Yeah, this is what happens always on B. I mean, what difference is the Viper Wall going to do when other teams in that same position throwing down any number of smokes cannot stop a post-plant team from just spraying through the said smoke onto the spike, which is completely in the open if you have grass control, which bonkers do. So,
I mean,
That's
that's
the
why
thing
you
about the
see
big
a lot of
post-plant
teams
setup.
like completing that retake by kicking things off on the flank through C long or A long, or retake it through garage, rather than just all going through the links.
On through the wall there from RDW. He was first picked last time, so he'll be the one getting first blood. And it's just gone. And is about to go from bad to worse, because he's going to get 4 pistols online. They got some setups happening across different areas, with different people kind of tucked in, up against the wall. And just a slow approach. I mean, Fulvus would have to land the God Snakebite, and then, you know, the rest of them have to kind of drop in some really nice sheriff shots.
Bonkers is taking their time. They know they don't have to rush. Still a minute on the clock, and although they've had so many tells, this bombardment of utility into the site, Aftershocks, that's a new NFT for you, Avril. You could sell that one.
Oh, I'm going to be so rich in 90 years.
I have to say as well, I mean, 8-1 for Bonkers. Everything's going right for them. This is their comfort zone map pick. And Honey Badgers, I'm a little bit worried, you know. I'm not surprised at the end of the day.
Mate, you were worried 5 rounds ago. If you already wrote it off 5 rounds ago, you were already worried.
I think, like, they might just not have the map pool that they need to win a series now that they're starting to take a few scalps. People are figuring them out. This is always the story of underdog teams, right? You have a couple of strong picks, you got a couple of offset maps. You lose a little bit of consistency, maybe from individual players or something, or you use your strats to win your initial games. But you need more depth. That is disgusting from RDW.
Well, Cream had his barrel poking out of the double doors, so
you know what Matt calls that? Matt calls that Pinocchioing.
Oh, I was gonna say, is there something to do with the nose poking out? It better be, because the alternative is not as fun. What else we got here? Swab pushed up, checked as well. And they're just gonna drop some stars on top of him. Trade happening all the way in towards the attacker spawn. Look at this. Nice hacks, easy shot. Knew that Swab had to be somewhere close.
Ticks on the lurk up through Gary. After the initial duel over towards a lobby, he knows that the middle of the map is probably free real estate, and that was a little strenuous, but he gets it done.
I'm like ready to call a save before the spikes have even been planted. All right, Milky's gonna go for at least one. Now he's dead.
I was hoping you'd have the trigger discipline play. That was going to be a lineup. I was getting excited.
He was panicking that Niceaxe was going to turn and see him, so you could see that Niceaxe was checking, and he was thinking like, well, he's about to check me, so I might as well just shoot.
Another half buy for Honey Badgers. But like I was saying, you know, this is always the teams on the come up. You see this all the time in our domestic scene. Couple of good performances, couple of good maps, but not always well-rounded enough once they start to get figured out a little bit to take series consistently. Honey Badgers have still been pretty consistent, but this is like the kind of performance that I'm like, oh, okay. This is where teams can exploit them a little bit, because they banned Breeze in this series, and then seeing their Haven look like this, it's just nothing even close to some of the other maps that we've seen from them.
I feel like outside of Bind, I don't know what a good map for Honey Badgers is anymore.
Fracture's not bad for them. Fracture's good for them.
Except every single team in OS bans Fracture. So being good at Fracture means nothing unless you're in a BO5. Unfortunately. Even then, it probably gets banned, so... You're in a situation here where you need more than just a bind, and you didn't even win the bind, which is an issue. Dream will at least have one to RDW to make this workable. How long, though, will be the question. Rolling Thunder available this particular round might be one where you actually want to burn it. They're going to leave ticks behind just to be annoying, which means I do see a world where they actually come back to A and finish there.
For sure. Milky going to Cosmic the whole map in half. Ticks using that to be able to get a little bit more of an aggressive position on short. And exactly like you called it, Bonkers starting to reroute back towards the safe site. They got the Rolling Thunder for the late round. And it's a retake A setup here for Honey Badgers. Rolling Thunder actually just used for side entry.
Yeah, just be safe about it. They didn't want to hold on to it when they have limited amount of time. That actually stopped the plant. That actually stopped the plant. That's effective enough. Scared off Scroll. He'll get it eventually because the time is there. Tex now on the angle.
It's gonna be an ace. Never mind. Stolen, robbed. There's just really not much else to say about this game, to be honest. Not much to analyze. Like we've said before, I mean, Bonkers Haven has looked like arguably their best map this whole competition. And Honey Badgers, this comp is not really doing anything for me. They're not really showing up. It is, this is just them not playing their game at all.
I don't mind the Cypher, but my problem is your star carry players on the Cypher. Then beyond that, the Viper is a very pocket niche pick on this map.
Yeah.
I can see the value, but I also think, I don't know, it seems like a bit of a gimmick. Without hating on the comp too much, because at least they're not playing Neon. We are going to now see Bonkers walk up. There's just no guns on the side of Honey Badgers. It's last round anyway. They haven't had money for the entire defense. We've seen one pit, by the way. The Falvers doesn't have a second pit. We haven't even seen pit retakes, nothing like that. They played pit one round, and guess what? It instantly got shut down by the lockdown. So there's just, it had no value. And you know what else? If it wasn't going to get shut down by the lockdown, Rolling Thunder destroys pit as well. This is just two agents on the side of Bonkers that completely ruined pit.
16-2 for Scroll. And I want to make a point of this because I'm going to go back to the previous games that Bonkers played on this map against Order as well as Iconic. Where Scroll, he was on the Sky, 10 for 15. And what else do we have? 7 for 18. Back on the Sova, 16-2 initial first half. Comfort pick, City.
Luckily, though, Scroll's comfort pick is, like you said earlier, is like one of the the most played agent and one of the best agents in the game. Different when your comfort pick is a Viper. Where, okay, fair enough. Because a lot of Viper, that's not the best start we've ever seen Suave. And Crash has done you dirty on that one because he caught it live. I'm gonna walk in on this Viper's toxin screen. So this is kind of what Viper can do as well. Unfortunately, this doesn't give you site control though.
No,
because even if you walked in on that, like half the site, including the garage angle, is just, you don't even know what's there.
I mean, that's just the gimmick wall to try to go for a pistol plant. Honestly, usually I'm used to the Viper wall cutting off the Gary and the spawn angle. You know, you just do it over the right side of the side box.
Right.
Drone comes back through on the A side, trying to regain the lost map control after plan A has gone awry. But Jelly D, a player who knows how to pick his timings, has found a good one up through garage here. He could make the difference for Honey Badgers.
Yep.
Minimize, where you going, mate?
Finds Minimize on the rotation. Not a fan of that. Minimize wouldn't be too pleased. RDW, Patience being shown. And Patience now rewarded, at least partially. They'll be able to convert Storm to Suave with the extra damage coming on through 1 versus 3. Honey Badgers should be able to get this one outside of any Nice Hacks heroics, but it is Nice Hacks still on 100 HP, which you do like to see in a plant that has not been there. Fulverso will pick up the easy dub. Okay, nice. He nearly did it. He nearly did not do that. So
scary.
And let's be clear, Tex is also in this game. I'm like, mother, you guys, you gotta be careful because I roasted Tex for whiffing in a previous matchup. Fulvus, I wouldn't be holding back if he whiffed it as well.
Well, Honey Badgers, they doubled their rounds and they go one better since the open qualifier against Crimis. They took 6 off of Bonkers last time on this map. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that this time around. And last time they were playing a lot more of a sensible comp as well.
Makes this 11-1 start slightly less painful.
This would be the comeback of, like, of the dreams, you know, to be able to turn this whole series around.
What is the biggest comeback you've ever seen? I'll tell you what mine is. I think I have seen a comeback from 111. And obviously the other team went 11 on their side, and then they won in the OT.
I think after casting one too many years of Chinese Counter-Strike, comebacks don't even faze me anymore.
But that's like one ever, and it was good teams as well. It was version 1 Rise, the old versions of both teams, so not as good as they currently are now, but still decent back in the day. I'll remember that match fondly. It was on Split. There we go. Minimize, reveals his positioning. Okay, Jelly D makes a lick, but is okay at the end of the day. So the same wall comes down again, not the wall that you were talking about, Mitch, in terms of cutting off garage and, what is it, CT cleanly.
Yeah. Just on the right side of the side box. And it cuts logs as well.
But a long-range frenzy spray, that won't work out.
The thing is, right, they use that wall, but they still plant default. They don't even plant next to the platform for the full open plant experience.
They plant on the other side of the wall, right?
Yeah.
That is amusing. They will convert the anti-eco. Scroll on 15 HP. That's right, he doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, so, you know... Can't
get a 3k with Classic, right?
No way.
There's no way. Free gun. Can't be that good.
Do you know what would be really good there? The funniest thing that would have happened is if Honey Badge left Scroll alive, ran away, and forced him to save a Classic.
That's sometimes the play.
And you know, I think
off his Hunter's Fury.
Teams are not creative enough, and they're not thinking that way. Because you know, that'd be hilarious. That's a moment.
I think
to
Honey
remember.
Badgers have other things on their mind right now. Honestly.
What, like how to get 11 rounds on this half to come back?
11 would be 14, and that would be really impressive.
It would be. No, 11 not including the 2. 11 total, not on top of what they already have.
Okay, yeah, okay. Gotcha. So we're just talking about tying the scoreline.
Yes.
Cream. Up short 8. Instantly dies. Getting Scrawl as well. Getting involved in the action of 2k. That's going to give him the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, you know what that means. We've seen this before.
I know what that means.
They will recover the spike as expected. Same toxin screen on C, by the way, which I don't... Which, you know, just the default at this stage. What is the one you would do on A? Because there wouldn't be...
I think you do a diagonal one across the site, similar to what's on C, and then you Toxic Orb into Heaven. I've seen teams do that.
Right.
I didn't say it was good, though.
Yeah, it just exists. It's just what is.
Yeah, it's a thing you can do. You're allowed to.
One enemy remaining.
Well, both Nicex and RDW will get their peaks. That's the one way that RDW effortlessly takes command of. And we're on 12. Match point collected.
Match point.
I was ready to go to 1 a.m. A bit disappointed, to be honest.
I can't believe we lied and told everyone this was going to be close. That's disappointing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, you know, some of these teams are a little bit inconsistent when it comes down to some of these important games. And these are the important learning experiences in VOT. You know, obviously they're going to be going out with a little bit less prize money if they drop this series, but the VOT stage 1 for many of these teams is about development, and these are the games that you have to lose to get better.
I mean, let's take it at face value. Fun Crew used the entire group stage for development.
Look at them now.
So here's that Scroll Hunter's Fury.
I'm pretty sure he just hit ticks with it and didn't hit any of the attackers.
Yeah. That's fine. Ticks, he'll take it like a champ there. Honey Badge is up for 2 so far. It's a good start. Neural Theft coming on through could be really useful. Tex, he's come through. He's got the 1-for-1 at least.
Player standing.
The Scroll now. It's a 20-4. Oh, they already Neural Thefted him, so they knew he was far away, so they're just gonna leave. They could plant B, but they're not gonna risk it. Yeah, 3-man setup A. This will be rough. Scroll, he'll go for it, but it won't be fun.
He started off well. He 1-beat the camera, so that's a good start.
He's got a lot of util. He has a lot of util. He's only down 1 shock. Now that Nebula is going to force him to recon far earlier than he'd like to. 2 players super close by, and it's just too many angles to check Jelly swings at the right time.
And the more Jelly swings, the more rounds Honey Badgers get. That's what I've learned from watching this team.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to play. You know, you got to treat the Cypher like it's a duelist. Pretend you're playing Phoenix, but you have none of the good duelist utility.
Just, yeah, I like this. Throw up your trips, and then, yeah, cosplay a different agent.
It's just pretend you're, you know, pretend you're anything but a Cypher right now.
It's good to see he's flexible with the agent pool, but you always, you know, exactly like you said, you have to ask yourself, what is your best chance of winning the series? And Jelly D, I don't think Cypher's it.
Like, even Order figured it out, you know?
Drone into Gary. That's going to get the fault line on through on the contact. IDW push back. Gary control exactly this. The fault line just zones them back. Honey Badger's not even interested in Garage anymore. That's scary. Run away.
They don't have development anywhere else on the map. You also have Nice Hacks already pushed up almost into A lobby.
We're back to the Viper Wall. Now we
And
get to test it in a gun round. We get to know, is this good?
It's good for RD. It's good for all these garage. Look at these bonkers garage players. Are like, all right, chill out.
Lockdown. Checkmate. They can all play backside though. That's a thing you can do.
I want them to do that, and then for one aftershock to screw them. They're gonna go for the plant here, and then run for it. There we go. Fault line's gonna catch it. Oh! That's what I'm talking about. Boom! Everyone gets blown up. I mean, RDW already cleaned up most of those kills, so whatever. At the end of the day, one player detained. 1 out of 2 players over towards long. It's what you'd expect, but there's just so much here. When you have a Jet on board as well, you simply jump up, you simply frag out. The GGs are called, and the GGs will be confirmed 13-4, including an 11-1 half. Dynamite performance coming through from Bonkers. They absolutely smashed Honey Badgers on map number 2. It was a reasonably close affair on map number 1 on Bind. We're going to finish the day, and we're going to finish the last lower round game here on day 5 with a big win coming through from Bonkers. Just claiming, stamping, marking their territory.
Yeah, I think, look, at the end of the day, when it comes down to Haven being in the pool, Bonkers just won the veto, and winning Bind was the cherry on top. You already saw some good performances on Bind from them previously. Like I said, they took 11 rounds off order. I know you're not a fan of their comp, but they have been doing some decent work on this against some quality opposition. In fact, their worst defeat was against Iconic, when you had a couple of the individuals really get rolling and kind of stomp all over them. So up here against Honey Badgers, they've shown again that their bind is reasonably solid. And then when you're able to pick a map like Haven that Honey Badgers just don't have any history on and didn't show anything in that series on, you're feeling really good as Bonkers. They secure that 2-0. You know, as for Honey Badgers, they had a really impressive run. This was their VOT debut, and they did really well for themselves. So I think, look, a lot of lessons learnt, as you often do when it's your debut in a tournament like this. And I know there's going to be promising signs from a lot of those players in the future for sure.
I think it's you know, speaking to the Bonker side of things first and foremost, it's this kind of commanding win that you need to have to then go up against Fun Crew in a future match, I think a couple days from now, to be able to, you know, have the ability to take this all the way through to a lower final, maybe even a grand final. Bonkers is the team that a lot of people, when I was asking around, when I was looking around as well, this was the team that was supposed to be the most likely to bring it against Order, go into grand finals, have that huge performance, right? And I think this is exactly the game where they can prove the level of dominance, where you want to play against Order. Well, Order had dominating games versus Honey Badgers. Bonkers need some dominating games versus Honey Badgers. In some ways as well, this is even better because they got that bind, they didn't drop it, they quickly 2-0. Map 2 goes pretty much exactly how Order did against Honey Badgers as well. And now Bonkers get to, you know, show just how dominant they are. Put some fear into Fun Crew maybe for a future match.
Yeah, I think a much more commanding veto from them. Like, you go back and look at the other series. Like I was saying in the pre-show, before we even kicked off this series, a different map order and a different series of maps, and it's much more favored towards Bonkers at the end of the day. So Honey Badgers, not a great series when it's all on the line. You know, your elimination to mix up the veto after you've historically won a series and played a very close series against this team. But at the end of the day, they tried something a little bit different, and it didn't work out for them. And look, they're out of VOT. Like I said, they had a good run. As for Bonkers, yeah, I would say it's going to be interesting seeing them against Fun Crew, because Fun Crew looked pretty good tonight as well.
All right, so we have interview ready to go. No interview ready to go. We're going to go towards the bracket and just have a update. And it is going to be Fun Crew Bonkers, as expected. Iconic Order wins the top 4. Now, these are our top 4 teams. And I quite like this top 4. I think Iconic have had a great run through the playoffs so far. Fun Crew, trimly underrated, and really proved how damn good they really are in this tournament. I think the group stage kind of skewed people's opinions of them.
Yeah.
I was half joking when I said they used the group stage for practice, but it seems to be the case here because they come to playoffs in an unbelievably strong fashion. Bonkers, we expected to be here. I think this is a deserving top 4. I think all 4 of these teams are absolutely here and as the best 4 teams.
I think we've got some good series on our hands for sure. We've got obviously Iconic playing up against Order. That's going to be a good series to get an idea of how Iconic fare against the best in the region. You know, you've already seen them against teams of their level do very, very well, and the individuals are hitting a super impressive run of form, like Duddy Boy in particular. This tournament has been pretty outstanding. So how will they fare against Order? And that's going to be a good thing to see what they're going to be like heading into that lower bracket. Like if they get 2-0'd pretty concisely, then I'm a little bit worried about their run in towards the lower bracket, because that Fun Crew Bonkers game as well could go either way. And whoever comes out of that one has run the gauntlet, as we've said, and has shown that they are a very, very strong team.
All right, well, Mitch, this is your... Not only have Mind Freak and Honey Badgers have been eliminated from playoffs, but Mitch, you've also been eliminated from playoffs. So,
yeah.
Where do you see the rest of this going now as we finish off? We got a few matches left, lower round through, upper final, lower bracket, and the grand final. So, how's this all going to land in your opinion? If you had to take some guesses now.
First and foremost, I'd like to say that it's great as a caster to be able to make it deeper into the playoffs than when I was trying to be a player. So that's really already just a tick in my book. Made the flawless transition there. And I have to say, in terms of how the playoffs goes, it's going to be tough to call, but I'm going to call Fun Crew to make the full bracket run and go up against Order in the grand final. That's what I reckon.
Who's going to... Sorry, say again. Who's
Fun
going to
Crew.
make... Fun Crew are going to do it. Okay,
I'm going to go for Fun Crew. I like them.
I think I like them too. All right, and I like you a lot as well. So it's been lots of fun. Thanks for the couple of games that we had, and looking forward to now the rest of VOT as we close on out for the evening. When we come back tomorrow, though, got another big boy game on hands. That is going to be the Order Iconic matchup, and that is going to be the one that most people will be waiting for. More Order gameplay. Can't wait to see what happens. We'll catch you tomorrow, fellas. Thank you so much for watching. See you soon for more VOT tomorrow.
Pain picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a scheme play. No! Oh my God!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on. Our clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. A third. Oh my word!